one's helping me, ever.
I know we're live. Jan doesn't think we're live. Welcome!
No one's watching it.
Nobody's watching anyway. I mean, it doesn't matter. But when you are watching,
I might have cursed. We might have to cut the video. It's all over.
Welcome, everybody, to round 9 coverage of Tata Still Chess. I'm with Jan Gustafsson, Grandmaster, former chess professional, and expert in various fields, except endgames and art.
And human interactions.
Right. Today we've got the same as always, a bunch of grandmasters playing against each other.
What's not to like?
What's not to like? We've got some interesting matchups, but perhaps the key element of today, really the key story, is whether Magnus Carlsen is going to be able to get back into the groove.
Another key element today is that we got technical issues from the get-go. Those are my favorite days, because it makes the show a lot of fun. Sitting here and people are saying, stream doesn't work, stream down, stuttering. And there's limited things to do, but apologies in advance. This will be a bumpy day, and I am enjoying life greatly. As is Magnus Carlsen probably, because he has 4.5 out of 8, +1. Beautiful score.
It's a great score if you were in there, Jan, but for him, it's a bit of a disappointment. Yeah, he's obviously in bad shape, having lost a very bad game against Rapport in the previous round. And now, a point behind Wely. A lot of people would say, well, Wesley's the favourite to come through and just do what he's been doing, which is winning tournaments for the past 6 months.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's pretty amazing, but Magnus has got a chance to make somewhat of a comeback today, because he has got a game which you would expect Magnus Carlsen to win with the white pieces. White against a struggling Luc van Wely.
Luc van Wely has 1.5 out of 8, I believe.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of points, and his style is not exactly well suited to stop the bleeding. It's not like he's gonna play Berlin, make a draw, and get on with life. He's gonna play sharp positions all the time. And sometimes it works. More often than not, frankly, in these super tournaments with black, it doesn't work so well.
Right. And indeed, today we've got Luke playing Sicilian. We're in a main line.
I'm gonna stop blocking the white H1 rook. That's about as common a complaint as I paid for premium and this stuff never works. I'm very sorry for everything. Also for my hair day. No, I'm happy with my hair day. Not that sorry.
Your hair is great.
My hair is great. And we have the Scheveningen in the Luc van Wely game, which people don't do anymore because of G4. Will Magnus play G4? He's not a G4 guy. He's more of a G3 guy.
He'll play G4, I think.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Maybe he'll play Bishop E3 first. He'll go He played G4.
Wow, what do I know?
Yeah, G4 is strong. Maybe Magnus is just on the warpath today and he just thinks, I just need to crush somebody for my own confidence. You know, Magnus, he likes winning at chess, but it does give you added satisfaction to just blow somebody away.
Tell me about it. We're not talking chess here. Anyway, let me explain why the Scheveningen is less popular these days than it used to be by comparing it to the Najdorf. In the Najdorf, H3 is arguably the main move at top level. And if you go E6 here, people play G4, and here H6 is one of the lines. Now the line is something like G4, knight FD7, G5, bishop E7, bishop E3, and the white plan is to go H4 later. Well, in the Scheveningen, after G4, if you play H6 here, white is not really obliged to play H3. Might as well go H4 in one go. Therefore, people don't go here that often anymore. Right. Of course, you could argue you don't always need A6 and so on, but generally A6 is pretty useful.
Useful move, yeah. Agreed. So, so it's going to be an interesting game, this Carlsen-Van Wely game. It looks like Carlsen is going to go all in today against Luki playing G4 so quickly. Let's go to some other games.
Which ones?
Well, we've got 6 others. So, I mean, we've got Giri Rapport. Ricard, I think he deserved a win. You know, he had so many great games that he fluffed, and I was kind of happy for him to win, even against Magnus. And today he's playing against Anish Giri, and again he's played a rather semi-standard opening, which is, you know, maybe he's starting to realise that he doesn't have to go all cray-cray, as the kids say.
Do the kids say that?
They don't go cray-cray.
Who says that? Has anybody ever said that?
I think it's more of an American thing that I've picked up. Pretty bad. Pretty bad habit. In any case, cray-cray. You don't have to go all cray-cray to win the day.
Stuttering stream, guys. That drives me cray-cray. I gotta say so.
we got a stuttering stream.
People outside of this studio, do something.
Yeah. Anybody watching Kabel Deutschland, who runs this show here?
I have no idea. There's been issues with construction and so on. We have 3 different internet lines. They all seem tilty. And yeah, I'm gonna be on strike, frankly. Like, it's no fun to do this show if no one can watch it, and all we're doing is apologizing for no one being able to watch it. But the best thing I can do is to probably go on a break, or to pray that people say it's better now, and then they'll say in 5 minutes.
They say it's better, you know. Taye says he's in Vike and the stream is terrible. We do apologise. There really is not much we can do at our end. We are just mere chess players.
Speak for yourself. Yeah. I'm a full-blown internet cable. They call me the cable guy around the office.
Is it a good film, The Cable?
It's one of the best movies ever made. It's probably Jim Carrey's shining moment. Like, people say The Truman Show, but in truth, it is The Cable Guy.
Does anything beat The Mask?
Me, Myself, and Irene.
I didn't like that one.
Neither did I.
So, for some people it's working, for others it doesn't. Just bear with us, we're hoping it's going to improve.
That is the general feedback for the show, though, even if there's no internet. Speaking of no internet, it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi
didn't use the internet to prepare today.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I didn't quite get it.
This is gorgeous chess. I like this. E3, Peter Svidler talked about this move a lot, right? And he said he played E6 against some random grandmaster. I think I was commentating with Svidler. Of course, in this position, the move E4, it was all the rage at the London Chess Classic with this cray-cray looking variation. And yeah, pretty mad. White creates a massive hole in his position on D3, but claims that he gets his pieces out quickly. So that happened.
Dropping knowledge left and right.
Yeah. So E3, and now...
Well, E3 gives black a choice. If you're a Grunfeld player, you want to go G6, or some of these cool kids out there also take, and now they either go G6 or Queen 7 followed by G6. But if you're more of a classical guy, like our main man Harry, you go E6 and you say, you know what, if you want to go D4, be my guest, let's play some isolated pawn position, bishop B4, bishop E7. But Nepo has a fresh idea here.
I'm gonna bring in some Peter Svidler knowledge and claim that it's my own. You ready for this?
Yeah,
in this position, Eljanov played bishop E2.
He did?
Was it even against Harry? I think it went... Sorry, he didn't. He didn't go bishop E2. That's a lie.
That sounds like a lie to me.
He went check. It went something. It was... I can't remember the exact move order now. It was something like it was something like this. But the argument is that essentially White did not. He played bishop c4, didn't he? That's what he did. It went like this.
You do the jokes. I do the opening. Explain.
He delayed d4 and played rook d1.
Should I do the jokes?
Hoping for a d4 and then perhaps being able to capture with the knight. But after knight b6, this was earlier in the tournament. This was like
d4 takes, knight d4, knight c3, bc, I'm winning with black.
No. I'm saying preparing d4 at some moment. So this was the actual game. But Harry, I think it was actually against Harry. Knight b6 was played, and then Eljanov played bishop b5. Because if you go bishop b3, e5 is just very strong for black. So instead, Jan played the more
I've never seen this idea. Like, 95 I'm sure has been done, but EDB4, is this standard stuff?
This is kind of, I don't know if it's standard, but it's a very interesting idea, isn't it?
For sure. Just news to me. CB?
So if you take a pawn, then bishop b2, and you just claim that black finds it difficult to develop his kingside.
Fair enough.
How do you develop? You never want to go f6.
Harry played c4 as if it was the most normal move in the book, but after bishop b2, you still have these issues,
yeah,
don't
you
you?
still have these issues, and I don't know why c4 is preferable. That feels already like some weird positional decision, in my opinion. I hate that move, actually, I'll be totally honest with you. Because bishop b4, I've got bishop g7. Minimum. A queen a4 check might even be stronger here. Knight c6, knight e5. I don't even know. Could also just be like winning, right? So I don't even think you can take on b4. Queen a5. Yeah, tricky.
The saga continues, but
yeah, no, but
minimal.
Okay. Minimum bishop takes g7. And what? You want to play this position with black?
No.
You probably don't, right?
No.
So if you don't take on b4, let's say you play a move like knight c6.
Okay, let's say that. b5 maybe?
Yeah,
or a3?
Just a3 makes sense. I just don't understand how we're getting developed here with black. It's a very strange...
Looks like you have to go f6.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just gross.
It's a bit ugly.
It's really ugly. It's not even a bit ugly. Like, even here, just anything. Knight h4 is even an option just to... Knight d4 is an option.
All right, let me check in with the chat, because we are doing this show for you, boys and girls. So your wishes are my command. Pet Boy Setuam says, stop the son of a nutcracker about movies and give us commentary. All right.
Son of a nutcracker?
I'm not sure what
What
he
is
means.
a son of a nutcracker? Never heard that before.
Me neither, but now I'm very distracted and we're going to have to look up the son of a nutcracker
Yeah, we'll
instead
look
of
up son of
talking
a
about
Wow,
the
he just
openings.
took on b4, Harry.
Chess Chipmunk says, turn off the engine bar on the left of the board, Jan. Do you mean turn off or turn on? Because right now it's turned off, that's why it's stuck here. But what I could do is do this, and it disappears. But
Voila.
I might go back to it.
Voila.
I don't know. Anyway, please keep telling me turn it on or turn it off, and I will oblige every time.
And if there are any sons of nutcrackers out there in the chat, please send through your guide to behaving responsibly in life and doing things well.
And around walnuts.
And walnuts is good. So bishop takes b4. Harry just took it. So I assume this is going to happen. And then
If you go backwards, it's very sharp, isn't it? Like, not that obvious how white continues
that's
its
also
development.
true. Yeah, that's also true. Maybe we just know nothing. All right, let's go to another game, Jan.
And which one, though?
Let's
Maybe one we haven't seen yet?
Oh, let's
Maybe
go
the
to
tournament leader?
So Aronian.
Oh, I'm supposed to know stuff about
You
this.
are supposed to know stuff about this.
Because I did a video series on this very opening, which we like to call the Vienna. So I'll just go on a very boring monologue.
Please do.
No movie talk for a while now.
Please do.
So this opening, here the move d takes c4 is what I call the Vienna. Everybody calls it the Vienna, which I recommended in my video series, my Black Repertoire against d4. Levon did not play this, but I'll explain why he didn't. He went dc4, and the only line people can be afraid of here is e4, bishop b4. No, he didn't go bishop. e4, bishop b4, and bishop takes c4, which is a pawn sacrifice, knight c4, knight e4. I can't get the squares right. Knight e4 castles with compensation, very sharp stuff. I covered it in my series. Should update it one day, but black players are sometimes cautious to go here. Your boy, Karana, he won a weird game against Eljanov last year in Vaikanze in the line. But if you want to avoid this and still play the Vienna, some people say, you know what, I'll play the very well-standing Ragozin when I'm ready to discuss the main line CD, ED and the queen a4 check lines. But if you go bishop g5, now I'll play dc4, and after e4, c5, we will transpose back to the Vienna. Right. Because you normally get this position, or you used to get this position after dc, e4, bishop b4, bishop g5, c5, and the same position is on the board.
I should point out, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see an interesting game here, check out the game Gormally-Trent, which well and truly buried this line for black. This one doesn't quite work, I think, for a number of reasons. Now
we've known that for a number of years as well.
Gormally-Trent was back in probably 12, 13 years ago, so maybe back then it wasn't.
Most people's reference game why this doesn't work is game, no? Kramnik versus Carlsen, I believe, but Gormally-Trent is up there. Anyway, it's been refuted for a long time after a4, c6, e5, eh6. This is good for white.
Yeah.
So people go e4, c5.
Right.
White is a choice between e5 and bishop takes c4. Bishop c4 is what Wely does. And this old line, which Levon has played throughout his career, like even 15 years ago, he was playing this stuff with queen a5, is also the main line of my video series. And as far as I know, and as far as I said, fine for black. So I'm very curious to see what Wely has up his sleeve here.
Maybe he's just going to make a draw.
Also possible. Bishop b5. They used to play bishop d7 here, but then after bishop f6, gf, bishop takes d7, knight d7, castles. Well, not hopeless for black either, but white was generating a bit of an initiative, because this king is not so safe. Books could be written about this position as well. I've played this myself, but knight bd7 is what the cool kids do. The only try here is bishop f6, and now you don't go gf, because then white just castles and says, I have a better king, and you have nothing to show for it, and so you take here first, a little Zwischenschach. The main move is king f1, gf6, and after h4, the debates begin. But as I mentioned, currently, black is supposed to be in great shape here.
We might get that, Jan.
We might very well get this. It's stuff like this, knight e5 or queen d6. What did I give? Did I give knight e5? I wish I could remember anything ever, but I'm not here to remember stuff. You watch my video series and you remember it. Because I don't play chess, let's face it. In the Thailand Open, no one's going to test me here because they think I'm a big theoretician.
I agree. So, yeah, this is on the board, and so it all remains to be seen whether Wely is going to play h4.
I should add one thing. I was being slightly facetious because I was trying to mock you, as usual. Yeah. But after b5, a4, there is a bit of a movement to play c5 in this position, which is not hopeless. I don't think it equalizes. I've checked this a bit, but it's better than the old lines with c6. So thanks for pointing it out. Ribéry in the chat. He's saying, I am pert advocates this, but I only trust GM pert. I am pert. Not buying it.
Yeah,
no offense to
no,
your friend.
Don't trust any IMs.
Rich is Richard an IM? I thought he was a GM too.
No, Rich is an IM.
Because they're twins, right?
They are twins. It was their birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday!
You don't really. That wasn't really an authentic, genuine kind of congratulations.
No,
it wasn't. That's fine.
I like them fine though.
Yeah,
I know Nick better.
I know them both
pleasant
very
guys.
well. They're nice guys. Yeah. What we got the weirdest King's Indian in the world.
Adiban.
Adiban with the King's Indian that looks completely hopeless for black.
Not sure, but Adiban,
this is so
ever
weird.
since he decided, you know what, I'll play goofy chess. I'm not going to try to play normal chess with these guys. He has like 3.5 out of 4 after the last 4 games.
True. This looks horrible though, and this is coming from a King's Indian player for most of my life. So we got an H3, the Magekanov.
I call the Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski has been doing consistent work here, trying to prove that this is good for white because of his extra space and all that. I'm not a big specialist, and neither is Adiban apparently. Or maybe he thinks the main lines are good.
Knight a6 is a very well known move. Bishop e3.
Sure. But here they go e5.
Now they go e5, right. So c6 is already a bit offbeat. But rook c1 is also a very curious move here. Wonder what that is.
I'm also not sure. Maybe after e5, is there a world where we could grab the pawn and argue that the rook on c1 covers c3?
I don't think so. Yes.
Probably not.
Probably not. I never believed knight takes e5, you know.
Never, ever.
No.
No, but it doesn't seem to work.
I think the idea is maybe to actually go do a quick c5. So after, can you go... I don't know how this is going to work. Even that doesn't feel quite right. No, not quite sure what rook c1 is all about. Where's Peter's fiddler when you need him?
He doesn't know anything about rook c1. He's hopeless. On
but
rook
knight
b1 is good.
c7 is really curious because
it's an odd little move, isn't it?
It's like, what is that knight doing there? Where is it going?
Let's say I go here and you go e5, d5. This
it's
knight
just
is dumb.
Horrible, yeah.
So the point must be to do something else, like a6.
Yeah, but as soon as you go a6, so
b5
let's say
directly.
bishop e2, a6 here. Now c5 is a really awkward move, like in these positions.
I agree.
This is really odd stuff. I'd be very happy here with white, even if it's a bit funky. I would know, just in principle, my position must be good. I've got the center. I'm developed. Okay, b5.
Now you also do this immediately.
Okay, so cb, cb.
Well, e4 is...
Well, hold on.
Or prise.
En prise. And we can't win things tactically with e5, right?
No.
No? Okay. Could go knight e5, which is interesting, but no, bishop e7. Yeah. Okay, d. D.
Yeah, well, there's no threats, really.
So knight d5? You want to go knight d5, huh? Mm-hmm.
I said we'll check
No,
here
sure,
if I
but
ever need it.
and then bishop's in, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Possibly, so he just wants to do a quick b5, huh?
Yeah, but we surely can anticipate that. First of all, b5 is never the end of the world in such a position. Let's say even if I ignore it and play a3, then white is still better long term if the structure stabilizes. So normally you have to justify with a very quick d5 or knight takes e4 or d5. But even that is not clear. And secondly, white might have better moves than bishop to e2. a4 looks a bit off, but it's an option.
g4 is an option.
g4 is an option. Knight d2 is an option, fighting against b5 once again.
White's
I
got
like
a
this
lot of
move,
options
actually.
here. Yeah, knight d2. That's a U move, you know?
Yeah, touch
That's
of
very
class.
U. Classical.
No, well, it looks very logical.
Yeah.
Now you're fighting against b5, because now we, I believe, can take twice. Even though I was just wondering about
94.
this.
No, you
No,
can't
94
do it.
doesn't work
94
because
doesn't do
of
knight c3,
takes
yeah.
and knight c3. But the immediate queen a5, if there's black gets his pawn back here, I wasn't that convinced, but probably queen a4 works.
Even bishop c6 might work, right? Oh no,
What's
then
possible?
b8. You get a lot of play with black. Queen a4 looks like a good idea. Yeah, it'll look. It's just a bit. I don't know. It's just a bit. Doesn't feel right.
Does
But
smell a bit
like
funny.
many things in life, things that don't feel right are often right. Right?
I know that's your motto, but I don't think everybody goes through life like that.
Talking about going through life, we got
Excellent segue once again.
uh,
Let me change
An
the
opening.
goofy little cartoons.
yeah, please do. We've got a little Trompovsky on the board, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you who are premium members watching this show, which means all of you, check out my series on the Trompovsky if you haven't thus far. After e6 in my series, I suggest the move e4.
I'm not surprised.
But knight d2 is also a very feasible option, but leads to more quiet play.
Yeah, the thing with e4, of course, is you gotta be ready to give up the two bishops in return for space. What do you give? c3? You strike me as a c3
Yeah, I gave c3.
type of guy.
Yeah.
Andreikin, yeah, he wants to keep things more fluid, pretend or hint at e4 and provoke black to go d5 when we get a more standard, whatever they call these things. Torre, London with a bishop here. Well, you get a thing.
Yeah. e3, c5, c3, knight c6. And here, Andreikin played bishop d3. Notice how he is delaying the knight to g f3, just in case he wants to go f4, and he has played these systems before. If you're a bit careless here with black, white can drum up quite a lot of initiative if he gets in f4. Knight f3, castles, knight e5. It's very simple for white to play.
The thing is, black normally, let's say I go here, he played queen b6. Black normally has to do something about this very quickly. If you allow this and castles, you just have a horrible stone wall where this bishop is already out.
Yeah.
So normally black, in order to make these things work, goes for some very quick complications here. Stuff like this, and I don't know, probably doesn't work at all in this position, but
not in this position.
I try to mix it.
But queen b6
queen
immediately
b6
is interesting. So I wonder if the idea is, if queen b3, does he want to go c4? Is that the idea?
Yeah, queen b3 in general, I'm not sure if it's a big
Well, if the bishop
deal.
were on, yeah.
Do I have like g5s, knight h5?
No, I'm wondering about this move, c4.
Sure.
Forcing queen takes b6 here, and after bishop moves to go b5, and we can't stop b4. That's the idea.
That also looks perfectly fine. Yeah, I agree. No, queen b3 is bad, I believe.
Yeah, queen b3 looks to be wrong. If he were, you know, in this position, no, just give him up. Knight e2, buddy. Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Do it. Knight e2. Crush him.
First of all, not 100% clear that black takes now after knight e2.
Okay.
Once again, I can do my favorite maneuver, trying to get this guy.
Yeah, but okay. But I just castle.
You happy, huh?
Yeah. You're lacking in development.
Who needs development?
I might go fg3. Don't tell me.
No, you will. That's why I'm taken instantly.
All right, I'm going to go fg3.
Oh my god.
It's going to be a long day, folks.
Yeah. All right, this is the English school of chess way to interpret this position with a crushing attack on the f-file. The problem is you're lost long term, but you might checkmate before.
I think I will.
Because all your horses are so active. Anyway.
No, I mean, it's obviously...
Rook b1 played as anybody would. By Andreikin.
Rook b1 is also a very sensible move. Why
Defends
not?
the pawn.
Defend a pawn. Keep your pawns, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's have a look at
Giri.
Rappy.
Rappy?
And Rappy sounds slightly wrong.
Yeah, it definitely sounds wrong.
At the Rapport game. Is there a name for the defense used by Rapport here? Yep, it's called the Queen's Indian defense. It's the most mainstream Rapport's ever played. This is perfectly solid line. a5, also a well-known idea here. Bishop b4, ab favors black. So white typically castles and now moves this bishop somewhere. g5, f4, knight c3 has also been played. Queen c2 has been played. Plenty theory, but all of this is standard stuff. Richard May was worried about a tricky little idea that is often an option in these positions with the point that this bishop lacks space. Therefore, he goes all the way back home. And this is a typical, not a stalemate, but because a stalemate implies one side can't move anymore, but an impasse where white wants to develop his knight, but when he does, black exchanges it instantly with knight e4. Well, if you play smart waiting moves, then they have different drawbacks in these positions. So it's a bit of a weird situation. And Giri decided not to mess around, but just exchange these knights. d6, queen c2. Favors black that one pair of minor pieces got exchanged because black has less space. But I'd still take white, frankly. e4 is a threat. Knight g5 might be an idea. Who knows?
Yeah, knight d7, knight g5.
Not
Not
the end
that
of the
clear,
world,
no.
frankly.
Knight d7, knight g5. Threatening mate, you have to take. Takes rook b8. And
A tiny edge for white. Bishop g5, queen g5, bishop anywhere, c6, f3, g2, what do I know? But nothing special with only one pair of minor pieces.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. So I would expect if knight d7 happens, Giri just goes for e4 and grabs some more space.
similar kind of position in Wojtaszek, Karjakin, reasonably similar.
Oh, Karjakin revisits the Queen's Indian. We all thought he stopped doing that, or that he had prepared some other opening for the match maybe. But this one against Radek, he sticks to his gun.
Yeah, this is his old favourite, isn't it?
He got into some trouble during the candidates, or he held all these positions, but people played knight c3 against him, hinting at e4, and he always went for this structure. Suffered a little, but held it, and Wojtaszek, one of the better prepared guys out there, is going for the old main line, bishop g2, when black has time, since e4 is not threatened, to go c6, tending d5, and then to recapture here with the c-pawn. Like for stream, dropping frames detected. Life is fun, boys and girls. We'll soldier on a bit, and we'll see if you guys can see us again or not. I am truly deeply sorry and deeply annoyed. I'm not sure if my sorriness or my annoyedness outweigh each other.
Annoyedness?
Annoyedness is the clinical term. Anyway, boring Queen's Indian theory, blah, blah, blah.
He really is.
Bishop b7, e4. Apparently, black is in time, but I've looked at this once. It was a little bad for white. To take and go c5. And once again, you have a similar motive in some positions to go knight g5 at an opportune moment. I think they take with a bishop actually here. Knight g5 takes rook b8 somewhere. Bishop back to f6 or cd followed by bishop to f6. And white is a teeny tiny bit better, but not the end of the world. I'm Preciso says, how many people is watching the stream? Maybe too many. No, it's not that. This is a premium only show, so it's fewer viewers than we normally have. It's issues with the internet lines around Hamburg and some construction and what do I know. They always tell me some stories. Yeah, this is a boring, solid line. Anything to add?
No, it is. No, sorry, I just dropped off there slightly. Let's go back to the Carlsen game very quickly, because after g4, Luki did play h6 and bishop g2. So Magnus develops his bishop, knight c6, and played h3 himself. And Luke responded with the very interesting move, pawn to g5.
There's a count in the chat. I'm not sure if that's people having trouble or people still being able to see us. I'm guessing it's people having trouble. Yeah, I'll go on a brief break. I am very, very sorry for all the issues. Not sure how much we can do, but I will do my very best to yell at people. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are covering round number 9 of the Tata Steel Masters here. Supposedly. I'm Jan Gustafsson, and for the alternative facts, we brought in Lawrence Trent.
Fake news. No fake news here. Is it fake news here? Alternative facts, fake news.
All the same thing.
Is this all real, what we're watching? Because it feels all like a bit of a dream to me. Grown men pushing bits of wood on a board, getting paid tons of money.
It is a bit insane, right? But then again, normally if you're a chess player, you're not doing that much to harm society or to harm anything around you. Which, if you're not doing anything too bad, I feel in our day and age, that's already a good state. You could even say, like some people, you people, enjoy the entertainment provided by Magnus Carlsen and all these other dudes. And today Magnus Carlsen is out for blood.
He is. He took on c6 after g5. That's 8g5. Maybe we can go back there. g5, a very positionally sensible way to play this position, despite making what looks like a bit of a lunge on the king side. The idea is that black wants to secure a place on e5 for his knight, because white now cannot go f4 so easily. So that's why Magnus Carlsen, very logically as well, given that knight e5 is now somewhat of a positional threat, took that knight off on c6, and after b takes c6, followed up with e5. This looks very logical to me. Opening up the diagonal for the bishop, attacking the knight, and of course d takes e5 is almost certainly, well, it's a bullet game attempt, but I don't think it's a real attempt here. d5, queen d8. I mean, bishop c6, bishop d7, bishop a8, queen a8.
No, some compensation.
There's compensation here. So, but what I was concerned about was actually, instead of this, just taking on d8 and going bishop takes c6, which must favour white. Rook b8, castles. Bishop
maybe not.
Bishop e3 also is strong.
Because I like this trick.
Yeah, that's always a nice one, huh? Ever played that in a real game?
No, of course not. I've never castled queenside in my life.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still waiting to get this in one day.
So what's he going to do? He's going to play e5,
well, he
knight
has to
d5.
play knight d5
right.
apparently. When...
So here the question is, do you go... Can you go...
No, I just want to take.
Take? But can I take on c... No, I can't. I can't.
You can. Maybe I have this. I'm not sure.
That's true. That's a bit tricky.
Yeah, there's also bc when c6 is hanging. So I don't think you can,
you can't
move this horsey.
So bishop takes d6. And then some move.
Oh, queen d4. A lot of pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, I like white's
Probably got
position.
a castle.
Yeah, this might be okay for black, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure about queen d4.
Knight e4
further
is...
thought. This might be a more natural move.
But now maybe I can play... Can I play bishop f4 like a boss?
Like a boss? I don't know, c4 maybe?
Yeah. c4. Queen a5 check is interesting.
Is it? Does it really interesting?
King f1, bishop
King f1
a6.
for a poor example. This you take, yeah?
Yeah, this one I'm happy with because I land on f4 potentially. Queen d2.
Still has to be calculated. Like,
you could go knight d2 there, which is a...
Oh, knight d2 might be better. I was going to try to grab a pawn, but that's sort of not so great. Because here...
Yeah, no, this is good for black. Yeah.
We ran into some turbulences.
Yeah.
Turbulences? Turbulence?
Turbulence.
Yeah. No plural.
A bit like feet. No, that is feet, yeah.
No, feet is the same as 1 feet, 2 feet?
Yeah, right.
You're a horrible native speaker.
Feet, 1 feet, 2 feet. Anyway.
Some issues with the live feed today.
Yeah. No, it didn't work. Knight d5.
Of course it worked. How can you say that?
Oh, Passion, Grandmaster. Who's Passion?
That's Max Illingworth from Australia.
Illingworth. Right. Hi, Max Illingworth.
Knight d5 looks forced. ED6, I'm not sure if it's forced. It looked logical.
Yeah.
But there might be other options. Can you take and then
Nah,
use c4?
nah.
Okay, we able to
You
do
don't
it?
do that. You don't.
All right. Let's
You
not do
don't
it.
do that. He won't do that. He might do that.
Who knows?
I think he'll take on d6 somehow. I think he'll do well.
KG is wondering, Loris, is like a boss a reference to Will Kassouf?
Yes,
Wow, I thought it was a reference to The Lonely Island.
Will Kassouf, my buddy. He's not really my buddy, but he's kind of. He's. I met him once, friend of a friend on the UK poker scene. Do you know about Will Kassouf?
What you're
He got famous this year.
I don't know.
For
Famous people.
last year, I should say, in the World Series of Poker, made it to like the final 15, and bluffed people with 9 high and said 9 high like a boss.
Oh, I see.
Got famous.
Was not
Did
aware.
well. He's doing well for himself. He just won an EPC as well, so a lot of table talk, trash talking. People got triggered. It was very funny.
That does sound
It was.
like a lot of fun.
There should be more table talk at chess, right? You should be able to just talk to these guys, right, during the game.
I don't know.
No?
Feelings might get hurt. You never know.
That's the whole point.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who do you think would be the strongest if you were allowed to talk during a game?
Me.
Nah. Like, you still need
Some chess skills.
some chess skills. Some offense.
Magnus is pretty strong, I think.
Magnus is probably still pretty good.
Yeah.
Levon enjoys his trash talking. Wojtaszek, a horribly foul mouth. I'm joking. Radek is a very polite guy.
His chess game
Wei
today.
Yi.
Wei would kill it in the old cussing game.
Mouth on that kid.
Yeah. How dare he? What we got? Hold on. So Wei Yi hasn't moved after knight c7. He's still trying to work.
Shell shocked.
He's just like, what is this maneuver? What is your knight doing on
Thinking of
c7?
d5.
I don't know what he's thinking about. What's interesting though is that Dmitry Andreikin did put his knight on e2. For all you haters out there,
Well, after recovering his b2 ball.
that's
And
true. Isn't he worse?
Eljanov played very directly with e5. He
Yeah.
was afraid that if he spends too much time, this will happen. And you are indeed worse. Or even just knight f3. The queen on b6 doesn't have that much to do. So he followed up with direct play. And Andreikin said, you know what, you push all your pawns. I will just develop my pieces. I won't blunder this knight. Therefore, I'll put it on e2. And
Still
be my
feels
guest.
like Black is doing great here, no?
Does it? I don't know.
No?
It feels like he could be overextending a little bit. What happens if we grab the pawn, though? Takes, takes, takes. Probably you're left with too many weaknesses.
I don't know. I always felt like putting my knight on d2 and e2 in these lines was... Oh, no, we're not going to do this.
I'm just asking. Probably costs too much time, yeah? Even something like this is not so pretty. Then we jump around.
Yeah. Even this is probably okay, but yeah, you don't want to do this, I don't think. I think after knight e2, you just play your moves. Just play bishop e7. What's the big problem?
Maybe there is no big problems. Takes, maybe?
Oh, I can even take with the queen here.
Well, you probably will.
Yeah. And you want to go e4 or something, queen d6.
Oh, c4, I don't know. Something. b5, c4.
Yeah, complicated position. Nicht so einfach, as they say in some parts of Vienna.
No, they don't say that.
No, they say Grüß Gott.
They say that, yeah.
I can't remember quite what it means, but I think it means thank you, right?
No, it means hi.
Oh.
Literally, it means great God, but in parts of Austria and southern Germany, they say Grüß Gott.
Oh, it
to
means
say
hello on the phone, right?
No, it means
Just
hello
in
anywhere. I don't know. I think in real life too. I never meet people, so all I know is that it's on the internet. It means hello. On WhatsApp, if someone says "Grüß Gott," it means hello. In the meantime, So versus Aronian have reached the starting position in my video series, Tabia, as us people with fake chess culture like to say. This is big Tabia. And here there are many moves. Rook b1, rook b3, rook b1, rook c1. If h5. I think my main line was this, but once again, my memory is spotty at best. This is a very sharp position that is supposed to be fine for black. White is currently a pawn down. He's hoping to prove that he has enough compensation with his very active rooks and the black king not being such a happy camper in the center. When the timing is often very tricky for black. When can he castle? For example, here you might not be in time to castle because you might run into some rook g3, queen h6 business. Let's say king h8, queen h6, and things might be bad. I'm thinking about this as I put it on the board. Knight g6, I guess rook d1.
Queen f4.
Rook g6.
Oh yeah, that's an issue.
Some
That is
issues.
an issue.
So I believe in this position you are supposed to return a pawn with bishop d7.
Return of the Mac.
That is a song by
Mark Morrison.
Mark Morrison?
1994?
I think this was a position where you're supposed to do something like this. And this.
Is this
But
the
once
Mark
again, I could be
Morrison
wrong.
tabia?
No, it's
variation?
not.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not. I thought Return of the Mac was whenever they came up with the iMac.
No. Mark Morrison.
No. And anyway, sharp theoretical position, supposed to be fine, Wesley. So, of course, big theoretician, but also big, very tight player. So maybe he just knows that white doesn't take a risk here in, many different versions. And he's just trying to decide on the most risk-free. Levon is blitzing out his moves. Levon knows this position. Inside, upside, and around. He's headed on the board against Anish Giri in Norway chess. 2015, 2016, I think 2015. It's supposed to be fine. For more details, watch my video series because I can't remember any of them. This position looks weird.
Weird game. This is Nepomniachtchi versus Harikrishna. What we got? We've just got a random position. It's probably winning for white. That's what. If you had to give me a guess, I would say this is probably winning for white. Not winning, but very good for white.
Let's ask the engine. Let's not pretend to do too much hard thinking here. Can't switch on the engine. Okay, let's do all the heavy lifting ourselves then. Don't you hate that feeling when that engine button is broken? But it's there. Says equal c3. Now it says white is better. Feels like white is better, no?
Yeah.
How did we get here? Rook g8, bishop e5. That's clever to go here. Harry develops his pieces quickly, but long term, his king does not really have a safe haven. You don't want to castle queenside into this b-file things either. Therefore, he goes, if you can't defend,
Route 1.
go active.
Yeah.
Do you see Rogue One?
No, I've not seen it yet. No, have you?
Yeah, I hated it.
Oh, okay.
h4, bishop f4 on the board. What happens if bishop h3 here? Just 91. I guess just 91.
Yeah.
I'm sure you would just happily give the exchange as well, right?
Happily.
Happily ever after. But Harry is adding further, this is the expression I struggle with, most of all expression, fuel to the flames.
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Not
But you
really.
don't really, do
We
you?
don't do it, no.
I've had this discussion. There's no good
Fuel to
expression.
the fire, we say.
Fuel to the fire?
Definitely fuel to the fire.
All right. Fire
Good,
to the
good.
rain?
Fire to the rain? Isn't that a song?
Yeah, it's an Adele song or something, right? It doesn't make any sense.
No, that's good.
I always think of it. Anyway, d4, ed, I don't get it.
Let's just all offer a draw and go home.
That's normally my attitude to chess, but people have accused me of chickenness, cynicism, rabbit-heartedness many a time over the years for that. And they were right. Chess is one of the areas, sports in general, where finding a compromise is not appreciated as the high art of diplomacy.
Very disappointing. Yeah, ED4. I'll take white here. Black's king is uncastled. It might just sometimes sneak on effort, but I don't know. This could really go any way. Really have no idea what's going on. Addy played b5.
Now bishop e2 was played. I'm slightly surprised that way he did not play my expert knight d2 move, stopping b5 and meeting e5 with d5. Especially since knight g4 is not an issue here. Normally after knight d2 you gotta worry about knight g4. So that's what I would have done, but Wely maybe also welcomes a more open fight. Both of these guys not exactly shy. Now e5, blitzed out. Without CB, so this bishop will not have a clear view.
Right.
What does he want, pawn or knight?
Both look very reasonable, don't they? Knight e5 and bishop e7 castles.
Yeah.
Why not? It just feels a bit wrong.
Feels slightly
The
off,
rook
right?
is really well placed on c1 now. You know, it's... What does black want after castles, for example? Do you really want to take on c4 and leave yourself with this pawn on c6?
It's all slightly unpleasant. This feels like the logical follow-up. So you
Even
put your
knight
knight
takes.
here, but it's not,
Let's
not great.
play bishop takes also.
Yeah, knight
Knight
here,
d5.
knight here. I'd take white.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Did I mention I'm not a fan?
You might have mentioned that thrice. Obi thrice. Who's Obi thrice? Some rapper?
He was
It's a rapper, right?
pretty sure he's a rapper.
Let's find out.
Obi
Yeah.
Trice.
Ah, it's not thrice, it's
Yeah.
trice. Alright. Obi Trice featuring Eminem, rap name.
He's older than you.
No one's older than me.
Obi is.
All my references are for ancient people. Anyway, we do like Wely's position. Adiban playing his creative brand of chess, but with black it's slightly trickier to get away with taking these liberties.
I don't like his position. I'm going to go for a 1-0 there today. I think Wely is going to do the business.
Yeah, Wesley so Aronian still keep blitzing down the main line. I keep trying to remember.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember this Kramnik-Annan game
No,
from
but that
London.
was different. This, I believe, is the TARP here. That after queen d2,
Knight
you
c6.
can't go knight c6, because here you're losing somehow. I can't remember how, but you're losing somehow. Rook d3, queen h2, and there was some win for white. Don't ask me how, because I don't know. I keep mixing things up. But no,
I'm sure I remember Kramnik-Annan talking about this repetition. At London.
I know, but it was with the pawn on h5.
Was it?
Yeah. See, and this is winning for white. This is the trap.
This is winning, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why.
So deep.
No, it's all in the series, ladies and gentlemen. After queen d2, you have to play bishop d7. But Levon knows all these things. In his sleep, queen d2 is what Giri played against him.
Right.
Bishop d7, rook b7. Then black's choice between rook c8 and rook d8. Both of which I believe equalize after careful play. But yeah, queen d2 is the main attempt here. There's other moves. I believe h5 has been played here. Rook c3 was a move. a4 is sometimes played to fight against b5. A lot of theory, but so far nothing new. Therefore, slightly interesting that they've taken so much time to get to this position. Indicates that Wesley might be surprised by Levon's opening choice a little bit. Which game would you like to go to? What's your go-to game?
We'll quickly check in with my Andreikin. And interesting. So here Andreikin, after knight e2, sorry, Eljanov took, Andreikin took with the e-pawn, and he played e4, forcing bishop c2. And black has gained some space, but white is he's got a lot of elasticity in his position. These guys are ready to spring into the game where necessary. And black's sent a good crumble.
I was thinking about much boringer plans.
Yeah, also that. So let's say bishop e7, for example, here. Maybe you can
Still.
take.
It's
Nah,
slow, yeah?
nah,
A bit too slow, maybe.
Nah. 93, 97. No.
Nah.
No, we don't like that. We don't like that.
Not one bit.
Not one bit. But what about just castling here like a normal human being?
I don't know. I really don't like this knight on d2.
Yeah, but castles, and if you go f3, are we worried about e3?
Maybe not. No, we're
Is
probably
this
not. We'll just
guy
take
just
it.
gonna drop? So f3, and if you have to take, suddenly we've got one of these gorgeous structural transformations. Open f-file. Knights are ready to spring into action. Yeah. This position has got a lot of elastic potential, is how I would term it. Trying to show that I've got some kind of understanding. In the Giri game, after queen c2, so knight eventually bishop f4, bishop e7, knight c3, knight e4, queen c2. We saw this takes queen c2, and now f5.
Yeah,
Double
shows that Rapport maybe does think that knight g5 was a bit of a threat. Then again, you could probably... Can you still do this? I can't calculate. Takes, knight e6, queen c8 is a problem. Yeah, this doesn't work. Because after knight f8, bishop f1, black emerges with extra material. So knight g5 is impossible. Well, it was possible after knight d7.
Yeah.
Therefore.
So f5 is interesting.
Stopping knight g5 and e4.
Rook a d1 played.
Hinting at d5, which is a typical idea against this bishop.
And I like bishop e4.
Bishop gets freed. Queen c1.
And queen e8.
e8. Your style. Queen to h5.
I'm not sure he wants to go queen to h5. I don't think that's the idea.
I think he's sort of fighting against one typical white plan in these positions, which would be, let's say, knight bd7 to go here and then here. And after, well, this would still be possible maybe, but after queen e8, bishop h3 is out of the question because it's always met by queen h5. So what can white do? Probably have to exchange his bishop here, knight d2 or knight e1. Knight d2 blunders my thing. By my thing, I mean this guy. Yeah, that would be a pity.
That's unfortunate.
It's very sad to blunder your bishops.
Yeah, it is. Happens all the time.
Tell me about it. Is knight e1 or what do you do? I don't know.
I don't know.
I believe guys feel slightly cheated that Rapport is playing normal solid openings now. Wouldn't you think that's unfair if you're Anish Giri and you were looking forward to refuting the Elephant Gambit or Rook G8? Or, that's not really what he does, but then he just plays a solid Queen's Indian.
Yeah. Slightly annoying, isn't it? If you're Anish Giri, but you got to be prepared. In the Jan Nepomniachtchi game, we've got a position which looks close to winning for white, in my opinion. I think Harry has gone a bit too hurrah today.
Oh.
Well, what actually happened? We saw it after d4. He took on d4. Why not? Open up some lines. No,
knight takes. I didn't even play c3. I thought c3 was his big plan.
But just taking here. So pawn count is white is a pawn up.
He wants to take the exchange. Yeah, knight e2 and bishop g3.
But knight e2, queen e2 is just so I just do any old iron.
Takes.
And just take. And just claim that your king's in the center and you're going to get checkmated.
King is in the center.
Looks disastrous to me.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi so far has not had a great tournament.
No.
But today it seems like, well, he maybe out-prepared Harry. Or at least this knight takes d5 and b4 idea I've never seen before.
Interesting idea, yeah.
And looks like he got the better of Harry out of the opening here. How's Magnus doing against Lukey Boy?
Looks like he's doing just fine, doesn't it? I mean, Luke could just lose in 23 moves today. It's one of those positions where if you're really careless, white just wins. He goes knight e4, c4, queen d4, and you resign. Basically. Let me put
Put a face on it.
I don't know. Let me put it bad. Let's say this move.
Bad
Bad move.
Yeah.
Bad move. But I'm just trying to illustrate. Knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
The queen drops back.
Mm-hmm.
You play c4.
Mm-hmm. Knight f4.
Knight f4. Knight f6 check is already an issue.
But yeah.
King e7.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Not ideal. So the problem Luki has is that he has to already be super accurate. And it's not clear. Like, even after bishop e7, knight e4.
Luki also seems to have the general problem that his preparation is just not very good for this tournament.
F4 and queen.
I gotta chop that off.
Do we?
Yeah. It's horse.
Take, take.
Is this so bad?
No, this is okay. With the dark square control, I'm not... Even, we don't mind giving this guy up. Because we're always going rook b8, so... I don't think this is critical, but maybe this is the way. Bishop e7, it's a natural move. You control squares. Is Magnus going to play knight e2?
It's a nice move, covering f4.
It's really a nice move. Could just
I like it.
Could just be extremely strong. The idea being, let's say, castles c4, and if knight b6, firstly I can take and take on c6. And if I go like knight b4, maybe I can just take, hit this guy. Yeah, this is just a disaster as well for black. Too many things hanging.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good.
So, after, is Magnus going to play knight e2? He just is, isn't he? It's a sort of...
quite good at chess. And
Yeah,
it's not out of this world. You want
No.
to prepare c4, knight e4 looks more natural, but to cover the f4 square, it's not unnatural. And this knight even could have some active roles from here, going to d4, or, well, you don't want to go f4. Supporting f4 in the distant future. Yeah, that's a nice option. And Luke's preparation, yeah, it's not great in this tournament. You play the Scheveningen, which is supposed to be bad because of g4. And after h6, bishop g2, knight c6. h3, maybe h3 caught him off guard. I'm not sure if that's a critical move, but...
No, that must have been played a bunch of times, h3.
Yeah, of course. g5 here just seems to lead to a bad position. Right? So yeah, Luke, once again, in some trouble. And Magnus, of course, with his 4.5 out of 8, will be desperate for blood to join the fight for first place. He's currently, what, 1 point behind Wesley So? Yeah, he is, I believe.
Who, Magnus?
I'm sorry, I was... yeah, I think Magnus on 4.5 and Wesley is on 5.5 out of 8.
Right, yeah. No, he is a full point behind, but I am expecting 1-0 today. But we had to remind our viewers, or have to, or should, or will do. I'm using every tense that I know. That's 3. I don't even know things like conditional, you know. I'm just using 3 main tenses to remind our viewers that today there was, or is, or could be, a possibility that Magnus is dethroned as world number 1 if results went against him. In other words, if Magnus were to lose this extremely promising position after 10 moves with white against the guy on 1.5 out of 8, there's about as much chance of that happening as me qualifying to play the World Cup this year. Then...
Will you try to qualify for the World Cup? I'm very excited.
I might give it a whirl. I'm going to discuss it with myself and come to a decision.
What do you think the odds are of you becoming world champion by following all the steps in the cycle? Like, what do you have to do? Are you allowed to play in the European Championship? Probably you're allowed to, right? All right, let's say you're allowed to play there.
Yeah.
You have to qualify for the World Cup. You have to win the World Cup, or
like
finish the final at least. Yeah. Finish in the top 2.
Win the candidates.
Win the candidates, then defeat Magnus in a match. What are your chances?
How many zeros are there in the world?
Maybe you just need 1 0 there to decipher your chances.
Do you think it's more than 5 million to 1? No, probably not. Right?
I think it's literally 0. I mean, you're 0 right. Offense, but
is it 0? It can't be 0. Right?
Like, we have all these alternate universes. Would it happen once? Like,
yeah, it would happen once.
This
the
theory of monkeys writing novels, right? Like,
right. It would happen once.
But I think you might be worse than a monkey writing a novel, because Monkey by chance will make it happen once. But you're not playing by chance. You're playing using your own instincts as
but
an
maybe
international
in
chess
one
master,
alternate universe, they all blunder and lose on time against me.
Yeah, no, you're right. It can't be 0.
It can't be 0. It's close.
It's I don't know. Let us know, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me finish my sentence. So were Magnus to lose,
Right.
and Fabiano Caruana, who is playing in exactly 20 minutes in Gibraltar, were Fabiano to win his game, Fabiano would be, for the moment, world number 1.
Is that true? I've heard Tarja mention this the other day.
Yeah, it's
I haven't
true.
done the math.
Well, Fabiano's playing
8.5 points, so Fabiano would win like 1 by beating his 2300 opponent. And Magnus,
Was it just 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Magnus would probably, I don't know,
He'd
if he
lose a
loses
bunch.
more than 7.5. But it would be extremely close. However, I believe it's more likely than you becoming world champion, but I still think it's quite unlikely that
I
Magnus
agree.
will lose today.
Will you give me 30 to 1?
I might, yeah.
Oh my goodness, you really... Poor Luke. Luke, if you watch the rerun of this,
Luke will be very
you can
offended by that.
defend.
Yeah, sure.
30 to 1 is atrocious. Right?
That's fair, right? He's worse.
He's black.
And he's outrated. He's probably
down on time.
Down on time because he always
He's
is.
like
Yeah.
30 minutes down on time.
Yeah,
He might just be 30 to 1.
could be.
All you Lukey fans, sorry about this.
Best player 1441 is asking, isn't it .8? I'm assuming he means Caruana's rating. Isn't it .9? I think it's
No,
.9
Fabiano is
nowadays.
definitely 0.9 to win.
Yeah.
No,
I think it's always
500
.9.
points, yeah. 500 points is definitely 0.9.
Where do we go from here? Wojtaszek, Kajakim, but Alright, let's briefly look. So, where did we last leave it? After bishop b7, Wojtaszek was not satisfied with the line I was describing. This is sort of leading to simplificaciones. I know this because this is my repertoire. It's very drawish. You risk nothing, but it's not that much here. Wojtaszek played rook fd1 first when e4 becomes more powerful if black waits for a move here with whatever, rook c8. Therefore Kajakin goes c5 and the structure changes. dc5, bc5. We have a hint of hanging pawns. After cd, ed we would have these hanging pawns, but a pretty decent configuration for black. Therefore Radek goes knight e5, hoping to win by pinning. He won't.
He won't win. No. Not immediately, at least once. Knight e5, bishop e5, queen b6 on the board.
Auctioneer is asking, what is more likely, Lawrence becoming world champion or him playing as point guard for the Golden State Warriors in the future? At least you chose point guard, because center, I believe, then there's no discussion. But point guard, you have the right height, you're very athletic. I don't think you can play basketball, probably.
No.
How old are you? You're
That's sick.
in your
I might
early
actually
30s.
be favourite to be world champion.
I think it's world champion, actually.
Wow.
Unless maybe they could have some promotions. Maybe it's possible you become very rich and then you can buy your way into playing an exhibition game as point guard.
But surely I could
Can't buy your way into being world
Are
champion.
you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Fair enough.
How many people would allow me to pass through them in the European Championships for a few dollars?
I don't know. Like, I would probably sell a game to anybody but you. And I'm joking. I would never do that. But I'm also not joking.
I could
I
buy
would
you.
sell to you.
Yeah. You're easily bought, my friend.
That's very true.
You're
And I'm
very
also
un-German of you as well. How dare you?
That's also
you got
not
no
true.
more?
I'm very German when it comes to that.
We've got your position yet.
Yeah, of course. I am one of the world's leading experts on this line, even though I can never remember a single thing. But after taking some time, they have reached the position I was talking about. And it looks like Wesley has been caught off guard because he spent like 45 minutes to get here. This is still the game Giri vs Aronian, so even if you haven't studied my video series. And how dare you, Wesley, to not study my video series? You could still have seen that game.
He will after this.
Levon probably is going to think a bit now to figure out where the surprise is coming. I do believe that rook d8 was the main move I gave here. Generally, white has taken his pawn back, but it took him a bit of time, and he's pinned here. So black can use this time to generate some counterplay, either with rook c8 or with rook d8, often employing tactics like bishop b5.
Well, you played bishop b5 immediately, which looks
That's
interesting.
also a move, yeah.
So the point is you can't play knight takes b5 because your queen is hanging. And if you go bishop takes b5, after a takes b5, you're opening this rook down the a file. And if you go rook takes b5, maybe you're just falling in for...
Maybe this is the main line, man. I might have mixed up things there. Once
maybe
again.
rook takes b5.
But now you go rook d8.
Yeah. And some problems here. Some technical issues for white.
Interesting. Bishop b5 immediately. But as mentioned, Levon knows everything there is to know about this position. Maybe he thinks bishop b5 is easier. Or I don't know, I have such a horrible memory.
Why can't I go knight b3 immediately?
After bishop b5?
Yeah.
Well, why would you? You're not better.
No. That's...
there's also the good old trick again.
The good old...
We've got this trick in a different version earlier today. Let's just show this.
What's going on here? Oh, wow. That's unfortunate.
That'd be a bit of a bummer.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Bishop e5 is a good move.
Yeah. I'm slightly confused, mainly because I have a feeling I didn't give this in my very computer-infused video series. But I could be wrong. Anyway, Levon has certainly done his homework here. Wesley is being ambushed a little bit.
What do you think for a Levon win today?
I think white has still a sufficient margin of solidity in all these positions. It's very hard for black to win if white
What's the idea of rook
simplifying.
b3 just wants to take?
Coordinate.
And if rook d8? Oh, no.
I recall something like this, but it might have
No,
been a
but that's
different
not
line.
it. But hold on, what happens if I play rook takes b5, baby? That's the computer. The computer and the
I've seen this too, king of 896, yeah?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, I'm having
sugar bumps.
all these flashbacks.
And if
I feel like a Westworld host. Jaque mate.
Jaque mate. And if you go queen takes, then takes...
This actually wasn't that clear. I've analyzed this very position, king g7, queen d5, queen g4, and the saga continues. Or queen c8 was also a move. Maybe queen c8 instead of queen g4.
Yeah.
I've seen this position. This wasn't so clear.
No, this doesn't look clear with this king on f1. White is 2 pawns up, but pieces... this knight is a great piece. Rook is coming to d8. Nicht so klar.
No, I have a feeling I didn't give this. Maybe... I'm sorry. I'm mainly in my own head trying to recall what bothered me here, because I spent a lot of time analyzing all this stuff. But I have a feeling it was something like... Here, I did not fully trust these lines for black. No, I think for black, and therefore I gave something else.
This looks tremendous.
Some weird computering here.
No,
yeah, but no, I've had all this on the board. Yeah, queen f4, king g1. And white was, well, with computer, still a tad bit better in the end. Probably Levon has checked this till the end as well.
Possibly. Possibly not.
I think yes. Or at least people that are working with him, for him, have checked this till the end. This Vienna variation has been very, very popular in Armenian chess circles with Levon and his friend Gabriel Sargsyan for 2 decades now. They know their stuff here.
All right. Oh, Harry snapped off on e2, so we're gonna get the...
Let's go there. This is another...
We're gonna get this queen e2... Queen e2, and is he going to go for...
No, you gotta go bishop d3. If you're gonna suffer, at least suffer with an extra exchange. Even though the computer really hates this.
I mean,
let's switch on the engine bar here. Look at this. He's very excited. Thinking white is seriously better. It's not that hard to believe with this king in the center.
Not at all. Not at all, but you know, Harry's quite a resilient defender. He digs deep, does Harry. So, not over.
AIS thesis says the line in Jan's series still goes 11 moves further. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on all this and just have a goldfish's memory. Ambitious Pawn is saying, in this configuration of the universe, the chance of Trent qualifying is based on how many games Carlsen has played and lost. I'm not sure that's true. Additionally, not taking into account all the super jabs that Trent would have to play to be in that position. Realistically speaking, like 0.0003%.
Yeah, that's kind of optimistic.
I don't know how much that is, but it could
That's
be.
three in.
Could be right.
3 in. How many zeros was it? 5. 3 in 300,000.
I don't even
one
math,
in
bro.
1 in 3. It'd be 1 in 300,000. 1 in 300,000.
That's disturbing to think of that.
That's not that
out
much.
Out of 300,000 times, you'd be world champion once.
Wow, that's so sick. Let it be this year, baby. Can we Google when the European Championships are?
Now that you know there's only 1 in 300,000, you're all fired up.
Yeah, it's the best odds I've got on anything in a while.
It's like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber
Right.
when he asks the
One
girl,
in a million, right? So you're
what
saying
would
there's a
take for a girl
chance.
like you?
And I've
to
got
go
more
with a girl
chance
like
than
me?
Jim Carrey in Dumb and
That's
Dumber.
true. So you're telling me
There's a chance. Let's look up the European chess champion.
Nah. Lukey boy has played bishop to a6, naturally enough. Hitting this rook. It's not clear this bishop belongs here. It could be a bit of a case of this empty diagonal, where the bishop looks developed, but it's really only hitting thin air.
But maybe he wants to take on c3 here. The idea being if queen takes d6, bishop takes d6, bishop takes c6 check, intermediate check, king e7, bishop takes a8.
Oh, now he's connected the rooks.
Yeah, now he's connected the rooks, and you might have knight e2 check anyway.
Well, hang on, I'm a pawn up, right? At the end.
Yes, but comp. Bishop e4, bishop g2, bishop e5, rook b8, this kind of stuff. I don't know. Pawn's a pawn.
b1, b3, bishop a3.
Maybe. This is
e3,
h5,
f3,
interesting.
king f2, h3, bishop e3. We will never know. Magnus played rook e1, and the ball is back in Van Wely's court. Speaking of the ball back in Van Wely's court, I heard there was a very contemptuous football match played on the free day in Vikensee between Team Carlsen and Team Van Wely. They have a bit of history playing sports.
Did Van Wely chop his legs off or try to?
Normally things get a little violent when Magnus...
Before I played Magnus, like, if I knew I was playing football the day before Magnus, I'd be all in for him.
I once elbowed Magnus in the head during basketball. Okay. And he kind of has it coming, because he's like the most physical guy on the court, but
he deserves it.
I still feel slightly bad about it, because what happens if he has lasting brain damage and he's no longer world champion?
Then you'll be well known for something. You'll be well known for your series on the Rogozin and killing him.
Would be me and that dude who stabbed Monica Seles, right? For
exactly.
Ruining careers.
You'd be in the same boat as him.
Right. On another cheerful note, how's this position? This position is weird.
Queen H8 says, I believe Lawrence can manage himself well and improve. Work with Caruana and maybe start competing for the US. Yeah, I'll just ring up Rex and ask if he wants to help me with my transfer.
I'm sure
he'd be delighted.
Road to the World Championship. You need some support. You can't do it all by yourself.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe page, a crowdfunding page to get me there. Yeah, I will. Will you support me?
Not financially, but I will give my moral support, not just my moral support.
Can somebody put in the chat when and where the European Championships are?
That's the first step of you becoming world champion. You have to find out the dates for the European Chess Championship. And I'm not going to lie, I believe that hurdle might be too high for you.
For all of you premium users, if you are interested in donating, were I to set up a page, please let me know.
No, please don't beg for money on this program. These are guys already supporting Chess24.
Just supporting me. It's a personal thing. All right. Yeah. So Pavel Eljanov, he's got this position where White at some point has to go f3. Weird position. Really weird position. Don't know if I like it for White or Black. It's one of those ones. I don't know.
I like White. Safer king.
Knight e4, yeah.
Knight e4. Safer king.
And f5.
Do you know that record, I am sofa king?
No.
I know it.
Oh, it's in Belarus, my favourite place. Actually, that said, hold on, this is all fate.
Tonya Harding's husband. True.
This is all fake. It's in Belarus, I think.
That's your favorite place. I remember
No,
just
but
the other
I
day you
think
told
they've
me.
offered visas now to everyone, so you don't need a visa for Belarus.
That must be fake.
That
You
is-
don't need a visa to go. That
And
means you
I've
have
got
to
friends in Belarus.
go. There you go.
I'll see you there, buddy.
I'm not going, but
Yeah, we'll
like,
go together. We'll conquer the world
the
together.
road,
Me and you in the candidates 2018.
29 May till 10th of June. Yeah, I'm free. Doesn't clash with the Thailand Open. Let's do it. I've never been to Minsk.
Neither have I. I heard it's cold.
Not in May
Peter's
though,
Fiddlers
right?
told me that you don't want to be in a hospital in Minsk, but this was back in the Soviet Union times.
I'm sure times have changed. And I do know that you get hospitalized in most places you go, but maybe you can avoid it in Minsk.
Yes.
Maybe.
This is a bit dull thus far. I mean, nothing's really going on. There are a lot of these kind of games, Rapport game and kayaking.
But
game.
Rapport looks perfectly fine, frankly. And that's against Giri, who's series opening monster. You would sort of expect Rapport to get caught by Anish in the opening. Hasn't happened.
No.
He's getting his pieces out. It's a very good
Happy
outcome for him.
days, yeah. Happy times.
Happy, happy, happy. Let's do a brief tour through the challenges, because it looks like we're out of the opening woods for now in the Masters. Rook c3 played by Wesley, so I feel we've reached the limits of my mind palace, my knowledge here. But Rook d8 might still transpose. Yeah, I think Rook d8 still transposes to a line I've seen. Yeah, it does. Anyway, all theory, Black should hold if he knows what he's doing. I believe Leva knows what he's doing here.
He
Wely
does.
took with the pawn.
He took with the pawn. Okay.
Also interesting. And in Le Challenger. Which
Ooh,
game
in the
tickles your
challenges?
fancy?
Well, they're all so much more fun, aren't they, in the challenges?
I don't know if that's true.
It's true.
Okay.
Stop spreading fake news.
All right. Jeffrey Zhong, the junior world champion, against Gwaine Jones. Gwaine is old school. He plays a King's Indian, not one of these boring c6, d5.
Yeah.
Gwaine's looking for a sharp fight at the price of having no
Benoni.
space. This is... I'm no expert. I keep saying that on too many things, but it looks nice for white. Show a little trickery here. I'm sure all of this has been seen and played before. To my primitive mind, white looks kind of winning.
Yeah,
Maybe things have gone wrong for
it
white.
feels like it's gone really wrong for Gar. Well, no. An e4 is coming now.
E4 is wrong, apparently. Because after F, Queen E4, G5 is dropping.
Yeah.
But...
But
Oh,
that's nasty. That's nasty.
that's just nasty.
Rook AD1 and Queen takes F7 intermezzo.
Intermezzo check.
Yeah, this is finito.
Finito la commedia.
Yeah.
Looks
Gwaine
like
in big
Jeffrey
trouble, yeah.
has out-prepared
Yeah.
Wayne Jones. Markus Rager against Arjan Tari, the young Norwegian. Tari, big specialist on the Caro-Kann, this is. Arguably the sharpest line played in the Caro-Kann today. And theory debates against Rager is another thing that normally aren't great fun. Markus is one of the hardest working guys in Austrian chess. Maybe I could leave the Austrian out of the sentence. He's very, very well prepared. After bishop e3, castles looks like he's better. Knight takes d4 or bishop takes d4. White wins his pawn back with a more pleasing to the eye position. What can you tell us about your main man, Jordan van
He
Foreest?
is my boy.
Have you ever met him?
I've met him plenty of times.
Oh, I see.
I've actually played him in the Blitz and Rapid tournament in Luxembourg when I went there.
I see.
He came first, I came third in the Blitz.
Wow.
I lost to Eric Hansen a piece up on time, which was very frustrating, and I would have maybe won the tournament. And I was I was much better against Jordan as well, but he's a tricky kind of player, is Jordan. So
He's much more tactical than you would expect
Yeah,
your
absolutely.
average Dutch player to be. Like
Yeah.
you're expecting
just
your
have-
Lamy, like a
Yeah.
good, solid positional
I
classical
just
player.
have somebody I just think Erwin Lamy is the standard for Dutch players.
Erwin is the gold standard, but Jordan, he's a different breed. He's going for all these sharp positions and then he tries to checkmate you. Very unpleasant.
But his position today against Smirin, it is a...
It's a mess.
It really is a mess.
So how do you win? Maybe you don't win. Maybe Black
I like
just
Black,
defends.
actually, yeah, because Black hasn't really sacrificed any material. And Black is often very quick on the queen side here. But it's a mess. Anything can happen. How's Sopiko doing? Ooh.
She's had a tough time in this tournament, but today she's facing Erwin Lamy, and it looks like she's doing all right out of the opening. Erwin, this is of course a tricky matchup because Erwin is second to Anish Giri once in a while. They work together.
Right.
And Sopiko, of course, is married to Anish Giri. So you don't know who has more Giri input in this game. And it looks like Erwin probably chose a not so mainline-ish approach to eliminate this factor, even though a4 in this position is a well-known idea. I've even talked about it. In one of my opening clinics, I said knight a6, preparing c5 is the way to go. Sopiko disagrees, plays bishop f5, Erwin just goes a5, a6. c4. c4 looks weird to me in combination with a4, a5. It feels like you're just 1/2 tempi down. I'm sure Erwin knows what he's doing here, but c4 looks strange to me.
Bishop takes b1.
Whoa, why can't you...
Knight might get
Why
trapped.
can't you take here for starters?
You probably can.
Are they both just blundering
Yeah,
pieces and pawns left and right? Is that what's happening? I don't get it.
No,
We can take,
me
right?
neither. Yeah.
Anyway, bishop takes b1. Missed tactics there. Missing some tactics. I've done this plenty. DC, bishop e4. But she's still doing all right. White has opened the position while Black is maybe more ready for action. Queen a4. Now if White manages to completely stabilize, maybe in the distant future is the plan.
Right.
But looks like there's plenty of obstacles. Huh?
Yeah. Looks like Sopiko's doing
Sopiko's doing
just
fine.
grand. Yeah.
My boy, Vladimir Dobrov,
Your boy.
who I've never met, but I'm looking forward to doing so in the future, is facing Eric Hansen. The Canadian is always well prepared, except for the times when he's not. But today it looks like he's well prepared, has a nice little space advantage against Dobrov. Oh, and Benji Bok Grandelius now. That's
This
my
is
language.
So we got a Marshall. For everybody who doesn't know, Jan was strictly employed to look at this for a few weeks.
That's
in
not really true, but
summer.
both Niels and me were on Team Carlsen during the World Championship.
Right. Where you looked at this variation for weeks on end?
No.
No? Okay.
But Queen f3, this is the position where Black has an option. We talked about it with Peter the other day. Rook e8 is a move I've played here quite a bit. Queen f6 is a move Peter and I have both played. Bishop g6 is what Peter did recently. And Queen h4 is the old main line, which Levon played, I believe, a couple of rounds ago in one of the early rounds against Harikrishna here. g3, Queen h3, Bishop e3, Knight d2, Queen f5, Bishop d4, Rook fe8, h4. All of this is still theory. I think Levon played h6 here. After King g2, they got this line. Yeah, was something along these lines. And Niels plays King to f8, does without h6, maybe preparing to take, followed by Rook e8. We'll see what Mr. Bok has in store here.
Yeah.
What did we not cover? Lei Ting Jie against Lu Shanglei. This is also a long theory debate, right? All of this at least I've seen. This might even be some. Looks familiar, but I mix my Neidorfs up once in a while.
Me too, buddy.
Speaking of Neidorfs, have you seen the TV series The Neidorf?
No.
It's very good. You should watch it. You'll enjoy it.
I finished Deutschland 83.
Ah, okay.
Very good. And I didn't realize after doing some research, I was very impressed. But there will be a Deutschland 86.
Ah, they're doing a new show?
Yes, to be released next year. And then they are also planning Deutschland 89.
89 is the big year, yeah.
The big one.
Looking forward to those. I don't normally like German TV, but Deutschland
No, it's
83
really
I
good.
enjoyed.
And is Harikrishna going to get mated in 2 moves?
2 moves?
Ooh,
Why would he?
maybe not.
He's covered this square.
95 rook e6.
But, of course, the long-term king safety issues are still out there. Harry in a bit of trouble, but the game continues. Luke van Wely has played bishop e7, did not take on c3, giving Magnus a choice what to do next. At least he's eliminated this knight e2 idea, because now with this bishop here, this doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. There's no longer c4 looming. So I would guess maybe knight e4 anyway. We'll see what Magnus does. The computer gives some sick move here, b3.
I mean,
Also interesting.
It's interesting, but it's such.
The line is something like
It's
this.
just insanity. Like,
No, you don't take because king e7, black is fine.
but bishop b2, huh?
But bishop to b2,
Bishop b4.
a3, you get your material back. But even though Magnus is the world champion and all this, b3, I think
That's
is not
out
a
there.
human way to play. But who knows? We'll go on our first little breaky break,
Yes,
drink some coconut water,
we will.
and then
We'll be
we'll be back with you.
All right.
See you soon. I'll play all these videos. You might have seen them at the start, but check them out. A recap of the events so far. Enjoy those.
Cool.
In the early odds, when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that, like, whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt, okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
He has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
we felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game Wely played with white pieces against Giri. So let's go there.
Can we get the Jib games up as well? Hello!
Hello everybody, we're...
That was impromptu. You did warn me.
This,
but,
me saying let's go back didn't clue you in at all. We are back with the Tata Steelmasters, round number 9 already. That means only 5 rounds to go.
such a long tournament.
It is a very long tournament.
So
It's
long.
like 13 rounds.
It's not even like 13 rounds. It is 13 rounds.
Yeah, but it's more days. 17 days?
It's a long, long time. Yep, lots of rest days, and we got a few positions on
That's
the board.
very true. They are having chess positions on multiple boards.
They are having chess positions. And now in the game between Carlsen and Van Wely, he can go c4 here.
Oh,
Which feels
sorry.
Excuse me. Which feels like a very sensible idea.
What happens if I take?
I think Queen d4 with the double attack
Double whammy.
is
It's a bit of a problem, is it not?
it's a real problem, yeah. So c4 I think will be played.
And if we jump,
And if knight
Takes,
f4, yeah, takes, and if queen takes, queen a4
it's
is
very awkward.
coming. Bishop b7, but the bishop goes passive.
Ooh.
That means you don't like it, right? That noise. Don't like it.
No, yeah, that means I believe white is better here because these bishops are not so nice. The king does not have a solid home base. There's all kinds of tactics already lurking.
Yeah, this is not good for Lukey boy. This is not good for Lukey boy.
So after c4, can we jump to a different square?
You haven't got that
Here
many
looks
squares. That's the problem.
strange as well. Maybe this is his
Maybe
best
that's the only way.
bet
And
in a
if
way. Ooh.
yeah.
Still looks bad.
Yeah.
We'll keep you posted. Let's move to arguably our top game of the round, at least to the tournament leaders game. But as it so often happens, after a bit of a theoretical debate where Aronian knew exactly what he was doing, the game has petered out into an endgame where black still has to take a tiny bit of care, but then it will end peacefully. And even this, I would have to check my files, blah, blah, blah. But my files are full of endgames like this. It often happens in the Vienna. I wouldn't be surprised if this position was still in there. You can just take, and here rook a8 or rook d4. Probably rook d4 is most precise. The game will just end peacefully. Takes. This pawn is hanging, so yeah, whatever. Rook f6, rook h4. Equal endgame. And I do not believe this will take much longer.
Yeah.
Gf3 is also legal, but then white's position is kind of crippled. Rook b8 or rook a8. Doesn't matter. It will be a draw shortly, which, yeah, is what you often get from Wesley against strong opposition. But as long as he never loses and picks up wins
Yeah.
along the way, it's a recipe for success.
Basically, his philosophy is working, isn't it? He just takes zero risks at all. That's what Magnus said. He just doesn't take any risks at any time.
Yeah, but still, I never took a risk voluntarily during my chess career, but I still never beat anybody, and I got beaten plenty. So you also need to have a bit of skill, apart from the zero risk policy. And maybe as someone in his corner who is not supporting the rest.
Oh, Gambit Places Grandmaster Bejon Lopez is playing the trump against our boy Piotr over in Gibraltar. We can't get those games, right? We'll try and...
No, we don't have them right now. Maybe we can bring them up
on next break,
later,
yeah.
but of course they are on a different area of the site. And we're mainly concerned with Vaikansee, but we'll keep you posted for what's going on there. Peter wasn't so happy to face Beyond experienced Grandmaster with the black pieces in the first round.
Nah.
But he's still a favorite.
Yeah, huge favorite.
Levon decided to go rook to
this
b8.
Is also completely...
which will also lead to the same
b3,
result.
rook-
If you take here, then rook a8, I'm guessing. And this pawn drops. It's just a draw.
Yeah.
Here rook b3, rook a8, or whatever. You should not be too worried about whatever the engine says, 0-12 in a 4 versus 4 rook endgame. Yeah, this will be over soon.
Yes.
Back-to-back quick draws by Wesley, but he keeps leading the tournament.
Doesn't matter.
Ain't worried about nothing.
He'll draw his way to victory if he can.
I've tried that many a time too. Normally
Doesn't work.
didn't work for me, but I forgot the winning. Nepomniachtchi. Half
Interesting.
Chinese, half Japanese. Not true at all.
It's not true. No. Yeah. So he gave up the exchange. Rook c8 looked like a good move.
I read earlier that he missed something. I think Passion said he missed
Oh,
something.
Queen h5 here or something?
No, it's all
Okay.
mysterious. The computer says this is very strong, apparently.
Oh,
85.
okay. Right, yeah.
Might well be true. But this looks highly natural as well.
Of course it
Stopping
does,
rook
yeah.
e6. g3 takes, and Harry unpins. There's also an idea of knight f5 and knight g7 check in some lines. So you want to unpin king f8, and the game continues. White is what? One pawn for the exchange?
Yeah.
Weak king though. You take white, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's not easy. There's no clear-cut way to win this. Or try and win this, I should say. Yeah.
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 What would you like to see?
Let's go to the Rapport game. That actually got momentarily interesting. We saw it around here. Queen c1, queen e8, queen e3. And bishop f6 makes a lot of sense, preparing e5. And Anish just said, I'll go c5.
I wonder how our user, Draw Gangster Anish, feels about this.
So hold on a second. c5 takes. Okay, it takes. And now if e5
This has been played.
on the board, bishop g5 looks like the only move.
Yeah, you can give a check first if you feel the urge.
Let's play bishop g5. And now is the idea to go d5?
Why not? Put all the pawns in the center.
Followed by c6 and knight d7. Claim that you've got a big center.
Anish gave a check. He does not like this bishop g5. Maybe after king h8 he wants to go.
Back.
Oh no, bishop c1. Or maybe to e3, but bishop c1. Black is totally fine, isn't he?
Black is doing...
a4, d5, knight c6.
Feels all a bit synthetic, doesn't it? It feels like...
It feels synthetic? What does that even mean? Feels fake?
Yeah, fake news.
Fake news?
Alternative facts. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think Anish is very happy here. Maybe Rapport decided, you know what, I'll start horribly. Lose 3 games, make 4 draws, but then I'll beat Carlsen and Giri back to back and I'll be back in business.
Yeah. That would be pretty sweet, right? If he beat Giri with black today. That would make him very happy.
You think so?
I think so.
Will also make my boy Anish Giri very unhappy.
Anish would be very unhappy about this. Let's quickly check in with Wely, because this is, again, one of those games where after e5,
2 young
he
firebrands.
took it, but knight takes really feels, doesn't it? It feels like the move, but what do we know?
Not much.
Knight d7. He took these pawns off and just castled. But after bishop b7, hasn't black got what he wanted to some extent?
He's got his pieces out. The question is he just losing a pawn?
No, because e5 is hanging, yeah. This is what I don't understand. If black manages to get this, he isn't worse. Probably.
Looks roughly equal, does it not?
Yeah. Active bishops, b2 hanging. Yeah, you go b3, a6, and then...
Yeah, I guess you still choose white
Slightly,
by a hair,
yeah.
because,
Yeah.
easier to build a pass pawn and targets and so on, but it's not much.
Really. No. Can't be. So, I don't think Wely got the most out of that. I've just got a feeling. I got a feeling.
That tonight's gonna be a good night?
Indeed.
What's your plans for tonight?
Stuff to do.
You're always so cryptic.
Gotta be cryptic, buddy.
So you got stuff to do tonight?
I've got to cook also, believe it or not.
You have a cook?
I
or
have
you have
to cook. I have
I thought you got a personal chef
No.
finally.
No. Soon, but
What are you cooking? What do you got cooking?
I'm thinking about cooking a mushroom risotto.
Lovely.
Yeah, with
Didn't you have a shiitake risotto the other day?
Yeah, and
We've had this
it
shiitake
went
conversation.
down so well. It's been requested again.
Wow.
Did it the whole thing with
It is pronounced shiitake, right?
shiitake? Yeah,
Because I could think of other pronunciations,
Right.
but they'd be wrong.
it's pretty much shiitake.
Okay,
Shiitake.
I see. Is it Japanese mushrooms?
Japanese mushrooms. Yeah, all the way from Tokyo.
Wow.
Yeah, took a long time to get here. That's
Did
why
I
I
tell
had to
you
wait
that
a
I've
week.
watched 46 episodes of a TV show in Japanese?
No, which one?
Terrace House. I enjoyed it greatly. It's like Big Brother, but in Japanese.
Wow.
I get very addicted.
Oh my god, what happened? Yeah.
So you're cooking
Yeah, got to
shiitake risotto?
Yeah, yep, got to cook that for the old woman, as we say in.
The old woman?
That's a phrase we use in London to say wife, even though she's not.
I've heard of old lady, but old woman is
Yeah, old
news to
woman,
me.
old lady.
Okay.
You can use both. In Spain, they also use. In Latin America, don't they? They use that.
Old woman?
Yeah,
no,
they
they
can-
don't speak English.
No, they use it with vieja. They use it in Cuba, for example.
Okay.
Instead of saying chica, they can say vieja. It's anyway.
So yeah.
Yeah, God, shiitake. You're more than welcome, but I didn't buy enough shiitake mushrooms. I didn't.
So I'm more than welcome, but you wouldn't give me any food. Like I can sit there and watch you eat.
You can sit there and watch and make jokes or dance, whatever you like.
It does sound like a tempting offer. But no. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Another day. What chess game? This is getting awkward again.
This one is just dull for some reason. I just don't.
Yeah, it's not.
I just don't.
It's not your.
It just doesn't
type of
excite
chess
me.
game, right?
No, it doesn't excite me at all. So let's just not analyze it.
All right.
Yeah.
We will only analyze games that excite you.
Yeah, let's go to Andreikin Eljanov. That's more exciting.
Does that excite you?
A bit.
All right.
Not. I mean, it just excites me because it's a bit funky.
Andreikin, what is he doing?
What's this
Why
bishop
would you put the
maneuver?
bishop here?
I don't know.
He's played bishop d6. Well, okay, he wants to keep the bishop, which I can relate, but the bishop looks weird here. b6 is threatening.
Probably have to go b5 here.
Yeah. He wants b5 and b6.
Right.
But there's b6.
Oof. Weird. Weird game. Prefer black. Prefer black, 2 bishops. Bishop on g7. Pressure. These knights.
Russian Yankee is saying, kind of miss Peter already. Yeah, Peter is playing in Gibraltar. But since you're letting us know through the chat, is there anything we can do to become more Peterish for you? I don't know.
I don't think there is.
I like the chess skills or the language skills. And the
Me
hair.
too. Me too.
Yes. There's very little we can do.
If you want
Sorry, Russian Yankee, it's a different type of show.
Sorry, buddy. We did announce who was coming on the broadcast today. So, you know, you're not going to get Peter for a while. He's over in Gibraltar. He's actually playing. Playing
Facing
against
the
my boy.
Trumpovsky, the Trump.
Yeah.
Beyond is your boy?
No.
I thought he would.
He can be a bit dangerous. You know the funny story about Bayon. He doesn't accept draws or offer draws. You know this about him.
I didn't know that about him.
So he's never offered a draw. He doesn't offer a draw.
All right.
He just plays on. As in, he will play on in opposite colour bishop endings and that kind of stuff. Just plays on until it has to be signed a draw.
That's the spirit. Like, way before Sofia rules, there was Bayon rules.
Right.
All through his career. Bayon, he's married to Pierre Kremlin?
Right. They have and
chess playing kids?
Yeah, one kid I think they have, but she's a grown up girl now. Grown up. I mean, she must be like 15, 16.
Which we all know is a grown up girl in your book.
Well, I mean, you know what the reason I say that is because I remember seeing her years ago at Gibraltar when she was just a kid. And now she's all grown up and I think she's very strong, although I can't recall her name, I have to say.
That's all
I
right.
think she's a very decent player. So
Levin, Aronian, and Wesley, so are very decent players who are about to end their games, I would expect, because this is just a totally dead draw. Probably these queenside pawns will get exchanged. There's nothing to talk about.
if the pawn were already on h6, it would be a different kettle of fish, right?
I don't get that reference. How does a kettle of fish look?
I'm not sure how a kettle of fish looks, if I'm totally honest, but I know it's the expression.
No, I've heard the expression, but I'm trying to picture it. The problem is whenever you go h5, black goes h6.
No, I understand.
Feels like.
But if my pawn were to magic its way to h6,
This is already different kettle of fish, as we say.
With the king blocked off, but it's just not quite quick enough, are we?
No.
No.
Nah, just h6. And yeah. This shall be wrapped up soon. Eljanov played rook d8, of course. He's better.
Yeah.
I'm feeling Andreikin missed this b6 idea.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not pleasant, I don't think. This is not pleasant. Oh.
Not pleasant at all. Pavel is also in the hunt for first place, only half a point behind Wesley, so whose game will end peacefully. So should Eljanov win this game, he would catch so in the lead. Eljanov having a very good tournament. The overall score, in case you've wondered what these little numbers mean, it's the head-to-head score so far between the two players, meaning Eljanov won one game in the past against Andreikin, 3 draws, 0 losses in classical chess, and so far it looks like he could add another notch to his belt. Probably not 100% fitting expression, is it?
No, but it will do. Queen f7.
Isn't it the same
Ricky.
notch again?
Yeah. That's okay. It's all right. Queen
I'm here to
f7
learn.
by Ricky Rapport.
No, king h8.
Why queen f7? I wonder why. What does he say? Hold on a second. Let's just try and analyze.
Analyze fish.
Does he want to go king takes f7? Nah, because knight g5 check. So rook queen f7, rook f7, bishop somewhere.
He just believes he has a better structure,
Just
so
here.
might as well exchange queens. d5, knight c6, a4. Not unreasonable.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't good. What happened?
These things happen. I've done this in the past. Don't you worry.
You're going to bring
I'm
it back.
expert in bringing it back, just as I'm trying to bring back baggy pants.
Baggy trousers.
Yeah, baggy pants. Let's bring them back. I'm so sick
you
of all
can
these
tell me-
skinny jeans. All you hipsters out there with your
If you can tell
skinny
me
jeans.
who sang
It's-
baggy trousers, I'll be very impressed.
I have no idea, but I used to wear them all through the 90s when I was a little high school kid. I had my Dickies baggy pants, Dickies Carhartt. Those were the brands. Stop singing. It's
Baggy trousers.
freaking me out. Baggy trousers?
You don't know baggy trousers?
Never heard of it.
Wow. So sick. I don't even want to go there.
You were probably not a baggy pants kind of kid,
Never
right?
been a baggy pants
No,
kind
you
of
don't
kid.
strike me as a type. On this show, I'm not sure if everybody's aware of that, but we're not wearing pants at all.
We are not. We are completely pantless.
I learned the expression for being pantless
Yes.
while wearing a shirt and a jacket.
What is it?
It's Donald ducking it.
No.
Yes?
Wow.
Check it out, boys and girls. We are Donald ducking it on a daily basis here. Magnus Carlsen is probably wearing pants because these cameras, they're merciless. They're exposing everything. We don't know for sure.
We definitely don't know for sure.
Maybe he doesn't have any pants. Normally he has these jackets from his sponsors. I'm not sure if they give him pants at all. I think, yeah, he had this G-Star deal. He probably has pants.
He can probably afford to pay for some pants as well. Unless when during your time in Kragero you wiped him out of all of his funds.
I tried, but I'm afraid I didn't get all the monies.
No?
I don't know. He
Better
must
go
have
and
some
check.
to pay off for not visiting press conferences and
Right.
stuff.
There's 60 G's down the drain, right? That's your fee.
Exactly.
If only, huh, buddy? If only.
A144 is still annoyed with my access to the H1 square. Yeah, I know, it's a bit freaky. But It was actually my idea, so I should take responsibility for it. I thought it's weird if we cut off here next to the board. So give me a little crawl space in the board, but I do block the h1 square more often than not, and I apologize for it because I'm really deeply sorry.
I like it. I think it's good. I think it's good.
c4 knight b4 played in the Magnus Carlsen Luke Van Wely game.
Yeah, this could get interesting now because Luke is quite quick here with rook d8 and knight d3. So Magnus has to react pretty accurately here if he's going to keep some advantage. One would...
What happens after queen a4?
Queen a4. Yeah, and that looks like a reason. I don't like my bishop being...
I wasn't sure if he can actually take on c4 or not.
Yeah, I was thinking that. And if a3, bishop b5 is a...
Right. Not so clear.
Not an easy position, actually.
Yeah, probably we have to defend that pawn. Queen b3 looks clumsy.
No, that's weird.
No, it's not that weird, actually. Queen c3.
Oh, okay.
And a3 is a big threat.
With that idea, yeah. I like it.
Could be.
What
does Luke do? Rook d8?
What I really like about our analysis is we suggest one move,
Yeah,
say we
fine.
like it,
Let's wing
and then move on to the next game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly. Not like
you don't get this with Peter Smith.
There's
you know.
18. Come on, rattle off someone will say.
But it looks okay.
Castles. Knight f6, bishop f6, queen f6, and we win. Boom! Do we win?
No. As black or white?
I wanted to win as white, but I'm not sure we actually do. For example, here, f6.
Why didn't you go queen takes g5 check?
I don't know, I was just trying to make it a longer line. I didn't pay any attention to any of the moves. Oh, yeah, this looks better. And now what?
With, hold on.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Like this?
Maybe just a draw. Yeah.
Why? I'm winning.
Are you?
Yeah.
f5?
For starters, I can take all my material back.
That's true.
But if I just take here, this feels winning.
Probably is winning.
Queen g6, f8 is still hanging. No, this looks nice, but I have no idea how we got here. I just want to make a longer line.
Yeah.
People are saying Anish solved his problems. I'm not so sure. I'm aware the computer gave some bishop g5 moves with egalite, but it's a very strange move to make to allow your doubling of pawns on b3 instead of taking on f7. So I didn't really get it. Let's figure out what the point is. After d5, I'm guessing the point is now we can mess up the black structure, because black is not in time to go rook f6. Since this is hanging. And this is apparently fine, because here
even this
can't cover everything. From a distance, this still looks scary, but
c6.
you're a little
No, c6. I mean,
exposed.
well, okay, but if I get in knight d7, yeah, but I just go in knight d7.
But I'm winning a pawn. Ah, I'm not. Yeah, it's still not easy.
No.
Apparently, here there's this covering the pawn, and then f3 is a big threat. But bishop g5 is not a trivial move, is what I'm trying to say. And I'd be impressed if Anish played it, because normally you just blitz out this. What are you so impressed with? The contents of your smoothie?
It's just got like 700 calories in that bad boy.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. I always argue that fruit is bad for you.
Yeah, but they are good carbs, not bad carbs, like you get in pasta and bread. They are natural good carbs. So there are things like good carbs and bad carbs.
There are, but
There's
it's
like,
more of these
it's a bit like Banonis, you know?
It's...
You get your good Benoni or you get your Czech Benoni. One of them is good and one of them is bad.
People come here for nutrition advice. You can trust us. Don't touch any fruits, ever. I'm joking, but a lot of sugar in those things.
I'm a big fruit guy. Yeah, like fruit.
Yeah, you're a bit fruity.
Nepo is winning, apparently. Is that true? Wow. I don't think that's completely true, but definitely.
Why is he winning?
Got the initiative, but Harry's a fighter, you know. Harry's
a practical monster. He's a warrior on the chessboard.
He's really annoying to play against. I
very
have my
resourceful.
experience against him.
Oh yeah, you had some nice position.
I had a great position. I had essentially a winning
making
position
moves.
against him.
No, he's very resourceful.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if Jan is winning here. You would like to be able to move the knight, but you're not, because this is hanging. That's all I got. I like this move. Stops queen h3 and might be threatening knight f5. Because now this is no longer a check. And this is big check.
The biggest of checks. Huge.
Wouldn't you say like $1 million check would be a bigger check than this?
No.
What about a triple check?
Nope.
Alright. This is the biggest check. Because it ends the game. Black can probably do better, but I still like this move. What can you do? Rook d6?
Yeah. Okay, c5 looks horrible.
5, rook d5, and something will happen, yeah?
Wow.
Danger. Stranger danger.
Don't know. This looks all a bit...
This looks all a bit computerish. Boom!
Yeah, c6 out of the blue, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Schachpirat CH is saying, according to the engine, Wei is just a pawn up. I wouldn't call this winning yet. Why is he pawn up?
No, he took on b5, but we've already established that takes...
We can take back the pawn. So he's not even a pawn up.
He's not even... He's pawn up momentarily, but he's... Yeah. Having a quick look at the challengers, Jeffrey Jean is... Looks like he's completely winning against Gawain.
Gawain is trying to chase the queen off this diagonal, but will he succeed? a4, queen c4, b5, I'm guessing. Queen has to leave. Knight c2, yeah? Even this is bad. Takes. No, something's gone very wrong for Gawain in the opening.
It'd be great to see Gawain win the challengers and be in the A group next year.
Why?
Well, because we all love Gawain.
Not saying I don't, I'm just looking for a way to accuse you of being a homer. And I think I can just do that, because you think it would be great if the Englishman won. Meaning, you don't want anybody else to win.
Right. Superb.
Be great to see Lu Shanglei win the Challengers and see him in the Masters next year.
Is he young, Lu Shanglei?
He's not like 12, but I think he's 21 maybe.
So he's reasonably young.
Youngish. But I've made up that age, so it could really be anything.
He could be
my hunch is
45.
he's like 21. But please correct us.
Oh, maybe we should click the auto updates and then see the actual positions.
Oh, we got the wrong positions?
Yeah.
That's just sad. Now we know, for example, that Wesley So ended in a draw against Levon Aronian, even though we expertly predicted that because the position was a dead draw. And Schachpirat CH says, Jan, 1.02 of the engine is measured in points.
Oh.
That I'm aware of. I was
Harry
just surprised
did
in the
completely blunder. His last move, Rook F6, is...
Did we jinx him? We just praised him as a great fighter, resilient, resourceful.
Knight F5.
Same idea.
Boom shakalaka. And if Queen F5...
Bishop H6, yeah?
Bishop H6, King E8, Queen B8 is mate.
That's cute.
You have to...
Well, it takes Rook F5. Queen
And if you
F5
go
just wins.
here...
That's
Again,
also
this
mate.
is mate. Wow. Knight F5 is really easy to see because it's one of the only moves you're looking at in the position.
And Rook F5.
Bishop
Rook
H6.
D7. Oh, well, that's even stronger.
E8, Queen B8. Bishop D8. Rook takes. King takes.
This looks totally hopeless.
Takes. Bishop C7.
Queen
Even this.
A7,
Yeah, too many pawns. Rook F6, terrible blunder by Harry, and you know Jan is going to play Knight F5 here because it's so easy to calculate. It really is very, very easy.
Well, you have to see the idea, Knight F5.
Well, he
Bishop
played
H6,
Rook D2
but,
to stop, to be able to play Knight F5.
Sure, but Rook F6 was meant to stop it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bet against that. He will.
He's going to
will
play
do
Knight
so.
F5.
Shall we? I know you have a policy to ignore the Wojciech kayaking game completely.
We can go.
Shall we have a brief look? Oh, yeah, it's still boring. Let's move on.
Let's go. He allowed this. He played.
Best move, bishop g5. Kudos to Giri. And Nepomniachtchi did not see it.
What?
He played queen h5.
You're kidding me. Miss
I had
knight
the feeling
f5.
it. Should have pulled the trigger. I could have gotten like 20-1 from him.
I mean, you gotta
boy.
play knight f5 here. I mean, you look at it in principle in these positions.
We just gotta spot the queen f5, bishop h6 option.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he's mating too, yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you just...
No,
Just
but
don't
I
think
mean, you
about
just have to look at it every single move. Basically, in these position, folks, no matter what black does, you have to look at knight f5.
I'm sure he looked at it and he saw queen f5 and he didn't see bishop h6.
But he
what I'm
played
saying.
so quickly queen h5. This is what Peter was talking about the other day. Nepo's got a real problem.
He's blitzing the whole tournament.
He's blitzing the whole tournament. You can't blitz these. But how much time did he spend on that move?
We shall find out.
Schalfin?
Yeah, that's the correct pronunciation.
3 minutes.
Okay.
I mean,
That's,
just
not that little time.
not long enough, really.
Looking at the clock, he still has 1 hour 15, so he has plenty of time.
And, you know, he's only got himself to blame if he doesn't win. He's still got a good position, but knight f5 was just winning on the spot, right?
Well,
and
I'm
now,
not arguing. It's not
and
an
now
impossible
queen
tactic.
h5, and now the game.
Well, the game continues.
I mean, what is
King
it? Rook
A2,
f4
A6.
didn't work because
Queen h6.
right. So king e8, and now it's a whole new tussle again, and wouldn't surprise him if Harry went on to win this one now.
It still looks horribly dangerous for black, frankly. Knight b5.
Yeah,
It's a
still
hard
bad.
knock, like.
Still bad. But you got to see knight f5. That's not, for me, that's just not acceptable at this level.
You don't accept that?
No.
What do you think about the Magnus Carlsen game?
Magnus Carlsen played b3,
Right.
which is a very standard move here. And Magnus seems to have a very pleasant position.
Do you think it's weird that we take for granted that he's called Magnus? Well, in Norwegian his name is pronounced completely differently.
What is it?
Norwegian is like Magnus?
Magnus?
Magnus.
Magnus.
Yeah, I can't do it very well either.
Magnus.
And in Danish it's Magnus.
Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus.
Malnutritionist.
Yeah, pretty much. It's
I call him Magnus.
Magnus? Yeah,
Yeah.
we've had this discussion. It's like
Yeah.
like a burger, right? Magmoose. Which would fit, because they do have moose in Norway.
Right.
And they do eat them.
They do, yeah.
He played b3, not my beautiful move, queen b3. But this also looks strong, because according to a source I'm not willing to reveal, it's stockfish 7. He, after rook d1, takes, white is still seriously better.
He's just playing against his bishop on a6, which is completely locked out. But I feel like this isn't without resources for black. With the dark square bishop still not easy.
Luki, not that low on time. Magnus took a bit of time
Yeah,
himself.
Magnus is...
Took, 12 minutes for knight e4, 8 minutes for c4, 40 minutes for b3. Magnus is not exactly blitzing through this. After this. But yeah, white is still firmly in the driver's seat. Even though Magnus doesn't have a driving license, and Luke does.
Luke definitely does, yeah.
Crashed a bunch of cars in his day.
Has he?
Yeah. No.
I've been in his car, I believe. In Hamburg, didn't we get a lift from him once? We did, actually. Do you remember when he came?
I do remember. I can't remember.
What on earth is going on in this one?
Whoa. Fire on board. So instead of b5, Andreikin started with f3.
Yeah, the point is if e3, knight b3, b6 wins a full piece.
I don't understand why not b6 here. He probably wanted fe. And was going to argue that he has compensation here. Which you can argue.
Yeah.
Pavel didn't want to allow that. Went e3. And as you mentioned, knight b3, b6, no good. So white has to jump into what? What
Jump
do
into
people normally
action.
Jump into action.
Yeah.
Jumpin' Jack Flash. I don't know what you would jump into. Spring to life. Anyway, you had to play b5. Fischer style. If your opponent attacks your piece, don't move it, just counterattack. This looks very nice for black. If you had to go here, this knight and this pawn.
Also stopping b6 ideas. This is... The
Excellent.
knight on h5 suddenly has got a really nice role there as well. Okay, but it's only one check. Yeah. Yeah, it could be a 0-1 here today. Really could. Sort of position which Pavel could just win.
Yeah, still fight very much ongoing, but it seems like Pavel has good chances. He could also play b6 still, if he so chooses. If this bishop goes away, knight a5 is an even better version. And if it doesn't, if you take on c6, then it's similar to what we've seen earlier. Maybe this is not so clear. Now this queen d3 is coming
but
with
c4
tempo.
is a good move.
c4 stops it, yeah.
No, I don't like it. Don't like it, Dmitry. Don't like it. Really, really don't like it.
Andreikin had a good or a solid start into the tournament.
Yeah.
Started with like 6 or 7 draws in a row. Then he lost to Adiban. Maybe that upset him a bit. Where do we go? In Anish's game, after bishop g5, Rapport went h6. But it seems like, well, after exchanging the queens, it seems like Anish is now in time to ask some questions of his own. Because here, this horsey is coming. Maybe black all of a sudden has to be careful. If I can trust my engine eyes. You'd like to go d5, right? I was wondering about this.
Knight f3, knight c6.
No, d5 is hanging.
Ah, knight f3.
f3 you have to go e4.
e4. But yeah, I'm blockading these pawns. It's not ideal, is it?
No, this looks pleasant for white. I'm not sure. Probably you can draw somehow, but only white can be better here.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Anish has come out of that pretty well.
Yeah, he found this bishop g5 move, which maybe made Richard regret not having played king h8, which looked perfectly fine for black. But now, this sequence looks reasonably straightforward. d5, knight f3, or rook c1. I prefer this. And white is the one applying pressure. What a nice horse. Carlsen went for
what a
d8.
nice horse, my friend.
Yeah.
I'll buy it off you for 3 gold pieces.
Are you involved in horse trading?
I'm not, no.
Gambling on horse races?
No, I was never a big horse racing. I went there once to the one in Liverpool. What's it called? Was it the National? I can't even remember which one I went to. Was it in Liverpool or Cheltenham? I think I went to both. Never been a big horse kind of guy. Oh. Lost a few dollars betting on horses. Not that much though, compared to other forms of, you know.
I can think of some jokes, but I'm not sure I should do them.
Don't do any horse jokes. Terrifying.
Huh? No, I didn't mean that.
Wow. And Pavel has got this position, and after queen takes c6, why isn't white in bad shape?
Not sure. It's a mess. He really is in bad shape.
Yeah.
Sample line. Knight f4, nice move.
Yeah, that's unpleasant. No, this is definitely better for Pavel. He'll be very happy with his position right now. Very happy.
This could get sharp.
93, Lukey boy. Where is Magnus going to go? He's going to go rook d1, isn't he? Where else is he going to put the rook?
That's the square. Then after knight c1, here's a decision. But both rook c1 or rook d8 followed by rook c1 look okay. Yeah, it's all about this bishop, as you mentioned. It's a bit of out of play. It takes a long time to get him back. Doesn't look like black will ever be ready to play bishop b7, c5.
No, I think Magnus made a really good practical decision to go in for this particular line, which requires less hard calculation and less knight jumps and all of this stuff. just simplifies the matter and retains an advantage. That's his style.
That's how he does it.
That's how he does it for years.
Yes, it's been, of course, one of the storylines. She mentioned earlier, Magnus could theoretically be overtaken in rating today by Caruana.
I think, I'm not sure about that, but
yeah,
felt like
at least it would be close.
Yeah.
And in general, what do you think? Is Magnus, is he in bad form? Is this a temporary thing? Have the others gotten closer, so the gap is closed a bit? Because he's lost a lot of rating compared to his peak.
Yeah. A combination of all the above, I think. I think he's definitely not playing his best chess. I think the others, I mean, especially if you look at Wesley and Fabiano, especially those two, have been playing extremely well. And I think motivation is a big point. It must be extremely difficult for him to remain motivated. He's won it all numerous times. What else is there to do?
You know what's a great motivator, though? Not winning everything.
Yes.
He hasn't won the World Rapid, hasn't won the World Blitz.
He's never won the World Rapid?
No, he has, but I'm saying this last year.
Oh, this year, because I was like, didn't he win all three? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, the World Rapid, I think he won back-to-back before this one.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, I know how competitive he is. I always expect him to win everything. And the funny thing is, I had the feeling before I looked at it that he had a mediocre 2016. Because, well, he lost rating and all that. But if you look at his results, he won every tournament he played, pretty much.
Yeah.
So he's still a machine when it comes to winning these tournaments. But it also goes to show how hard it is to maintain a 2860 rating or whatever he started last year with. Not easy. Still, Magnus, for the first time in a long, long time, has to look over his shoulder with these guys. Especially Fabiano, but also Wesley is only 15 points behind, maybe.
Wesley only needs a good +1, +2 finish, and he's like there, right?
Breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, some uncharacteristic things like the loss yesterday or the day before yesterday to Rapport normally doesn't happen. He was trying to force something where it wasn't there. Just to show he's not comfortable with the situation as it is. It's fun to be an armchair psychologist for a world champion.
We love it. Did they feed you in the island of Krogero, or did you just have like rice and bread every day?
The food was fantastic.
Was
actually.
it?
It's a really nice resort. I'm not being tongue-in-cheek here at all. This place, Krogero, is fantastic views. They have like an outdoor sauna, or it's indoor, where you overlook like the fjord. The food is fantastic. They have a very nice spa area, a very nice gym, very nice rooms. I really have little complaints.
Who did you share the jacuzzi with?
I normally went for the outdoor jacuzzi because it's sort of cool to sit outside. And I'm not going to name names, but Frenchmen not very comfortable sitting outside when it's cold.
They're more of an inside kind of sauna kind of guy, right?
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. Understood.
Understood. Wesley understood perfectly well how to draw this position against Levon Aronian. Didn't really make Levon sweat very much. Big theoretical discussion. Check out my video series where I'm talking about all these things. I can't remember them now, of course, but this line is not a problem for black. And the move order is very interesting. That Levon says, I don't want to allow this, but I'm perfectly comfortable allowing the other Vienna lines. Therefore, he starts with bishop b4, and after bishop g5, he transposes. So yeah, effortless draw for Levon Aronian, but Wesley won't be too heartbroken, maintains his lead, unless Pavel Eljanov wins and catches him on +3.
Yeah, and Pavel could really win. Can we check out the Wely game for the moment? I'll scroll down the chat.
Please do.
Wely is apparently now much better. That doesn't surprise me. What actually happened? So knight b5, knight d5.
Why didn't he take the pawn?
So weird.
So
weird not to take that. Now e6 is very...
Aliban really loves his complications, but here you're just ignoring the pawn. Just too much.
Oh my god. Yeah, this has gone really wrong. I can tell you from experience, this is just over.
Your king is weaker, e6 is very weak. No, it's game. No.
Yeah, you just...
Wely, if Wely wins, he can also catch
Wely
Wesley
could win
So,
the
right? I
tournament.
keep forgetting that
Wely
Wely is
could
on
win the
+2 as
tournament.
well.
Wely could win
Let's
the
not
tournament.
sleep on Wely.
No, he's only small and we'd crush him if we slept on him.
I'm not sure he's that small.
Is he not?
No, he's pretty
Oh, I see him as
robust.
small.
Nah.
So hold on, it could be Wely and Pavel Eljanov. All on 6 out of 9 with our boy Wely.
Let's bring up the standings. Briefly, these are the standings. Of course, you have to factor in that Wesley and Levon already finished their game,
Right.
so they're on 6 out of 9. Wely and Eljanov on 5 out of 8, so if they win, they reach 6 points as well. And we have a bunch of players on +1, including the world champion and his challenger Sergei Kayakin. So yeah, this could still become a 4-horse race at least.
Wely
Maybe.
did play Bishop d4, and that looks like almost over because Bishop d4, Knight d4. The problem is your bishop on b7 is also... the whole position just collapses.
Yeah, and you're never in time to get in your knight
Knight
f4, which you're dreaming of, because here just knight e6, you have to exchange it. You're pawn down with a horrible king,
Yeah,
and it's just game. Bishop
Yeah.
e6 even stronger apparently, but it doesn't matter. This
Yeah.
is just hopeless.
yeah.
Yeah, very, very strange decision by Adibana. I understand he wants to play sharp
Yeah.
chess, but there has to be some method to the madness, which there was. He's played a fantastic tournament so far. After knight takes b5, you have a choice between an equal endgame and a pretty much hopeless position. I don't get it. Maybe he's missed or underestimated
Yeah,
e6.
he might have missed e6.
That's all okay. He has to play bishop
Right.
d4 when knight f4. Well, it's still better, I believe, but at least there's some jumps. But yeah, after e6, this position is just terrible.
Nah, nothing to be done.
This is on board. I would be shocked if Wely failed to convert this.
Yeah, this is just so dreadful. Yeah,
Too weak.
too weak, too slow.
That's my
Did
boy.
you play Magnus at all in any blitz and that kind of stuff out there?
I don't think I can share any details on that.
Oh, why is that?
Maybe I can, but no, I can't.
Okay.
I don't think I played much blitz now. Easy Rider 27 is asking, could it really be that the chances of Wely to become world champion are bigger than Lawrence's? I think that could be.
It's possible.
I'm gonna stick my neck out and say, if given a chance, like,
Yeah.
who do you want to back on your quest to the world championship? You have to choose one of them. I would probably, today, with the information I have, which might be incomplete, I'm gonna say it, I would choose Wely over you. And I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but that is the way I really
That's
feel.
fine. That's wonderful.
It's mainly because he's 17 and 2700 and taking points left and right, while you're 31 and 2470. So that's one reason I prefer him, but it's nothing personal whatsoever. Like, other things being equal, I'd still slightly prefer him, but other things aren't equal.
Yeah. Plus, you know.
I offended you, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't mean
I'm
to.
alright. Look up that European Championship date for me. I'm going, ladies and gentlemen. I'm setting up my GoFundMe page now. I'll need a few thousand for the travel and for some coaching prior. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to go there to Minsk, Belarus. I'm going to finish in the top 25. You'll see me at the World Cup in another gorgeous location in Tbilisi. I don't even think it's in Tbilisi, Georgia. I think
I don't
it's...
know.
And I will see you at the Candidates 2018.
And Easy Rider 27 rightly apologizes for asking, because I had to hurt your feelings with my answer.
That's horrible.
Ando is pointing out that I got crushed by Magnus playing on somebody else's account on Chess24. That's very true. During the Bantaton, there were some very strong Norwegians that crushed me repeatedly.
Oh,
They might
okay.
have had a little help.
Okay.
And it's mentioned that Jan has to win his game again.
Yeah, basically he bungled it. And
A6 played by
that's a
Harry, very
good move.
natural to just stop
it's a good
potential
move.
jumps.
It's Bungle City.
Being John Banglovich.
Yeah, I'm a big John Malkovich fan, but P.S. Are you?
Yeah, I don't mind John Malkovich. My favorite John Malkovich movie of all time is probably Con Air.
Mine too. I'm not joking.
Not surprised. I wasn't
It's
joking
a great
either.
film.
It's fantastic. The
Nicolas
virus.
Cage
Cyrus
was
the
so
virus.
huge in that film. He was a beast. The way
He was very muscular
he
in
was,
the 90s.
Yeah, he was.
And do you know that he shot Con Air and Face Off back to back? Like
I didn't know
literally,
that.
he went from the set of Con Air. He had
You're
like one
kidding
day
me,
off
right?
and went to shoot Face Off.
Wow.
It's true.
That's
Got a haircut.
unbelievable.
Because he had this weird hair in Con Air.
Yeah, he had long hair, didn't he?
Didn't do it for me.
Face Off as well.
Face Off is one of the best movies of all
Face
time.
Off was who else was it in Face Off again?
Nicolas Cage and John Travolta.
John Travolta, right?
Directed by John Woo. Fantastic movie. Holds up.
He really killed it, didn't he? In that year, Nicolas Cage.
He was probably
Did
the
he ever
biggest
win an
movie
Oscar?
star in the world. You never know what happened, but yeah.
Did he ever win an Oscar?
No, but he should have. There's also my favorite website of all time. Let me look it up for you people. Nicholas. I'm probably misspelling everything. Is everything. As everyone. Here it is. I'll post a link because I do consider it more important that people study this site than watching our show. It's the best website ever done. It puts Nicolas Cage's face into everything. Look, here he is as a train.
Thomas the Tank Engine, yeah.
Here he is as Heisenberg.
Heisenberg, yeah.
Nick Cage as Kevin Shields. I don't know who Kevin Shields is, but that's him as Kevin Shields.
Okay.
Nick Cage as Bella Swan, Edward Cullen, and Jacob Black from Twilight.
Yeah, that's as LeBron James.
As
Yeah,
LeBron James.
it kind of works as well, right?
He has his face works on everybody. That's the amazing thing. Nick Cage as Whoopi Goldberg. Oh boy.
There we go.
All right, back to chess.
Magnus just took on.
What do you think Magnus would look like with Nicolas Cage's face?
He'd look like Nicolas Cage with Magnus's body.
That's probably correct. But if it was still Magnus's hair.
Yeah.
Nick Cage won an Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas. Did he win Best Actor? That's so sick. I've never watched that movie. It felt depressing. Like
Yeah,
the
I
plot.
know. Yeah.
I thought like, nah, I'm miserable enough as it is.
Oh, this isn't as interesting. Hold on a second. In Nepo,
Rosebuster is asking, what's up? Why are people talking about Nick Cage? Why wouldn't people talk about Nick Cage? Anyway, you want to talk chess?
he had the option here of going rook takes g5, which would certainly be on my radar as black to release the tension and also
Pin.
because now I threaten a lot of stuff.
We're pawn down. Queen f4, knight f3 next. We're probably losing, right? Yeah, it's quite bad.
No, okay. So rook d6. Still so complicated, this position. Really, really complicated.
Yeah, could go either way, actually.
Yeah, I it's very difficult for me to give a good prediction. Bhaskaran Adiban played bishop f6, but
I think it's just Adiban. I think Bhaskaran is his father's name, but we just call him Adiban.
Adiban. Rook fd1 is kind of...
It's just bad. It's
really,
just bad.
really bad. Yeah.
Really
Really
bad.
bad. Way to be winning the tournament after this round. Who would have thought it? F4 by Anish Giri, trying to just make life a bit uncomfortable for Richard, or Ricard as we call him in the business.
Richard.
Rapport. Knight takes b3. Why not?
Richard Löwenherz.
Rook takes d6. Rook takes d6. Knight takes d6.
EF. Don't we get rid of all the pawns and make a draw?
And
Beautiful.
play
G6.
Yeah.
Let's go home.
Happy days.
Very happy days. Rosebuster points out, I like Con Air actually, and The Rock. I agree. A lot of people say best trilogy ever made. Godfather 1 till 3, or I don't know, Lord of the Rings. I do believe it's Nick Cage doing Con Air, The Rock, and Face Off in the same year. That's the best trilogy of all time. Probably not the same year, but next to each other.
Yeah, and after your glorious PLO win in London in 2009, why did you stop playing poker? I didn't know you were a PLO player as well, yeah?
I'm not.
You studied all the game.
I've
Back
never
then,
played
anybody
any
could win.
poker in London, so I'm not sure what this
He's
is
got,
about.
he's got the wrong Jan.
Sorry, man. Probably some sick Scandinavian PLO player. Common name.
Yes.
Big Elster says, "What's in your coffee, Jan?" It's just coffee with milk.
Yep. Pretty solid.
Who are the best endgame players at the moment? I'm gonna exclude myself from this list just for humility's sake. And I will say Sergei Kayakin is an extremely strong endgame player. Technical endgames, but all sorts of endgames. He's very, very good. Magnus Carlsen, of course, comes to mind. Fantastic grinder, fantastic patience, like strategic endgames. I'd pick Magnus to convert them. Even though, well, he hasn't done it all the time recently, but he's still up there. Vladimir Kramnik also on that list, like technical endgames, especially when he's better. Fantastic, fantastic player. Those are the ones that come to mind. Who you got? Your boys, I'm sure, is pretty good in endgames too. All these calculators. Nah, he's horrible.
Hikaru is an underestimated.
He's good.
Underestimated endgame player, actually, very
Absolutely.
underestimated. Toppy definitely is not in that group. Toppy
No, never used to be. It was never a specialty.
never really gets there.
Frankenchrist says, obvious, why Jan didn't become a film critic? That's very hurtful words. Are you saying that you do not agree that Face Off, The Rock, and Con Air are the best trilogy ever made, ahead of The Godfather, ahead of Lord of the Rings, ahead of what other trilogies are there?
That's what he's saying. Sharknado. I've still not got round to watching that.
I've watched the first two and I've tried watching the third, but it's hard. Stop breaking everything. Why do you always break everything?
We're back.
And we're back. Do you want to challenge the challengers for a second?
Yeah, let's quickly...
How's Sopiko doing?
Sopiko is... Wow. She looks like she's more or less okay here.
Yeah, solid position. Still a lot of potential though with the
imbalanced pawn structure.
imbalanced pawn structure, exactement.
Your boy,
How's my
Dobrov.
boy Dobrov?
I think he's getting outplayed.
I'm sure people will start asking him why he's my boy. I've never met him. But
We will make him your boy,
maybe.
your protege. No, this
I
looks...
think he's like my age.
Yeah. This looks okay for him, nothing too special. Jordan Van Forest is in big trouble against Ilias Mirin, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
He's and Ilias just
he's
played
lost Queen
Queen
G1.
G1
Yeah, this is
is an extra pawn in the ending.
Past e-pawn. No, this is lost.
Yeah, there's just nothing to be done here, right? You can't even exchange a bunch of
Just
pawns.
go King F7, prepare E5, centralize
E4,
further,
yeah.
to win.
Yes.
No, Jordan's gonna win.
Jordan's having a horrible tournament.
He's having a
yeah.
bad tournament. Yeah.
Gavain is in all kinds of trouble as well.
In a world
Just
of hurt.
Knight takes, king takes, and rook a c1, knight takes e3. Do you want to go rook takes c5 here?
Wow, that'd be sick if that works. Could work,
It
right?
could work. Knight's trapped, king f1 next move.
Oh yeah, it just works. It's not even complicated.
No.
Winning.
Yeah, too many pawns. Too many pawns. Marcus Raga, who got off to a flying start, has had a bit of a kind of hiccup, right? Past few rounds. And
Yeah,
then
he started with 4 out of 4, but then the going got a little tougher. It looks like he was better earlier, but it looks like Tari hung in there.
Yeah, and it's just a draw by repetition, because if you take this, actually
Ooh, no,
is-
rook b2. We don't want to deal with this. Knight g4, the c-pawn could be weak. Rook
Yeah,
c5,
no,
rook
it's
c2.
gonna be a
Nah,
draw.
Not going to be able to do it.
It's going to be a draw. And Leiting Zhe against Liu Shanglei, very, very tricky position also. Past a pawn, very far advanced, but not easy to get to the end. Lots of pawns on this side. Sort of position I have no idea, really, how to assess this properly. I would take white just because my pawn is further up the board.
Yeah, I'd cop out too. It's a race. Both sides push their pawns and then someone gets lucky. I normally lose these things because
Ooh. Is Wely on the verge here?
Did he find a way in?
He took on f6, rook takes f6, and played knight c7. That was good.
Just had to make sure to take credit.
This would be dreadful. Yeah, this is not good. Rook b8 by Addy. And now rook fd1 looks like the first move, and if bishop here, queen move anywhere. And too many, yeah, just a
Too
bad
many
position.
weaknesses. That's why
Yeah.
the tactics all work against you. It's a very
Yeah.
typical thing. You can't calculate your way out of something like this because just
Yeah,
even if things simplify, you're still in real big trouble.
couldn't agree more.
I have to continue this discussion with the chat for a moment. People are saying, I agree that face off was good, rock and Con Air not so much. That's a weird thing to agree with. The common belief, which of course is also wrong, is that The Rock is a good movie and that Con Air and Face Off are trash.
Right.
So to say that I agree that Face Off was good, but Rock and Con Air not so much, is just egregious, and it not only disappoints me, but I find it offensive that you do have this opinion and are willing to share in public when all these movies are fantastic. A little private anecdote. It's not that private.
Yeah.
There's this podcast I really used to like. It's called How Did This Get Made? They're covering terrible movies. So one of my great ways to pass my time on Earth is to watch this terrible movie and then to listen to the podcast that talks about this terrible movie. But I had to stop because they covered both Face Off and Con Air, calling them terrible movies. And they're just not going to be able to do it. I will not stand for this.
Why are you still in the driving seat? Release the tension a bit here with knight takes e6. Can't be too bad. But after queen g8, knight c5.
Hang on. After rook b8, he took on e6,
Yeah.
and you can't take because...
Take what? Just bishop.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm hallucinating. Queen g8, okay.
Do you just want to drop back here?
Also totally lost. Queen g3. The king is just so weak. It's hopeless.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you should really be winning this one today. Dmitry Andreikin, after knight c5, played knight f4 immediately, which is also perfectly fine.
Eljanov played that.
Eljanov played it, sorry. Rook e1. Now, you can just take this guy. Why not? Feels very bad.
Another great trilogy. Taken.
The Taken trilogy.
But I'm with you, yeah, black is a pawn up. And I'm not sure how easily we get this back. Let's say knight g3 here, targeting our horse. And if the horse has to go to the edge, then we just defend this. And things aren't improving.
Yeah.
No, this looks very nice for Eljanov. So it does seem like both Wely and Pavel Eljanov are well positioned to catch our leader Wesley So today.
Amazing.
And you might have gotten some good odds had you said before the tournament, you know what, after 9 rounds, I believe we'll have 3 co-leaders. Wesley So, Pavel Eljanov and Wely. I don't think that's what people expected.
Indeed.
I'm studying.
Is Lukey's gone for a queen exchange, which looks a bit Rog, if I may say.
Lukey's gone for queen f4?
Yeah, that looks a bit defeatist. Defeatist.
Can I go knight c5? Oh no, I can't. I should stop blundering pieces in one move. But will I? I'm not sure how bad it is. But if takes...
Yeah, it takes, and
You probably want to take with a king. No, you can't. My thought process was, if I take with a bishop, then this knight c5 is bothering me. And it still is. So I have to take with a king, but taking with a king has its own set of problems. Because we're losing the right to castle. And if we can't castle here after queen c3, we're probably just getting checkmated. Queen a5 is coming, I don't even know what to do. Yeah, rook g8, queen a5. It's just game over.
It's just game over.
So you have to take with the bishop, sacrifice this pawn, and hope for the best, but I'm not sure how good the best is. The computer, strangely, does not seem to think this is all that bad. But it looks very bad. Pawn down, the bishop pair. It's not that great because this bishop is so passive. Nah. Luke's in serious trouble here after rook takes d8. What are we discussing? TM2, I need that filter. Which filter? Ah, here's a filter that if Nicolas Cage's face shows up on his TV, it automatically switches channel. Well, you do that at your own risk. Like, you could miss classics like Ghost Rider or Bangkok Dangerous or Kick-Ass by doing that. I don't know. I don't think that's a good filter to have. Imagine you had a filter that your TV automatically switches to every Nicolas Cage movie if it's playing on any of your channels. That'd be amazing. David Cortese says Gustav has many sons. Yeah, that's a brilliant pun, and one that people call Gustavsson. We've never heard any puns like based around that, so kudos to David. Frankenchrist says Con Air 54%, face off 92%. Whoa, but that's the audience score, not the critics score, right? Let me look that up. I don't believe that face off has 92% critic score. Face off rotten. You cannot bluff me on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm very, very good at the Rotten Tomatoes game. Wow, I was wrong. It does have 92%. That's just insane. Whoa. Wow.
Insanity.
My worldview is crumbling. Wow. That
Insanity.
is just shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not shocking because it is one of the best movies ever made, but I thought critics thought that since nothing makes any sense in that movie, they might give it less points.
Precisely.
Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, well, I have seen the movie, yeah.
It's fantastic. Face waterfalls.
Giri bungled.
Well, he bungled it towards a draw when he had pressure earlier, which frankly is not unheard of in Anish's games. This time it wasn't like one-way traffic, it was also worse at some point. But where did it all go wrong? Here, knight c6. Okay, maybe it wasn't much to begin with. We were looking only at d5, which was probably not ideal. Knight c4, knight d4. f4 does not find the seal of approval of Mr. Comp, but it's very little anyway.
Yeah.
No, maybe it was just not much to begin with, and now after ef4 will be very hard to make anything here. Knight f5, fg3, rook f4, g6.
Too many pawns off the board.
Too many MCs, not enough
You have to be a bit careful here with white as well, by the way.
Tristram Shandy says, Leaving Las Vegas was a very good Nick Cage movie. Nothing could be further from the truth. Very depressing. Ghost Rider. No, Ghost Rider is terrible. I should stop advertising terrible movies. Bishop f3. They did blitz out this line I was talking about.
Yeah.
Magnus took the pawn, went back to f3, maybe to discourage h5. Even though I still think if you go h5 here, you're not necessarily taking. Because now your pawns look a little silly. And black actually has something to hope for. So I would expect him to just ignore h5 in order to be able to recapture here with a pawn. And, I don't know, play b4 or something. We'll see, but maybe he's also gambling that bishop f3 will discourage Luke from doing so.
But Luke's position is just bad, right? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say.
Is Wely bungling things as well? Ooh.
Is he? Where's the queen hanging? Whoa.
Why is he making it so complicated?
That's how he plays. He's a very, very sharp tactical player. And it might be good. He spotted a little trick. Rook e6, queen d5. But the problem, everything's hanging left and right. These crazy kids and their hanging pieces. And yeah, I know I am oversimplifying, and Wely is a very strong all-around player. Most 27 plus players are. But if you have to point out one element of his style, it's his tactical prowess.
Yep.
Anyway, bishop e6, rook b3, bishop g8, and what happens when the dust settles?
Pawn up, ending.
Pawn up, ending, and two isolated pawns. It's winning. This is a reasonably easy tech job. Kasparov fan says Lawrence Trent Darby, which I'm sure you've never heard.
Never heard.
You've never heard any of these name jokes.
Never heard that one. What else we got? Let's have a look here. So,
do a little roundup, then we'll do another break. We enjoy breaks.
Well, I mean, it has been 3 hours. We've only had one break.
Tell me about it.
Bishop a4. So let's actually go from the top. I'm pretty good at these roundups.
Are you?
So,
Let me get rid of the cartoon because else it's very disturbing.
Okay.
There you go. Round it up.
From the top, Magnus Carlsen. This is position after 24 moves. Magnus is a pawn up. Luke has got the 2 bishops and some potential initiative, but for example, after knight d3, rook d8, if Magnus were to be too greedy here, knight takes f4, you do let the rook in with some threats, but yeah.
Isn't that a song? Who let the rooks in?
Who let the right? So Magnus in the driving seat, though, I think he's going to be able to fend off any potential. That's his style. He doesn't want black to get loads of activity. He just wants to keep his pawn, consolidate and win. In Giri Rapport, after the move g6, which will be played, because it's just the move to play here, protecting your pawn. Really nothing here for either side. You can do anything. King f2, rook c4 looks very logical, activating this rook. But yeah, black is just coordinated enough, nothing going on. This was one of the most interesting games of the round and still is. Should be pointed out, ladies and gentlemen, on move 27. In this position, Nepomniachtchi, rather surprisingly, given that it's such a big move in the position, missed the very simple tactic, knight f5, and it is very simple. Just threatening the queen, threatening the bishop, threatening everything, and you have to take that knight, and if you take it, check, followed by check, and here, this is just winning. So very surprising. Instead what happens is we find ourselves in this position, which is still a lasting initiative for white and a lasting attack, which is Harry's problem. However, he's very resourceful, is Harry, and it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't lose now. And it wouldn't surprise me if he did lose. But
what would surprise you?
it would surprise me if he didn't make a win, loss, or a draw. That would surprise me if none of those results were made.
That is a bold prediction.
So
we've ignored this game, just keep ignoring it.
yeah, it's been a bit of a weird maneuvering kind of game, but basically it's been equal throughout. This one has also been a very strange game, but much more entertaining to cover. Dmitry Andreikin played bishop a4, protecting his pawn. And if Pavel takes on c5 and white recaptures, the knight lands. And, you know, it just looks a bit wrong for white. The bishop's kind of doing a good job, but not. And it's all wrong. Everything is wrong with this. Also, this guy might just be flying up the board.
Yeah, it looks like white is strategically risking a great deal.
Really in bad trouble. We've already had a result in So versus Aronian, a reasonably relevant theoretical game, but
nothing new. We already knew this line was nothing for white, so Levon just proved
Levon just proved that this line is fine for black. And Wely is probably winning against Badiban because of the tactics in this position. Rook takes queen, bishop takes queen. This is hanging. This is hanging. Yeah, nothing. This is hanging, but basically it all works for white. And Wely should have a pleasant enough advantage to convert. Magnus in the meantime, played the move knight b4, which is just very strong.
Rook d2, c5 is his point.
Yeah, Luke's not going to last today. Luke is losing this one today, I fear.
Yeah. Just one last line. Ah, yeah, and here we can even grab more pawns, maybe.
Lukey's just, he had a bad opening.
Yeah, it's not been his tournament so far. Not an easy tournament for anybody. But
yeah,
it does seem like the race for first place is heating up. We might have 3 players in tight first being chased by Magnus Carlsen, half a point behind after this round. So stay tuned for more action. Thank you guys so much for being with us, for keeping us company, for mentioning great Nick Cage movies. We'll be back.
All right.
Ow. Hello everybody, welcome back to round number 9 of the Tata Steel Masters, where there's still a game going on, but one game has ended in a draw, and it's a game Wojtaszek versus Sergei Karjakin. But since we've ignored that game pretty much throughout, we will not even give you a recap. It was some subtle maneuvering by both sides that ended peacefully. Magnus Carlsen, however, has in the meantime reached a rook endgame and pawn up, which should be winning, but a wise man once said all rook endgames are drawn. That man could not have been more off, because normally these rook endgames are won. But there's some drawing chances, probably.
I think what Luke wants to get is, and he's played probably the best move here, is to move a5. I think what he wants to get is basically, he understands that, you know, he's not going to be able to keep, I should say, he's not able to stay passive here. What he wants to do is exchange a pair of pawns on the queen side.
How would you ever exchange those? Rook a4? There's no exchanges.
No, there is. Here, your rook's terribly passive. I'm going h5. What I'm saying is, at some point as white, you have to exchange a pair of pawns here, right? So let's give another example. a5. Let's say he goes here, 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 and now he can go here. And if it takes, he's got rook d2. And we do get positions where, I don't know, we get these positions, but I'm never sure that these are winning.
Yeah, I don't think you want this as white. I'm feeling it could be winning here because black has this isolated h6 pawn, so when push comes to shove, white will be very quick picking things up on the king side. Like, if you ever get the f7 pawn in exchange for the a pawn, you're probably winning. And the white king has many targets here. But having said all that, it's still not a lock that you win this position.
It's definitely not a lock that you win this position.
So if I was Magnus, I'd probably not be playing in Vike, but I would have retired a year ago and be lying in the sun somewhere. But if I was Magnus here, then I would try to avoid to make this a 2 versus 1 situation.
Yeah.
First, improve my position. I can put the rook here. The question is, how do you stop h5?
I'm not sure you can.
Rook c5 has been played. Luke is a very good endgame player, I keep mentioning this. Preparing h5, he knows he has to exchange his pawn. And I think white is to go h4 to meet h5 with g5.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But even that position...
If you allow h5, hg4, this might be much closer to a draw than you would
Magnus will hate himself if he doesn't win this one as well, after having such a commanding position earlier on. I don't know, Luke. How long has Lukey got? Can we check that?
Yeah, people are saying Luke is in serious time trouble. He does have 4 minutes 5 seconds,
That's
which is not a lot.
Enough,
but it's only 6 moves or 7 moves. Who's counting till the time control? And Luke has enough chess culture to understand what he's supposed to do here. After h4, I was curious. Can you go f6? I understand it looks a bit weakening.
Yeah.
To play h5. The problem is now then rook c4 and rook c7 is very awkward.
Round the mountain, yeah.
No, can't do that.
Okay, but this isn't trivial at all.
Well, I think it's probably supposed to be winning with a 2 versus 1 over here. You don't get many textbook examples where it's 3-3 and then 2-1 on one side. Normally it's 1-0 on the other side. I think it should favor white, but
it definitely favors
still,
white.
Yeah.
What about
good outcome for Luke given the circumstances. How's my boy Richard Rapport doing?
Is he playing for a win? Surely not. Maybe he is. Maybe
after e4, rook f4, he didn't go g6, but he gave the f5 pawn to activate. Rook d8, knight f5, rook d2.
Yeah, this was very
getting his pawn back, and maybe he's hoping that after rook b2, you know, some hope. King f2, he didn't take, but I said went knight c1, targeting this dude, but he allows rook g4.
It gets a bit sharp,
with counterplay, and it gets much sharper.
But black is winning all the pawns.
This was also possible. Yeah, Rapport, when g6 led to a dry equality, has found a way to Yeah, mix it a little.
I'd be slightly concerned with white here. Let's see rook e2, rook b2, rook h2, and I see a passed 8 pawn.
Yeah, rook g4, rook g7, rook a7,
Why
rook
can't I go
h6.
king
I see a lot of
f7? Ah,
Dropsville, Massachusetts as well.
g4, rook e2, h5. Yeah, I mean, it should still be a draw.
Yeah, well, at least. Black can never win. Probably neither can white.
Right.
Okay, take. Doesn't matter. It's a draw. It should peter out that. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's not enough pawns.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
Your boy.
Jan is winning.
Yep.
It seems. He's managed to finally play knight f5. And in good circumstances.
Yeah, he just got his exchange back.
Yeah.
And there was nothing Harry could do about it.
It doesn't
King
look
f8,
like it.
his bishop h6, okay. King d8, there's probably b8 related issues. Yeah, knight e7, queen b8. So there's literally no way to stop this. a5, you could... Oh yeah, you were threatening this.
Yeah.
So no time for a5. Hence this,
Yeah.
and wins.
Yeah, this is just not... Queen c6, and now just a bit of care.
You have to calculate if the pawn endgames are winning.
Probably the pawn endings aren't winning. Takes.
Black king is very
Yeah, f4, king c4. Yeah. Gotta be careful. You could lose these, you know. These are...
Yeah, but of course you don't go
You
here.
don't
You just
have to
improve
take
your
it,
position.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
play g4. And
But even this...
even this is possibly not winning. Yeah,
Yeah, even this ending here.
that's count.
No, it's just...
Yeah, the king is in time.
Yeah.
This would be draw. But once again, there is no rule that forces you to take on d6.
That's true.
This is chess, not checkers. Therefore, Jan should normally convert. But I'm not sure if we've mentioned it on this program. Harry is very resourceful. He's
No,
gonna
but queen f6
stick
is
around.
a very good move.
Ah, I just thought the pawn was already here and he'd run
he
the bishop
won.
h2.
That would be...
That has not happened.
No, bishop c5, queen takes
We
f7.
just take another pawn? Okay,
Yeah, but at
that's all.
least... I mean, it is 2 pawns, and it should be relatively simple, you would think. It must be. Must be relatively simple now for Jan. Harry's going to carry on, because that's what Harry does.
Yeah, he's never in a hurry.
He's
I shouldn't do those. Those
sometimes
aren't
in
even
a
funny.
hurry. Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah, when he has to make a train or a flight, like he can.
What about our boy Pavel?
Is everybody our boy? Like, I feel
Pavel's a
we're
bit-
sort of inflating the our boy. If everyone's our boy.
Pavel's my boy.
Pavel's your boy?
Yeah.
I like Pavel, but I'm not sure he's anybody's boy. He's a grown man.
Wow. HG5, rook b7.
What?
What is that?
That happened?
That's real. Wow, that's a brilliant idea, actually.
It's just another exchange. Give me all these exchanges.
Just take it.
Let's take it. Yeah, you can have one back.
Maybe he doesn't want one. Knight f5.
Probably he wants to keep going, huh?
It's not enough.
Sooner or later, you have to reveal your true colors. And then I'll still be an exchange up and win.
Yeah. No, this is Kaputski.
Andreikin is trying his best to mix it,
Yeah.
but 2 exchanges are 2 exchanges, as we say in Hamburg. You can also just refuse the second one, but why would you? And Pavel took.
Of course he took.
I expect white to play c takes b7 here.
I think that's a good, sensible suggestion.
Practically speaking, it's nice to get rid of this pawn.
Yeah,
right?
just get rid of it. You don't want to allow white to play c6. It's just...
c6 I don't even know, because it's so... such a dumb bishop then, but yeah.
The bishop can always come back to
That's
c2.
true. Yeah, just
Take it. Just take it.
Take it easy, baby. Meanwhile, in Juanito's game, which is what our friend Pepe Cuenca calls Wely, they have reached this endgame which we predicted a while back. After knight b4. Accuracy is still required because this is a big square. It's not so much knight a2, but the knight would love to go to d3. Target all these dudes.
The dudes.
All the lads, all the mates. This is a nice maneuver, stopping the knight landing here, covering a2. And Juanito should convert with
It's gonna take
a bit of patience.
Yeah, it's gonna take
A
a bit
little patience.
Yes. In other news, Gavain is suffering here. He's resourceful, but rook b4.
This is the challengers, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
You were wondering, who are these people? This is junior world champion Jeffrey Zhong against English number 3, 2,
I don't know. After this tournament, well, after this game, I don't know, but I think he was number 2.
Really? He's ahead of Nigel and David Howell and all these people?
He did a quick. Yeah. Live, he's ahead of everyone. 26.78. Ahead
Very
of
nice.
Nigel.
Sadler. Never forget about the
Sadler.
master. It's 2671.
Got a game in there. Ah, you played the 4 NCL. Okay. And then we've got Davy Boy. Dropped loads. 26.56. Nicht so good. So, yeah. But it looks like after this game, Gawain's going to drop a few points.
Yeah, Jeffrey Zhong keeps climbing and climbing and climbing.
And
Lost
still,
the first game, but going strong.
He's the Zhongest in the competition.
He absolutely is.
Sopiko, what happened?
Please let me just do this. Thank you.
It was all going so well.
It was all good just a week ago. Maybe 2 weeks ago. It's a long tournament.
She went a bit passive.
Yeah, Erwin. Slowly but surely outplayed her in
Yeah.
his endgame.
Yeah.
Which is a problem. This is not a shot at Sopiko. It's just she's outrated by 250 points.
Every game.
Every game, at least. Erwin is what, 2620, she's 2350, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's not fun. Unless you're playing me. I'm 2620 and I'm drawing anybody. But for Sopiko, she's played some fun games, but often she's ended up in trouble. And of course, such a long tournament, every day you're outrated again, and people go out of their way to spice it up against you. Not fun if things don't go well.
Right.
How's your boy and Sopiko's husband, Anish Giri, doing?
Draw.
Brav? Nietzsche.
Does look like Nietzsche.
It does look like it. Nepomniachtchi should win his game. Radek Wojtaszek versus Sergei Karjakin has ended in a draw. Both Karjakin and Wesley So have drawn their last 2 games reasonably quickly. Wesley So remains in the lead, but today he could be caught by the Yeaster and... No, that doesn't work though. By Wely. And not by this man, who's a full point behind, but by...
You're not referring to Luke Van
Pavel
Bailey.
Eljanov. No, I was referring to World Carlsen champion.
World Carlsen champion.
CB7, and if Pavel keeps his cool here, because it looks scary for a couple of moves, but if you just take everything there is, things should be fine. This is a bit of a key move, this queen e5, it feels like.
And if bishop takes a8, just queen takes f5, right?
I would guess this knight should not survive yet, just winning.
Yep.
So let's get to important topics. First of all, has Luke made the time control?
Yes.
All right. Has he ruined his position while making the time control?
I think it's pretty much the same. Magnus did get...
Magnus played h4, which was the move, because you don't want to allow h5. Luke played rook d5, king f3, and f6.
Yeah.
Commendable idea, intending to... Is that a word? Doesn't matter. Intending to go h5 anyway. But Magnus allowed it, met h5 with f3, and now he's got an outside passed pawn. Luke managed to exchange a pair of pawns, which is nice. But this dude could be a bit of a distraction for black. You're an experienced rook and gamer. Is this just winning?
Funnily enough, I remember a Magnus Carlsen game. Was it against Vasily Ivanchuk in the Candidates 2013? No, where he had 2 A pawns, 2 flank pawns. Do you remember that one?
No.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, if I'll put a position on the board now.
Please do. You keep exchanging that, or blundering the pawn.
Yeah,
but no, anyway.
I'm trying to put the position on the board.
Stop.
I'm just going to put a random position on the board. This is just ignore all of these moves. Is this position a draw?
This could be. I think this is a draw. Even without the e6 pawn, sometimes
exactly.
these things are a draw.
Yeah. So I think that's the kind of best look he's going to hope for.
Yeah, but you can't get this at all.
Yeah.
White to go b4, which is terrible, and then to go gf5. I don't think.
Yeah, it's just
realistic.
very difficult to get, isn't it?
Yeah, you just improve. You go h5, and then you you start fishing. Like after h5, for example, rook c7, followed by rook f7 becomes a very, very real
it doesn't
threat.
Feel
and if your
like
king has to go to the 8th rank, then
holdable.
you will succumb to the pressure sooner or later.
Against Aronian. Right, it was against Aronian where he had 2 A pawns.
Ah, right. Right. But there were some draws in there, some Vancouver positions, some fortresses, whatever. I analyzed it and forgot everything.
If you remembered everything you analysed, would you be 2750?
Probably not, because I still wouldn't be able to calculate, but I'd know a lot more if I didn't remember.
Would you be stronger than Peter Heine Nielsen?
I don't know. He's probably the only
I
player.
hope Peter's watching, by the way.
The only 2600 plus player who's more retired than me. That's probably very untrue.
Oh, wow. Pavel
quite
kept the
retired.
double exchange.
Double whammy.
Weird positional.
He allowed c6.
Wow. I wouldn't have allowed that ever.
Now, this pawn is very hard to... It won't be easy to get these guys. They kind of do distract you from doing active stuff.
They're just irritating, right?
And they're always there. It's like living with you. It's just irritating if they're always there.
That's true.
Yeah, that's an odd decision. Objectively, well, the machine still gives him a big plus, but this had to be the clean solution. It did look scary, though, because both of White's minor pieces
Yeah, but
jump around a bit.
You just give it back. Life is about giving back. Right?
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was about collecting moments, not things.
Just tried this new tea in the office. I'm not a big fan at all.
I never drink tea here.
Right.
I drink a lot of tea at home,
I
never
drink-
in the office. I'm
yeah.
not sure why.
I drink a lot of tea at home and here, and I'm not happy with that at all.
What was it? Which
The
brand?
Chinese.
The Chinese tea?
One, yeah. I'm a fan of all
You're a
kind-
pepperminter.
No, I'm a peppermint. So I'm an Abendbrot, which is my. We go to tea shops where I'm.
Sure. You get Abendbrot tea?
Yeah, with fresh mints and.
Right. Abendbrot is the German word for dinner. Literally, it means evening bread, but it means dinner.
Yeah, that's nice. Abendbrot and.
Weird German. I'm not sure if it's a German tradition, but eat Schwarzbrot in the evening, dark bread. That's many families' dinner. That's the traditional dinner.
I've never had Schwarz.
No, I don't do it either. I normally order Chinese, but
Oh, okay. Just looking at this game again, because it looks like they're going to have to blitz it out. If you have to go passive with White, that's good news. That said,
for black.
for Black.
Yeah, still, black has to find a way through, and it won't be so easy because some of his pieces always have to keep an eye on both the c7 and b8 square. Still sort of feels doable. Queen e5, f5, king g7, f4. Put something on the h file. Breakthrough. This will really be a breakthrough. Do you enjoy the music of Freddie Mercury?
I do.
Me too. Do they have a song called Breakthrough?
I met
Why
Freddie
am I thinking
Mercury
of-
once.
I'm not surprised.
I didn't really. He
No,
might
it
have
wouldn't
even-
have surprised me. And you're a bit young.
He died when I was very young.
That's what I'm saying. David Navarra is basically an amateur, right? With his university stuff. We're not talking amateur, we're talking inactive. Fabi is saying Jan's life is about collecting pawns. Lawrence is about giving them back. Also, in the case of Navarra, how long can he credibly be in university? Like the last 20 years?
These postdocs.
This is not a shot at David Navarra, I'm curious.
These postdocs.
He must be in his 30s by now as well, right?
Yeah, he's a bit older than me. He's 31 going on 32, I believe.
Ah, it's still younger than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, Gawain, ladies and gentlemen, is in big trouble. Magnus played rook c4. Lukey's going to go for a think here because what else has he got to do? He's got to think of any kind of configuration which...
Yes?
Let's just churn out some computer lines, even though they're not very good in these positions. h5, rook d2, rook a4, rook d5. Saying, okay, try and make progress. Rook c4.
The computer line is repeating moves.
Rook
That's
c7,
very surprising.
king f8, h6.
Yeah, that's what I thought might happen. And then the
King
h4
G8.
becomes a big factor.
King j8, rook a7.
Why not rook g6? I'm just winning after rook g6. Come on. Just take all the pawns. Yeah, this is game over.
Okay, so what happens if I go king f8?
Yeah, that might be more resiliente, but then rook a7 and threatening h7, right? So you have to go king g8 and rook takes a5, and that should also be game. Yeah,
It's just over. Looks like it's not holdable then for Luke, actually, this position.
Great.
Yeah. Looks like it's not holdable for Lukey boy. Wely, he's doing his best to bungle this, isn't he?
I don't know. I would have preferred, of course, easier said than done, but to maintain his structure and to leave black with his weak pawns, because now what I was earlier trying to avoid has happened. His knight comes to b3, to d3, and pawns get exchanged, which normally favors the defender. At least that's what I was taught. Rook c7, knight d3, king e2, check, king f1, knight d3 back. He goes rook d7. Black is going to take either this or this, probably this. And yeah, not so easy anymore. Rook a7, knight d3, f3 maybe. Some drawing chances on the horizon.
Definitely.
Event horizon.
Definitely.
Yeah, Wely.
Yeah, not the finished article.
Still has work to do. Does Anish still have work to do, or either side? Nah, it's just a draw, right? Rook h2, rook b7. And pawns keep falling off the board. Pawns keep falling off my hand.
What's chat saying?
The chat is discussing the strongest retired players. And yeah, Kasparov, of course, does count. And arguably, Kasparov is even stronger than me. I mean, like, I think you could lean either way there and not be far off, but...
Not in a Ragozin.
Yeah, that's very... No, also, that's not true. Camptown Races saying, soon the commentators will be saying Wely has some drawing chances. I doubt the commentators will be saying that soon, because it's very hard to bungle this position to a point where white is worse and decide with some drawing chances. After both rook a7 or rook a7. I strongly doubt your statement, Mr. Sir. Mr. sounds slightly condescending. Well, sir is what I meant to say. Sir, ma'am.
Sir, Sir man, like...
No, sir and ma'am is like how I address people.
Okay.
Normally.
Sounds fair.
Does sound fair. What is there to say that has not been said yet?
This game here, F6 was a great move by Pavel, I think. Well, he wants to swing and deliver Shachmat. So you have to go Rook D8.
Swing commander.
And then probably Dmitry will play Queen B1 to just interfere with some plans.
Yeah, which is why F6 was horrible.
Was it a horrible move?
Nah, probably it's still fine. It's quite weakening still.
Yeah. So
Also knight d4, knight f5 or knight e6 in the future. And no chess espresso, I do not still play poker. Giri, draw agreed. Not a surprise, I'm just going through the chat quickly here. Searching Bobby Fincher, a great movie. Bobby Fischer, I guess. No, I haven't seen it. Tell us about it. We're trying. Magnus +6.
yeah.
Christoph Waltz is a very good actor. Yeah, I won't argue that.
Christopher Waltz. Yeah. Or Christoph Waltz.
Christoph Waltz.
Who am I thinking of? Christopher...
Walken.
That's exactly who I'm thinking of.
I can read your mind.
Are you a Christopher Walken fan?
Yeah, I like his bit in Pulp Fiction.
Okay.
And I liked him in, what's it called? This movie where I think he's kidnapped by a bunch of crazy kids. But he's eviler than them. Turns the tables on them. Giri game has ended in a draw. The sun rises in the east. No, I shouldn't say these things. Anish on 50% after a very good start to the tournament, actually. Arguably, yeah, he missed a couple wins early on, but was still cruising. But then he miraculously saved a lost position against Magnus Carlsen, where Magnus Carlsen missed a virtual mate in 3.
Right.
Then got crushed by Levon Aronian. And today, yeah, Richard Rapport did do pretty well. Not really allowing Anish to generate any pressure.
Yeah. No, it's a good game, more or less. Ricardo.
Ricardo Rapapota.
Yeah. So we've got the Wely game. Oh, we've got your position yet. Really bungling territory, is it?
I don't know. Frozen.
Frozen in time.
And we froze our little toy.
That's fine.
So we'll just sit here, stare at it.
We could go full screen while you repair it.
How am I gonna repair it? And do you really want to go full screen? I'm not wearing any makeup today.
You're good, buddy. You're fine.
I don't know. I look a little...
You look a little white. You need a bit
I
of
look
sun,
a little
don't
white.
you?
Yeah,
When was the last time you had some sun?
I don't know. Like probably last summer.
Sensible answer.
Then again, I forgot what I did last summer.
Isn't it? I don't know what I did last summer.
I still don't know what I did last summer.
That was the sequel, was it?
Yeah, fantastic movies.
Fantastic movie.
All of these 90s movies where teenagers got killed. Oh, I enjoy those greatly.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, let me focus on fixing stuff. Can only take hours. So you tell the viewers, I don't know, maybe an anecdote. From your time with the Fabster or out of your life.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
With the Fabster. Yeah, nothing much happened with Fabio. He is playing right now And it looks as though he's got a wonderful position. So, fully expect him to win today.
Big surprise. Crushing a 2300 player. In the Gibraltar Masters, which starts today. We don't have the games here in our little tool, so we can't tell you that much about it. All the favorites today are facing much weaker opponents, as it tends to happen in an open tournament.
Yeah, but already tomorrow in round 2, it gets a bit tricky for these guys. Round 3 or
3, 4 is where you really start talking. But of course, in an open tournament, your opponents get exponentially stronger as long as you win the games, at least.
Right.
Magnus does normally not get exponentially stronger opponents because he only plays. I was going to say he only plays round robins, but it's not true. He played in the Qatar Open, for example.
Yeah, he plays some opens, yeah.
He's going to do anything. Rook c4, rook d5. Yeah, I do believe this is winning because this combination of h5 and a check here will stretch black's defenses to the breaking point. h5. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, let's make some sample moves. This, targets this. Check. If king d6, rook f7, I believe, is always winning. Even though here we have to be a little careful. Because here there's f5 check, I'm not sure. I've arranged my pieces so properly here. Probably still winning, but here you gotta be careful. That's what happens when I start discussing rook endgames, like things go wrong instantly. But maybe this is more precise, because here there would not even be this check. And after rook a2, rook f6, such a position is just hopeless with the 2 passes. Therefore, the king is normally forced to the back rank, and now this pawn will become a bit of a nuisance. Threatening h7, for example. If you take here h7, I believe it's just... this is even faster, typical trick. But also h7 wins. So you have to go king to g8, and with the king that passive, white will win eventually, either rook g7, rook g6, or if the king goes to f8, the trick we've seen earlier, rook a7 with a double attack.
Yeah, it looks hopeless, doesn't it?
Will take a while, but Luke, yeah. I don't think he played badly today, but he had his usual combination of not great opening preparation, and that often ends you in time trouble, even if you resist. So this endgame, which was probably lost to begin with, was not helped by the fact that Luke had 3 minutes here to get to move 40. Which game would you like to see?
Harikrishna has not made a move for what seems like an eternity. Because he's dead lost, of course. Queen g8 check. Queen g8 check. That's weird.
Why is it weird?
Because Queen g8 check has come up on our PGM viewer, but it's not come up on the live portal.
Madness.
Madness Carlsen. Oh, because he didn't go Queen g8 check. Maybe he went Queen h8 check. Oh, no, wait.
Oh,
he did? No, we just didn't see the moves, right? Queen g8 check, King b7, Queen g7 check, King c8, Queen h8 check. What's all these checks about?
I don't know.
Is it, by the way, King b7...
Maybe it's still not so simple, by the way. f2 is a bit weak. a4 is
just
hanging.
a question here.
Please. I think he's worried about takes b5, a5, or a5, b5.
And a5, 0, 0, 1?
Well, black wins. Yeah, the a-pawn is very fast. Yeah.
Only move to save the game. No at h4.
Yeah. No, understandable.
Going
here.
Yeah, this is not what you want to do. So,
once again, Queen J check, or are we behind now?
Yes. Oh no. It's gone. Not so easy, my little friend. Right? Because actually, Black's got quite a compact little configuration there on the...
Yeah, some actividad. Not easy at all, actually.
No.
Harry, he's very resourceful.
He really is. He's a pain to play.
That's what they say. All right. Brief sum up. Magnus Carlsen's gonna win. Giri Rapport was a reasonably played draw. Harry is, I believe, now a favorite to make a draw against Nepomniachtchi.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so. Wojtaszek Kayakin ended in a draw. Andreikin, Eljanov has been a mess all the way. Seemed to favor seemed to favor Eljanov for most of it. We were a little surprised he let this pawn live when it seemed like here, even though it looks passive, black eventually comes out on top. Well, now with the queen active and this pawn chain still in full effect, I would say we're playing for 3 results. Anything can happen Thursday.
Yeah.
Even though it's, what, Tuesday?
It is Tuesday, right.
All right. Anything can happen Tuesday. But the machine disagrees with me and says black's just winning, which can also happen.
Looks like mate also, right? Rook h1, rook h2, mate. g4? Ooh, baby. Wow.
The thing is that such a thing, black can never be better because these pawns are, of course, keeping Alice in chains here. Queen's called Alice.
Insane. That's insane.
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah?
Yep, so this is still a very exciting game. Wesley Solev and Aronian never left the realms of Egalidad. Just theoretical discussion, all of this stuff I've seen before because it's mentioned in my video series. This position, I believe I'm not the only one who analyzed this position to a draw more or less. Lev and Aronian showed the way here. Wesley so maintains his +3 but does not really try to put pressure on Levon in this game. Wely has had winning position against Adiban for the better half of the game. Pretty much around here. We thought the game would be over soon, but Adiban stuck around, and after some maybe questionable decisions like allowing the knight to d3, it now seems like Adiban has definite drawing chances. This is on the board. With this knight active,
Yeah.
I don't know. Game continues. White is still much better because his rook can go back to d2.
And he's a pawn up.
Things aren't easy at all.
We could be in for a long day.
What's going to happen to your shiitake risotto?
My shiitake, what are we going to do about that?
I don't know. Like, you have all these problems every day. I'm so
Great.
sorry
First
that
world
the
problems.
commentary does not end after 3 hours.
Oh,
Fiona's
Fiona!
in the chat, taking a bit of a chess break. But we'll hopefully announce some new stuff soon.
Wow.
Oh. Announcements to come.
What's going on?
I don't know what we're discussing.
Have I been to St. Pauli? Yes. What have we missed?
Is there a discussion who the best James Bond is? Because someone said, I like Pierce Brosnan best, then Sean Connery. Who would say that? Who are these people?
Who are these insane human beings in the chat?
Which James Bond do you personally favor?
I'm a Sean Connery guy.
Yeah, that's the only correct answer.
I didn't mind Daniel Craig, I think.
Me neither.
There was something about him that didn't quite do it for me.
My criticism is more a
I
more
really
general
like Pierce
thing.
Brosnan, by the way, as a Bond.
Yeah, he's alright. He didn't do anything
He did.
outstanding. My problem with Daniel Craig is not with Daniel Craig. I thought he did a good job, but it's more like this tendency, all these great shows from our youth, or these great franchises, have to become darker, grittier, more realistic, more violent.
Right.
James Bond is supposed to be fun. It's a handsome dude like going to exotic places, seducing women, fighting an evil villain.
Felt that
And now
that
it's like
doesn't
all
really
this
fit
realism.
in with the narrative of today's.
Who cares about the narrative of today's? Is it realistic that every other movie is like a superhero that has superpowers
I
that can
totally
shoot?
agree. I prefer
spider
James
webs.
Bond when he was, this flirtatious kind of cheesy guy.
I just watched James Bond. What's it called? The very first one with Dr. No.
From Russia. No, it's not From Russia with Love.
In German, James Bond chases Dr. No. But
Dr. No is on the island, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much on Jamaica, and here's an island
it's,
outside of Jamaica. Oh, I think it's Dr. No.
I think it's actually just called Dr. No.
Yeah,
it's just called Dr. No.
Anyway, it was good. Oh, it all plays in Jamaica, and it's
fantastic.
It's a solid movie.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, the new James Bond are a bit hit and miss. Like Casino Royale was good.
The absolute newest, I really didn't like.
It's bad, but the one before that was alright.
Yeah.
And I also hated that they made this guy John Cleese Q at some point.
Yeah.
I hated that, and I also hated it when they took all his toys away in Casino Royale.
Terrible. He played poker in, which one was it?
Casino Royale.
Casino Royale, right.
Casino Royale also doesn't have a villain. It has Mads Mikkelsen,
Yeah.
like setting up some games. No, nothing worked for me either.
No, I agree. The good old James Bond is not what it used to be.
Was just called Dr. No. And Pet Boy Setuam, I think he was the one who put us in line earlier when we strayed too far off chess, is back at it. Get back to the commentary, for God's sake. Let's not bring God into this.
Yeah. How dare you blaspheme?
How dare you? Anyway, back to the commentary.
Dare you?
Nothing happened in the Wely game. Nothing happened in the Andreikin game after G3.
Game,
Still
though.
thinking.
We should probably stay with that because...
No, I just want to give Pet Boy Setuam a full update. Nothing happened in the Nepomniachtchi game, and nothing happened in the Magnus Carlsen game yet.
There you go.
There you go. Let's do it again. Nothing happened in the Wely game. Nothing happened in the Andreikin game. Okay, I'll stop.
Let's stay with the Andreikin game.
No, let's stay with James Bond. Eljanov has bungled it. I mean, this is a dangerous game to play.
What is? Are we missing moves? Are we missing moves? I think we're missing moves.
Ah, see, I'm being facetious, and then things have happened.
What?
Then I sincerely apologize, actually. Oh boy, that's what happens whenever I turn too prickish. I get punished instantly.
That's okay. What happened here?
What did happen?
Yeah, this is all a result of Eljanov not giving back one of the exchanges. This was all his own making. Check.
What's going on? I'm trying to figure out, but white is so active now. If you don't checkmate him, knight d4, and these 2 pawns stay on board.
Rook f2, king e3.
2, king takes e3.
Rook h2. And it's a time control. It's an important moment for Dmitry.
Key moment, because you want to blitz out knight d4, but apparently
mate.
this is winning for black, because queen f4
Yeah.
is checkmate. And king e4, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Rook e2, king d5, because we can't take on e6, but there's this check apparently. You should... Oof, it's such a mess. But black comes out on top, because here the queen can no longer...
But we do queen with check. We do queen, right?
Yeah, but not with check.
But even this...
In case you're wondering, yes, there might be some computer assistant involved in the lines. Yeah. I am showing you right now.
That's cute. That's nice.
Wow, mess. And good luck Andreikin, who has to calculate all of this. Now at least he has an hour after the time control. Knight d4 apparently is a mistake, and the correct move is bishop d1. Not the first move that comes to mind. Then again, whatever works, right? Defending everything.
Yeah.
Whoa. Drama. And yeah, Pavel, if he doesn't win this game, Captain Hindsight that we are, he's gonna come back to this moment, because here it looks inconvenient, but there's really limited things white can do. He doesn't have these passed pawns. This pawn is still distracting him, and this line is reasonably straightforward, I would say. Queen e5, and we're simplifying to a winning position. So now it's a total mess. Bishop d1, an odd move to play though. What else do we miss?
What about Jan Nepomniachtchi? Let's quickly go there, because
Yeah, we didn't
We
miss
said
much,
it was
right?
difficult, but
He went g4.
well, maybe you take on a4 now and you just go for it. What else?
Queen e4 is also legal, maybe.
Yeah, I like taking pawns with.
Pawn is a pawn, and we also
Yeah,
threaten this,
exactly.
maybe this.
You can't get to this black king. It just hides in the corner there. The knight.
Yeah, you
is-
can check it as long
That's
as you want.
it,
But
yeah,
the
but-
knight is dominating.
Yeah. Yeah, not easy. Harry, I told you, resilient, resourceful, difficult to beat him.
Have you ever seen a Harry game, or is this exclusively based on your
It's
personal
exclusively
experience?
based on my experience. I mean, most
I
players,
do disagree with the notion. I
most,
do agree with the notion.
most players would have resigned.
I vaguely remember that game. Yeah, you had a great position.
Yeah, I do.
Things happen.
Sad times. If
Fully
it were
understand-
Lukey's move here, he'd go f5 and make a draw.
But it's not. Also, would he make a draw with f5? Maybe he would.
Nah,
Okay, well, we just stop it.
that is an issue.
An issue. Giri. But sooner or later, Magnus has to go for this
Yeah, I think Magnus is going to come crashing.
scheme.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see a way for Lukey, yeah. Lukey boy. He took on a4. He's an irritating guy, this Harry.
Very irritating.
And if Jan doesn't win, we'll come back to that point.
Which one was again? The
Knight
knight f5
f5.
point?
I mean, come on. I would have played that in a 1 minute game.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I really would have.
No, you
No, I really would have.
No, you wouldn't even have spotted this in a 5-minute game.
I really
Only
would
a 5
have.
bishop h6, no chance.
I really would have.
No.
Yeah. Absolutely would have. Honestly, that is just my kind of tactic. I can't do anything else, but those moves I can spot. No, I would have spotted that. That's really simple. All right.
Anyway, Jan Nepomniachtchi still has a lot of work to do against Harry, and the craziest position of the whole round so far, maybe, is this one, where Pavel Eljanov has 2 extra exchanges, while Dmitry Andreikin has pawns on c6 and b7. And it becomes very much blow by blow. Who can get to the opponent's king first? What is this, for example? This loses.
Oof. Brutal.
But
Yeah, it's
this
kind
seems
of...
possible.
But it's one of those moments as well where Andreikin can just lose.
But it's good timing for him. He made all the forced moves in time trouble.
Yeah, but
Like king f3,
Yeah, yeah,
king takes e3, and now he can think.
it is good timing. But move 41, it's tricky kind of trick.
Tricky.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anything can happen. How's Mr. Wely?
He's still a pawn down, which is an issue.
Wely is a pawn up.
Oh, sorry, Wely's a pawn up.
Right. Yeah, I don't feel he's handled this particularly well. He exchanged
No.
a bunch of pawns. This pawn is going to be hard to advance now. Still winning chances, of course. You do have the extra pawn, but his pieces are passive. I have a feeling Adiban. I was going to say Adiban's going to draw this, but I'm not that sure.
No,
Still
I
a
think if
lot
we
of
were
work.
playing Magnus,
No, against Magnus, you lose this.
no, if Magnus were black.
Okay.
If Magnus were black, he'd have good chances. Can Lukey try f5 now? We've got in the chat.
Magnus didn't go for king f4?
Hold on. Is he?
So careless.
Is he bungled? If he bungles this one, this will be really bad. This
I
is
think he's probably calculated it, but I wouldn't have allowed this
but this
to go
is
h6.
bungleable. No,
It's very bungleable.
that's
English.
that's
bungleable.
English. Yeah.
So, according to the comp, this line is still winning. You can never trust the comp fully in rook
Yeah.
end games, but I'll still put it on the board.
Check.
Check king h8, gf.
both are the same, I would think.
If EF Rook A7, okay, this I can believe, because if we manage to take this pawn while keeping
And
both
if
our
Rook
pawns,
F5?
it's just winning. And if Rook F5, then Black can't really
Rook
move anything
D5?
ever, right? I guess White's just too fast here.
No stalemate tricks?
Hang on, can't I just walk around? Okay, maybe your e-pawn will be a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, that's not what you want, I don't think.
I think it's still totally winning. You just have no moves. Like, I'll put my king here, my rook on e7, and something's gonna give.
It'd be nice to actually stalemate you. Okay. Yeah.
Run!
Yeah, still looks good.
But still, it's weird that he would allow this. I mean, these are computer lines, but you have to spot h6. Everything else is not so clear.
And if h6
Oh,
there,
FG.
FG,
No, FG, I'm too fast, right?
Rook h5.
Old trick.
Ah, the old Rook c8. Yes, yes, yes.
Good old rook c8.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, yeah, you have to start calculating variations. Well, I thought he
Yeah,
could
King
just
F4
do this
looks
on
so
autopilot,
natural,
or maybe e5 and then f5 bothered him. But then his
Well, yeah, it's so weird that he played this one.
Gonzo.
I don't know.
Maybe.
He's still
Maybe
going to
it's
win,
bothered.
isn't he? I think.
Our boy Dima taking his time, as he should, after rook hh2.
Yeah.
Luke is also going to spend some time now after rook c4 to go through his options.
Yeah. Queen h2 check by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He wants to put his queen here, which makes sense. Stopping queen d1, followed by queen g4, and keeping an eye on the b5 pawn.
Okay, so king b7.
This looks normal. Queen
No,
f4.
queen d7, I assume.
Or here, then. This is serious source of irritation.
It's really, really annoying. And you can't move your f pawn. Your king's still a bit kind of pinned. That bishop on c5 is just glorious. This could be... Can Harry win this?
Well, Nepo
If he
has to overpress, but, well, now White always has a perpetual if he wants it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Harry is a favorite.
So you're saying there's a chance?
So you're telling me there is a chance. The chat is still discussing Christoph Waltz, the dentist in Django Unchained.
Oh, no, he was brilliant in...
Well, he was better in Inglourious Basterds.
In Inglourious Basterds, he was brilliant, yeah.
The thing is, he's great in these two roles, but I'm not sure he has range to play something else. He was also the Bond villain in this new
That's right.
Bond, but in general, he's always the...
Bad guy, yeah.
Not so much the bad guy, but the educated foreigner European who's, yeah...
Reminds me of you.
Slightly not to be trusted at the very least sometimes.
Sounds exactly like you.
It does sound like me, except for the educated. And I'm not a foreigner in Hamburg.
That's true. You are definitely not foreign here. You are...
Most people are foreigners in most countries.
Sopico did lose.
Yep.
So what is that? What's her score?
Score is 1 out of 9. 2 draws.
1 out of 9?
Yeah.
What's her expected score?
I don't know. 2.5, 3?
Oof.
Maybe that's right. I'm not sure.
Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders is fantastic.
Jan's favourite series.
I love Peaky Blinders. Haven't seen the 3rd season yet. When I find a bit of time on my hands, I'll watch it. But yeah, I love Peaky Blinders. First season was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. Second was also good. Less good than the first, but still very good. My boy Vladimir Dobrov has lost his game in the Challengers group against Eric Hansen. Eric having... I don't know the scores, but I'm going to say Eric's having a good tournament.
I think he wasn't, and then doing better towards the end.
Smirin is converting his... advantage against Jordan. King b5. We have to defend like this, then bishop d2, and now you can either allow me to play bishop takes a5 and go back, or you can do this, or you can resign. All of those lead to exactly the same result.
Yeah.
Jordan is lost. Your boy Jones is probably lost somewhere. Earlier it was said that he could have saved the game at some point, I'm not sure where. It all looks lostish to me. Maybe it was even earlier. But yeah, he's gonna lose to Jeffrey Zhong. Mr. Magnus.
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 No, you throw a little N before the G. Magnus. It's very hard. Is going to win. We will take 2 more TV show questions and go on. See, I can't speak anymore. On another little break. Then come back with the Gibraltar games, which earlier I got the link in chat, so it looks like we have them. Svidler on Increments asks, what about the Nick? Did you watch the Nick?
No.
I didn't really watch. I
never saw
seen a couple episodes.
Never saw the Nick.
It's good, but it's at its core, I would say, a horror show. And I don't enjoy this genre of horror so much. All these operations. Ugh.
Okay. Should we rejoin the crew in a few minutes then? Because we've got a while left on the stream. We've got very complicated position in the Eljanov game. And even the other endings, Wely is going to take a fair while. Gawain did lose in the end. Let's check.
Yeah, but I wasn't updated earlier. It looks like here, after rook a4. Oh!
He missed a bungalow.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Oh
shit.
That's beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
If takes, it's obviously stalemate. So you can't take, and therefore you're losing the a pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a shocker that would have been.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Rook d4.
Oh, you don't take that.
The machine says you don't have to take. I thought the point was taking, and I was going to say maybe it's still winning after f4. But apparently this makes it draw. Don't understand why. But who am I to argue? But wow,
this
rook
is
a1.
Insane. Okay.
Beautiful little resource. Frankly, I'm surprised. Okay, probably he thought it was game over anyway and just going through the motions. But it doesn't look that hard. Once you see it, you have this setup. Nobody has moves. You try this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Smirin has won the game against Fun for Raised. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't clicked the update button earlier. Rager has drawn against Ariantari. My boy Lu Shanglei is still playing against Lei Tingji. It doesn't look like Lu Shanglei is enjoying himself very much. And Benji Bock against Niels Grandelius ended in a draw in this martial theoretical debate. We shall go on a brief break and then be back with some of the action. See you guys then. Bye.
Shit. Slightly concerned.
What is it now?
Yeah,
Oh,
We're back. We are back. You thought we left, but we didn't go nowhere. We didn't go nowhere. We are here to serve you, the people. To give power back to you, the people. That was a Donald Trump speech that he borrowed from a film with the guy with the mask standing out. Did you see that? It was fantastic.
He quoted Bane, that's what I heard.
Bane, right. It was Bane. This is round number 9 of the Tata Steel Masters with the likes of World Champion Magnus Carlsen, World Championship Challenger Sergei Karyakin, hottest player on the planet at the moment, arguably Wesley So, in most inform, the likes of Levon Aronian, and future contenders like Wely and maybe Bhaskaran Adiban. Who knows? We've had 3 draws. We had an uneventful draw in the game Wojtaszek versus Karyakin. We had a very uneventful draw in So Aronian. We had another draw in Giri Rapport, although that was a slightly more eventful. And now we have 4 remaining games in which we can safely say at least 3 of them have got real winning chances.
3 of the games or 3 of the players?
3 of the players within those games.
So I think it's 8 players, and out of the 8 players in those 4 games, 3 have winning chances.
Yes, because I believe the other game will be a draw.
Alright, so Magnus Carlsen's winning chances, that's 1.
I think this might just be more than winning chances
He
now.
might just have winning.
This just might be gewinning.
Gewinning. This is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, this is an issue, yeah. No, this is...
Here, then Harry the H-pawn, as Simon Williams likes to call him apparently, is running, and we're back to our old trick.
Yeah. No, this is resigned, actually, for Luki. So Magnus will make a much-needed victory there, it seems.
Is that how you say things in English? He will make a much-needed victory?
No.
Okay, just checking, because I'm eager to learn.
No, you don't say that at all. He will score a much-needed victory, is perhaps much better. That will mean that he will only be half a point behind Wesley So, and potentially Wely, and potentially Pavel Eljanov. But in this game, it's a kind of weird one where, Harry is being Harry and just making things very difficult for Jan. He's going to play a4, which he did, and he's got this extremely annoying thing on a4, which is stopping White. It's a pawn, which is stopping White from having things his own way on the king side. And the problem with this position, after Queen f3 check, which had been played, King b8, even if you get, some say you advance some points, you leave your king extremely opening. This bishop, Queen b2 or Queen b7 might immediately be a draw. So again, then it all comes down to the following point, and that is knights don't react well against passed flank pawns, and this knight has got a duty of covering here. You can't really do much here without exposing your king and being open to checks. I would say this is probably close to a draw now, if I had to guess. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. That's nice to know. Oh, a boy, Dmitry found the only move.
Well, this could go either way now.
Yeah, I mean...
Pavel, why would you let these pawns live? Like, pawn gets to the 8th rank, it becomes a queen. You constantly... It's like babysitting, but they never grow up or they never leave. They're just there.
Yeah.
The computer says equal after some crazy lines. I'm not sure how crazy. It looks fairly crazy. Stuff like this.
This is still equal somehow. It looks winning for White, but it's...
Yeah, or for Black, who is a rook and something up. But these pawns...
But there's no check, and it's queen next move, so...
Can I do this?
No.
No, this loses. Okay.
It's just very impossible to play.
Cute line though. Let me share.
Yeah. Gewinning.
Giving it. So yeah, this is a total mess where best play should lead to a draw, but anybody can win. I might take white in a practical game now.
Yeah. What a result that would be.
Would be quite a swing because Pavel was in control pretty much all the way.
He was.
Speaking of, knight d4 has been played by Wely. Yeah, the status quo not really changed once again. Wely using tactics to get positional stuff done. Stuff is the expert term, because I'm sure he's calculated that this is winning for him.
Yeah. King d4.
Which is not hard to believe since you have the outside passer.
Yeah.
Still. Got to be done. Wely with good winning chances against Adiban. And should he win and Eljanov not win, then Wely could join Wesley So in the lead in the tournament. Wely, bit of a tough, or I don't know, maybe it was just ignorance, but it looked to me like he didn't have a great 2016.
He didn't. He was up and down, wasn't he? He won points, he lost. But he was hovering around 2,700 for a long time.
That's what I'm saying. And in 2015, he was already 2,735, so he hasn't like exploded the way people thought. But maybe it's all coming together for him now at age 17. If he moves to +3 in Vike, that's already serious business. And I have a delightful surprise for you, because I know what you really want to do is travel through time and tournaments and have a look at all these exciting Gibraltar Open Round 1 games, so we can check in with your boy, the Fabulicious.
He's an exchange down.
Yeah, but he has positional compensation.
That's true.
Against Yena Rakesh Kumar. All first round players in Gibraltar, because it's the first round of the Gibraltar Chess Congress, are facing roughly 23-20 players on the first board. So they're big favorites. Still, sometimes they're not fully warmed up, and 23-20, that means they can play chess. Those are not beginners.
Absolutely can play chess.
So it's not...
Absolutely can play chess.
Not always easy to get right into it.
What about Maxime Vachir?
My boy, Maxi boy, he's channeling his inner Nimzovich and going for a light square blockade.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't it?
Against Jan Sodoma. E4, F4, knight d5. And yeah, he's gonna squeeze victory out of this. Then there's your boy. I'm not sure if it's your boy. Your boy's compatriot, Hikaru Nakamura. After knight to c6, he's putting pressure on Kazim Goulamali.
Yeah, you know about Kazim?
Is that the Buckhouse champion?
The Buckhouse world champion, buddy. The best Buckhouse player in the world. And a very serious 1-minute player as well. Very, very good 1-minute player.
Looks like he's using his time for useful endeavors. Bullet and Buckhouse.
There is no more.
He knows where the money's at.
Yeah. So he's getting beaten by Hikaru here. He's getting squeezed. This knight on c7, no good.
Oh, your boy again.
Hold
Chucky against Petra Pap. Chucky is trying to play it safe in the first round. He went for the Petrov against Petra Pap, whom he outrates by 400 points. He is so... That's why people call him mercurial and all these words, because he does stuff like that. Well, normally you would not play the Petrov if you're 450 points higher rated.
Right.
And then gladly exchange everything.
Oh my god.
He might still win. He, on paper, has the better bishop. Oh, but... Okay, Petra Pap even refused exchange. Very strong Hungarian female player. I'm not making fun of anybody.
No,
I'm just saying
Chucky's
choice
no
of opening
way
is
to win this?
No, this is pretty much the exact same structure from Carlsen Kayakin,
Right.
one of their quick draws. White puts these pawns here, which is correct. And you can or you cannot go b3, c4. There's just nothing to do. So yeah, Ivanchuk might be the first top seed to not win his game. Nicky Adams is, well, doing Adamski things like pushing his a-pawn, freezing the weakness on b7. Yeah, he's gonna come through eventually. And your boy, Piers Fiddler. Short game against Juan Manuel Bellon Lopez, Grandmaster.
Yeah. But it looks as though Peter's got everything
Peter's
under
got,
control.
you know, he's got bishops, he's got stuff under control.
Yeah.
Let's briefly click through it. He's done things. And now he's gone after this bishop to unbalance it, as you do. Beyond trying some creative things.
Very creative player.
Peter kept. You know, he has the long-term things going. He's a classical player sometimes. He has a 2 bishops, center. Life is good in Svidlaville.
Agreed.
People kept asking earlier in the chat, do we think Svidla's going to win Gibraltar? He's not a favorite to win. No single player is a favorite against the field. And as you've seen by the names we've covered so far, I would guess some of these guys have slightly better chances than Peter. Not so much by rating, but also Peter is a very solid player and you need a huge score to put together.
Huge.
Huge. To put together a Jib victory. Svidler on increments disagrees and says Svidi Svidster will win Jibs. We're rooting for him over here. But yeah, I would guess guys like Fabiano, Hikaru, Maxi Boy might have slightly better chances to produce a huge score. But
Huge.
I'll be happily proven wrong by P. Svidi. Toppy defeated German Grandmaster Thomas Petz, father of Elizabeth Petz. Looks like Toppy, yeah, sort of broke through 60 moves.
Wow.
So far, so good. Knight e4, maybe a bit early. Anyway, nothing drastic has happened. d5 is not a pretty move.
No.
Take it. d5, cd, d rook c1, okay. c6, fair enough. b5, also not a pretty move. Computer actually says g5 and black is totally fine here.
Right.
Anyway, b5 I dislike. Queen b3, knight d7, and now little Toppy tactic.
Wow.
Takes, rook c7, and resigns.
Yeah. Rook b8, rook b7, baby.
Cute.
That really
Cutesville,
is
Tennessee.
resigns, yeah.
So Topalov already won, and that ends our first excursion to Gibraltar. Because let's not forget, this is a Tata Steel Masters show.
It certainly is.
And we will focus on the Masters, on the Carlsters, and on the Krishnas. No, that didn't work. King f3. Why not king g3? Doesn't matter. He's arguing, if you take, I'll do this trick. That we already know. Well, if you don't take, I'll take.
If you don't know, now you know. Maggie.
No, Luki.
Luki.
Maggie knows.
Maggie knows this is over. There's not really anything to discuss here. It's just going to be 2 extra pawns.
Worst case scenario,
what to
as we
talk
say
about?
in German. You get this. Ain't nothing to talk about.
What do you say in German?
Worst case scenario.
Is that borrowed from English, or is Wurst actually worst?
No, Wurst is sausage and Käse is cheese.
Right. So, how would you say worst case scenario in German?
Worst case scenario.
But what is the word for worst?
Worst case scenario, literally, you would say im schlimmsten Fall.
In schlimmstem Fall.
Yep.
So why don't you say that?
Because I think worst case scenario is funnier.
In schlimmstem Fall.
Im schlimmsten Fall. In the worst case.
In schlimmstem Fall, we're going to have a worst case scenario.
Oh, and good news for you, your boys in the chat.
My
Pramod
boys.
NVS.
Yeah. Shout out to my boy Pramod.
And people are trying to bully Luke into resignation, which sounds like they're worried that Magnus might not win if Luke does not resign instantly. Why are you so stressed out? Let Luke decide when he resigns. He will possibly resign now, actually. I don't see many tricks. F5, GF,
Rook
Rook
H5,
H5,
FE6.
is not really helping his
Boom.
cause. Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, A3 on the board. Harry is willing to exchange things.
Yeah, but yeah, the king's too open, and this is just simple draw, actually.
Looks drawish.
Yeah, simple draw. You can even pick up c4. So,
GF4 played by Pavel Eljanov. Best move. Still a huge Huge. I struggle with the H. Huge.
Huge. No,
Huge.
the Donald pronounces it huge with
Yeah,
Y.
but the Donald also has it wrong.
I still haven't worked out if he said big league or bigly. Sound bigly.
He did say bigly once, right?
More than once. There's a
bigly.
bigly. Yeah. Doing it bigly.
He does have all the best words, so it might just be one we don't know about. GF loses here because of rook e2, bishop e2, queen b6, and king e4 is rook e2. Well, king f3 is queen f2. But I should. Why not go all the way? But after GF, there is knight takes f4, not allowing any such nonsense.
This is just mad. I mean, this
is a fun little line.
This is insane.
Insane.
It's just...
No more checks. Actually, this is a check.
Yeah, and then...
This is another check. So there are a lot more checks.
You can't take on...
This is probably losing, yeah? Yep, rook d2. Madness. So
Madness Carlsen, this guy.
Madness Carlsen. Did you know that the reasonably well-known rapper The Game has a song called Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, I know about that. That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird.
How famous is this guy?
The Game is quite famous.
No, Magnus. What we got in chat?
Svidler on increments is all giggly with Peter winning his game.
Wow.
And GJM says, I guess Luke intends to play this out until he's mated. No, I don't think so.
I don't think Luke's going to play till mate. Very quickly in the Wely game against Bhaskaran.
Please weigh in.
Adiban. I'm way over my head in this particular ending.
Do you say that in English? I'm way over my head in this endgame?
Yeah.
Okay. I will think.
You can weigh in anytime.
No, I'm just curious.
Okay.
I would have said
no.
Way out of my depths. Or...
No, I know. Yeah, way over my head, way out of my depths. Kind of similar kind of meaning. Anyway, there's really no way for Adiban to create winning chances in this position. That's for sure. He's a pawn down. He is holding on, and I'm just wondering if.
What I'm wondering.
Yeah. Is there any way for right?
This could be a way to end the game quickly.
That would be nice. That would be really nice, Jan. But I think that's way too unlikely to happen.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just looking for the right way to proceed here.
It's like this thing, if Sideshow Bob steps on the ladder 7 times, it gets boring after the 3rd time, but it gets funny again by the 17th time. So I'll just sit through the boring
You sit
phase.
through. Magnus can... Luki can resign?
Pramod MVS asks, is Bhaskaran or Adiban his father's name? Bhaskaran is his father's name, Adiban is his name.
That's true. True story.
Whenever you have questions about Indian names, Pramod, I'm your guy. I'm assuming you are Indian, but I can still answer.
King takes e4 is on the board in Andreikin versus Eljanov, so Black's got a number of moves here. Check is one, takes is another. But white is not worse. And if I had to choose who I would be here, I would probably choose white because I think that my moves are easier.
Frankenchrist is saying, sounds like a Harry Potter novel, the Adiban of Bhaskaran. Nah.
That's pretty good.
Or is it the Prisoner of Azkaban?
Yeah. Y'all are whimsically punning. Love it. Love it. Keep the... You guys are way out there today. Keep it coming.
I like your range with the way jokes. Like it's literally every time it's just saying way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to weigh in there, but I couldn't take
That's
it anymore.
fine.
Do you think the weight of expectations on his shoulders is crippling now that he has a legit shot of winning the tournament?
I don't.
Me neither.
I just think he's playing a game. He's not converting particularly well, but we're going to be here for another 3 hours.
Beautiful.
Looking at this bad boy over here, the King, Rook and Horsey ending. Jans, please tell some stories from your time in the army. I think you guys have got this impression that Jan was like in head to toe in army outfit and with a gun and was up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Were you?
Yeah, those were the days. No, but yeah, I was in the privileged situation that most of my time in the army I was in what they call Sportfördergruppe in German, which is like sports department, whatever you want to call it, doesn't translate, where I could live and train at home and play chess tournaments and did not show up there that often, but you have to do this basic training, which was pretty tough, at least for me.
Right.
I had an Indian in my room. You share a room with 5 other guys.
You had an Indian.
There was Gefreiter Sivakumaran. Was there?
So he was an Indian German guy?
Yeah.
Lovely.
He struggled with the rough customs, understandably.
Oh, okay.
I also struggled because, I didn't interact much with people.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see you in the army.
You know, you're just...
I just don't see you in the army.
No, it was alright.
Yeah.
So you just click on the internet without sharing?
I'm just clicking away here. I'm just looking at a few things. Luc van Velde has resigned after battling somewhat against the inevitable. Magnus Carlsen has won, and that means that he is only losing 1.3 rating points from this tournament, and the gap now between him and Fabiano has been restored to 11 points. So Fabiano will not be coming even close to Magnus, regardless of his results.
Still a lot of chess to be played in the next couple of days.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of chess to be played. The puns are waning. They are. We can only.
Not gonna acknowledge that.
There was only one way down, really. So we kind of. Knight d6. Can I take that guy? What's going on? This is the first move I would think about is bishop takes d6.
Congratulations. There's a check, and the first move you would consider
Queen
is
takes
taking
d6.
the piece. I gave the check.
And just simply pushing my pawn.
Wow.
Ready to queen.
Impressive.
You can give a check.
Train of thought there.
And I can block the check.
Then I can give a check on
You
a8.
can give a check. I will move out.
Then you're very lucky to have queen c6 check here.
And I give a check. And you move your king. And I take. And this is draw. This is just too difficult to win. King's too open. He didn't even take it. Harry's a sick man. He just went king d7. Probably a good move. Maybe he's smelling something here.
What do you think he's smelling?
Knight f5. And queen g8 on the board.
Wow.
It's getting...
Harry's very resourceful now. This has become much sharper.
I promise you, he's thinking, I'm going to win this. He wants to win this. No, he's thinking about winning this.
I think he's just thinking about making
No,
moves.
I don't. I think he's mildly optimistic.
Das Kapital Lesen is asking. Asked the question a couple of days ago, and I'm guessing you're asking it again. What is your relation to Robert Hübner? Any thoughts on him as a player character? Is he your father?
No, your father.
No, Robert Hübner is not my father.
Oh, okay.
No, I know him. Like, we're different generations. I've played him twice. He crushed me both times. And that was when I was already a 2600 player. So, Yeah, very good chess player, Mr. Hübner. Some chess culture there. Maybe the last German world-class player, really. I'm not that familiar with the details of his career, but I do know that he got very far in these candidate matches.
No, he was unbelievable.
Tremendous player at his time. As I can't say I know him well personally, but I was once stuck with him and a bunch of other chess players for, I think, 3 weeks in Vietnam. We were supposed to have like a friendly match versus Vietnam, and then there was this volcano, this Eyjolfur or something, this Icelandic volcano that stopped all air travel for a couple of weeks.
Wow.
So we hung out in Vietnam, and we had a good time. Very educated man, very interesting man, nice to talk to. But yeah, I can't say I know him well. I believe this is the only time I've ever interacted with him when it wasn't like resigning after he crushed me again.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. That's about it. Queen G8 has been played.
A2 is a threat. Queen A8 check is in the air. Just
something in the air
terribly
tonight.
difficult to...
Okay, you push this guy first, right?
Okay, A2.
This is a cute move.
Is it made?
What is this? It's still a draw? How can everything be a draw? Queen A8 again? Oh boy. And draw.
This is not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. And I
Fun
can
little
tell you
lineup.
right now that Jan would be white as a ghost if this were to appear on the board.
Why?
This is not... Well, because that position you could legitimately think you're losing that as well.
Ah, you mean if I was playing, then
Yeah.
this would happen. White as a goat. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time seeing white ever losing because the black king is so open. We can always give 8,000 checks if we want to. But I don't think Jan is willing to give it perpetually yet. And it might not be possible to squeeze more out of this. Did we mention that Harry is quite resourceful?
Very resourceful player. I said it from day one.
Do you go out of your way to mention that Harry is resourceful?
No.
Okay.
It's an important. Wely. Rook C2 check. Get it on the board. They're
Hoping for this or this.
Forcing King B6, it looks like.
Or this or this.
All lose. King.
Fantastic geometry.
Yeah, King B6 only move.
Yeah, and the game continues. Adiban will spot King B6, probably even quite quickly, should this check be given. So let's do another roundup. Carlsen wins against Luke van Wely. Plays the... what do we call this? The Keris attack of the Scheveningen. And Luke once again ran into some opening troubles here. I'm no expert, but I had the feeling that this position might already be slightly unpleasant. Luke fought back well, but never managed to fully equalize and then succumbed to the pressure. Giri Rapport draw. Wojciech Kayakin draw. This is good recapping. So Aronian draw. That leaves us with Nepomniachtchi Harikrishna still going. Craziest game of the day so far. And probably it won't be topped, is Andreikin Eljanov, where Queen B1 check has just been played.
Yeah, he has to play King D4.
Or D5.
Well, I think it's the same thing because you end up putting your king on C5.
Yeah, King D4 allows this with check, which seems to not make a difference. Because, yeah, somehow this is just a perpetual. Well, Black can't checkmate, so it's believable, since these pawns are worth quite something. Still odd. We might get a position like this, which is apparently drawn.
This is just insane, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Hübner Korchnoi. Yep.
Yep. Let's go back to Gibraltar. People are saying Ivanchuk might think this is a checkers game. Not sure he thinks that. But it's not impossible. How could you falter when you're the Rock of Gibraltar? B4 played in Gibraltar by Vasil Ivanchuk in his first round game against Hungarian female player Petra Papp. Probably women's grandmaster, but I don't want to get the title wrong. I don't know. She took, and the balance is still undisturbed. Very little
Nothing
you can
to
do
say,
here.
yeah. It's just a draw.
Your boy.
My boy, Fabianovic, the third. Look at those
So
powers.
changed down, but he built a nice pawn chain. And I hope he's going to go f3 just to pronounce it.
He's not going to go f3.
But he should.
He should.
Well, the black pass pawn is not really going anywhere since his bishop is
Yeah.
well placed. Now, white has a superior position.
Yep. Fabi's going to win. It's the kind of position he just wins.
Who would have thought?
MVL also going to win.
Yeah, another checkers position, but you don't want this pawn here. Because it's finding it hard to leave a mark.
Your boy, Hikaru.
It's my boy now?
He is your boy. He is completely winning against Kazim. And Mickey is completely winning against Alexandre Villemier.
You start getting the feeling these two 750 players are favorites against two
My
310
boy.
players.
Whoa.
And
Piotr.
Piotr is crashing through.
Can we go bam? Bazam.
Bazinga. Yeah, that looks pretty
That's really simple as well. Yep, Piotr is going to win. So everything is basically going to plan at the moment. What about our boy Boris Gelfand? Haven't seen him.
Hang on. Piotr is playing Robert Bellon and Gelfand is playing Robert Berlin. What is this? Some alternate universes?
I think his name is Juan Manuel.
I know.
You
it
got it.
Work better for.
But Boris is not better
Perfect
here.
sake.
What do you do against d5?
Well, Boris is gonna stick around, and in 1,000 years he's gonna play e6. But yeah, for now, no reasons for happiness for Boris. You even have to be a little careful.
Can't you be much worse here?
You can.
So Boris playing his first Open since goodness knows when. Arkady, your boy, Nidich.
He won his
He
game.
won. Chepa won. Don't see him playing so much now. Vadim Zvagnisev.
That is expert pronunciation.
Zvagintsev.
Telling it there. Poor Zvagintsev.
He's playing.
I agree with Rosebuster that we have too many boys. Not everybody can be our boy.
We do have to.
You can't be boys with everybody.
That's true. Your boy, the Fress, won. So it's all basically going to plan. What about our boy David Anton? He really is our boy. He is winning. Peace up. Rook takes c2.
He's gonna win. Making a long expected rating jump recently, David Anton. Been very talented for a long
Was
time.
he 26?
Finally he's at 2650 and climbing.
Okay.
Because he took his
Took his
dear time.
Did take his
He's
time.
getting there. Hu Yifan also playing,
Yep.
giving a masterclass on light square domination
Wow.
against Borkashian. David Howell.
My boy. He really is my boy, but he's kind of struggling here, right?
This doesn't look smooth exactly. No.
No, far from it.
Hang on, he's playing Saravanan, or probably not the Grandmaster.
No, not the Grandmaster.
The Grandmaster Ganguly is playing Alan Tate.
Yeah.
Also not smooth walk in the
it's not
park
easy.
for Ganguly.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of results, aren't there, that are mild upsets at the minimum in the first round. There always are in Gibraltar. So,
Vontier lost to Fressinet.
tricky tournament. Tricky tournament.
Tricky. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
Should anything exciting happen,
Oh,
brought to our attention. And Nepomniachtchi went for it.
That's unbelievable.
There you go.
I think that's a dreadful decision. But maybe there was nothing better. Oh, a dominio! Thank you guys for the brilliant commentary. Got premium just to watch this. Thank you very much, a dominio.
Thank you so much.
That's the
all
the
my
commitment.
boy material.
That's the commitment.
And the way jokes. Where do you get all these way jokes? Any other place. Anyway, much appreciated. Queen G4, A1, Queen check. Should probably be played, right? It's not check technically.
I think A1 Queen is the move to play. A1 Queen, let's put it on the board. Knight H6 check, King C7. Knight takes G8, Queen A8 check. Beautiful geometry. King moves. Queen takes G8. And
no one's better.
Yeah, but aren't you slightly annoyed right now as white? Given that you start to see ghosts here with white, no?
But what goes out there?
Yeah.
Oh, these ghosts, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, or the king comes over and you can't...
Yeah, no, the king is still too exposed, so I don't think white is running any particular risk here, but yeah.
But why? Isn't it black who's running no risk at the moment?
I don't think either side is running any risk.
I think white's running huge risk here.
Running.
Like, play a move.
Alright, I'll play... Oh, this is a terror move, right? Okay, I'll play this.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I'm not going to trick you.
You might trick me once, but you ain't going to trick me twice.
That's a song.
No. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard is a song. They're almost blunder.
You haven't blundered, but this is what
if I need C5, then I don't want it. I thought I had Queen E7 check.
Yeah, that's...
But here the going gets tough.
I'm telling you, this is bunglish.
Yeah, maybe.
Just a bit of carelessness. Yeah. Okay.
A trip to Bungleville is indeed in the cards, because here there's no more checks.
Yeah.
No, you have a point. Harry.
Harry's not losing now, if he makes a queen.
At the very least, not losing.
I mean, I would make a queen here. But then again, he has to see Queen A8 check.
He will.
Will he?
That's child's play for Mr. Harry. But he has an alternative. He can do this. This pawn is still quite strong.
Yeah, he can... Wow. F3. Queen
this
and
also
then...
looks scary for white somehow.
And queen?
Because normally you don't want...
Oh, queen is losing.
Yeah, you don't want your opponent to have the move with 4 queens on the board.
That's just mate. Queen H1 and Queen H2.
There was some draw here, right? How do we do it? Queen F4. Wait.
Simple, yeah. No, this... Will you give me 10-1 for a Harry win?
No, of course not.
Would you give me 3-1?
No.
2-1?
Yeah.
Okay.
What amounts are we betting? Is it Diet Cokes?
Yeah, I need to take some Diet Cokes off, so...
what am I going to do with all these Diet Cokes?
So if I win it, we're back down to like 3 Diet Cokes, right?
Such a genius hustler. You're currently down 6, so if you win the 2-1 thing, we're down to 3. Yeah, I don't even want that. I'm a horrible gambler.
Oh, he made a queen immediately. That's fair enough.
It's very fair.
But yeah, Nepomniachtchi bungled it. The bungle master general today. But we've all been there. Have we not?
To Bungleville?
We've all been to Bungleville.
Bangladesh.
Never been to Bangladesh.
Galactic says they should have a tournament in Bangladesh.
Yeah, I'd be top seed. Yeah, we've still got this crazy game in Andreikin, Pavel Eljanov, where, unlike them, we've got the computer to help us, which makes our task a lot easier.
Does it?
Certainly does.
We are also being informed that P. has won his game against...
The Svidster!
Mr. Bayon.
Yeah. He took on C3, right? Yeah.
Wow, he's such a tactical monster. Everybody know. This position does not hold great joys for Beyond. Couple pawns down, and he's getting checkmated, so he resigned.
Yeah. My boy Mickey doing the business when is required.
Yeah, Mickey's winning. The big question is, will Chucky be able to draw water out of this stone? By draw, I mean win. Probably not.
No.
Very surprising opening choice by Ivan Chuk to play the Petrov.
What about my boy Fabs? Ooh, those guys are running, are they? Oh, baby. Running away.
And
Yeah, that's...
it comes down to details. If the king was here, bishop takes e7, black is alright. But with the king here, this is trouble. Yeah, Fab is winning.
Yeah.
So it looks like most favorites will come through, but some are struggling.
Okay, knight h6 on the board in the Nepo versus Harry game. King c7 will be played. There is no other... unless he's thinking about some weird move like... No. Has to play king c7.
Who in
Queen
their right
e6!
mind would do this? Ah, he does this. He thinks it's more important that this pawn dies than
What?
this horse dies.
That's an insane...
Well, it's probably still within the realms of Nietzsche. Oops, sorry. But
That's a huge mistake. Why would you do that?
because he's not.
You didn't
a
see
computer.
Queen a8 check.
Hard to believe. I think he just thought it's too dangerous with the pawn.
What are you talking about? It can't be too dangerous.
Dangerous.
You're blockading it. The f-pawn's all the way back home. Horrible, horrible move, Queen e6. Even if it is still a draw, why would you do that to yourself? Yeah.
Yeah.
To allow.
How do you feel about your 2-1 for a Harry victory
Oh
in this
no!
position?
My 2-1 is gone.
Gonzo.
So what's that? 7 cokes. I bet 1, right?
Yeah.
Andreikin is the raking. He must have missed Queen A8. I'm telling you. Tired misses Queen A8 check because you just don't play this. This one is...
They have to calculate a bit more than a Queen A8 check.
No.
But worst case scenario, you just take things, right? But here,
Yeah,
this
like
is the only move. It's not so obvious. You
No.
allow B8 Queen.
No.
All kinds of checks. This is very unpleasant check.
That is really, really pleasant. Queen A2 is...
Wow, this is beautiful. Picturesque.
Wow.
This B says, hey Jan and Lawrence, the comp says 0-0 in Andreikin, Eljanov,
Yeah.
but how do you think of it from a human and practice perspective? It's a mess. I would think that, yeah, it's possible to find one of these draws, but to calculate all these lines, it's very, very tricky with limited time. However, something like this, I do believe, is quite possible for players of this level. Even if you don't calculate till the end normally, you can calculate one move at a time. Normally there's only one good move. And I would expect stuff like this to happen. But to evaluate everything, not sure. Draw is a favorite. I wouldn't be surprised by anything else either.
Agreed. In the Twitter sphere,
Oh.
is there any news in the Twitter sphere? I'm not getting much love in the Twitter sphere.
It's a premium show. There's literally no one watching this. People can't follow. No, I'm kidding. And I'm very grateful for you guys keeping us company and entertaining us in the chat, because this is the graveyard shift of chess commentary in our 5 or whatever hour it is. Some endgames that you don't fully understand. And by you, I mean myself.
Me, myself, and I.
It's just me, myself, and I. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's think. King d5. What else could black do? If you give a check here, the king comes to d6, which looks like a very safe haven. And these pawns are still around, so that would be a blunder. You take the bishop with check. That's what you do. After king c5, however, you have to see that this is the only move that makes a draw. What if you went here, for example, it's white's turn. And he can just get a queen and win. I don't know, it's still a total mess. Let's check the clocks.
The clock sitch.
Clocker.
Ooh, 8 minutes only for Dmitry to make 16 moves?
Well, they do get 30 seconds extra
Still.
per move, but yeah, not a lot of time. And I'm not surprised because it's such a mess here to spend oceans of time on moves like bishop d1 and everything really. There could still be blood. Zach says, come on guys, try and stay with us. Hang in there.
We are hanging, buddy. We're hanging.
Hang in, hang in.
So, let's check in on the Wely game. Haven't been there for a while.
Yeah, that's because
There's
nothing's
just
happening.
Nothing's going on here. This is basically the same position.
Slowly but surely, I think this is progress because now a4 is coming.
Right. Agreed.
And this looks like bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, this does look slightly awkward.
Great. So let's get... How hard is it to accept that your winning position is no longer winning? It's pretty
Very
hard to
hard.
accept.
Where
I
a
never
lot-
accept it.
Where a lot of your losses come from as well, you know.
Pramod is asking, you're hanging. Yes, Pramod, we are hanging.
A lot of your losses come from when you're winning. You then realise you're not winning and you can't deal with the fact that you're not winning anymore, and you push too hard in a position where you know you can't push and you lose.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, Jan's not really like that. But
I'm not pushy like that.
I'm kind of like that. So I've lost many games just through pushing too hard when it wasn't necessary, but it was simply because I had a much better position or couldn't deal. It was the drastic psychological shift that you have to deal with, and if you can't deal with that, you're a losing player, like me.
I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, it is a weakness if you're living in past positions. Like, of course, everybody does it to some extent, but the best players there are quite good. Like Karpov was extremely famous for this, of just playing the position on the board and quote-unquote forgetting what happened earlier. I was better earlier, who cares? This is the position on the board. I was worse earlier, who cares? And yeah, this is a skill that not many people possess, because of course it's human to reflect what happened earlier.
Yeah.
But it's very important. Not only during a game, but also during a tournament, to be able to forget, like yesterday I had a bad game. Still means I can do well today. And most of the toughest fighters, like Magnus and I think your boy Fabiano, they're quite good at this, at like still playing well the next day, even if things went wrong. Topalov was very famous for it too. Yeah.
Toppy is a weird one because in London, the London Chess Classic, he basically said he's able to do that, completely forget what happened previously.
He claims that it's still not easy, and now he's a little older, not as well prepared, so it's harder for him to stop the bleeding. But in his best days, he could just lose a game and then crush the next round, as if it was nobody's business, which is very impressive, I would think.
Fabiano did win his game, so
Wow.
that's good news for Fabi. Maxim is completely crushing. So like the top seeds, except Vasily, who's trying, but there's really nothing to be done here. I mean,
There's not much there. He's gonna try to bring his king to b5 and play a4, but even if he gets that, if I keep doing nothing, it's gonna be very hard to make progress.
Even if you take that pawn on a4.
Sure.
Yeah, there's just not enough material. Very strange decision by Toppy to play the Petrov. My boy Boris Goffin, is he getting a...
He's trying to mix it, but so far white is still very fine with this pin. Actually, white might be better.
That would be a turn up if Boris were to lose.
How's Mr. Short doing?
Mr. Short
is in some trouble, yeah?
Ooh, baby cakes. Peter Lombears. Hold on, let's just have a look here. Nigel is 2 full pawns down.
I count 1, but you could argue it's 2.
It's 1. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was 2. F3 looks like a good move, doesn't it?
Always. Against his bishop, you always
No,
want
but
to go
also
F3.
rook a1 check was the threat. And rook a1, king f2, some queen f1, just king just sneaks out to g3. Happy.
No, we just go
You
here,
can
no?
come back as well, yeah, of course. He played bishop a6, Nigel, after f3, but he's going to be very frustrated with the way...
The way of the gun, yeah. It doesn't look good, even if you survive this with black, which objectively I'm not sure you should, because your king is also weak, so
Yeah.
you might just be lost here. But let's assume he makes a draw. You're still not thrilled.
Nigel doesn't do very well after first round calamities, in my experience. So, yeah, so, okay, brilliant.
Let us answer some chat questions.
Sure.
Black Smoke of Buddha. What is that, by the way? Asking, do you have any recommendation to get the thinking process more disciplined? For example, not forgetting to think in prophylaxis and to not get carried away with emotions. Not really. I'm not an expert in like self-conditioning and psychology, but you talk to pretty much any strong player, at least from what I know, they will all tell you, I have no idea. I'm a flipper. I jump here, I jump there, and then I make a move. So I've never believed in these candidate moves and thinking in terms of prophylaxis and so on consciously. It's more like getting the information and then leaving it to your brain to sort of put it together over the board. But I'm sure there are some techniques like to manipulate your self-conscious a bit to be more disciplined. Do you have any insight there?
Regarding the whole getting, did he say getting nervous there as well? Is that getting carried away with emotions?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, but you've just got to remember it is just a game, and there are far worse things in the world and far more important things, and that always calmed me down, actually, when I thought about things like that. But at the same time, that can also make you a bit, not lazy, but take your foot off the gas, and you don't want to do that. So you've got to be able to maintain you've got to be able to maintain the intensity whilst also not being too emotionally involved with the game. That's a very hard balance, actually, to find. One that I struggled with. I always was terribly nervous over the board. I don't enjoy sitting there for 5 hours. Feel immense pressure, so I'm the one to... That's why I play Blitz and Rapid chess now, because don't feel immense pressure. My boy Sam Shankland.
Ah, I thought Lawrence Webb was your boy.
He really is my boy. Messaged me the other day, did my boy Lawrence. Yeah, good
Are you
guy.
on a Lawrence club?
We're not. He's a good guy. He actually lives in Munster.
Oh, okay.
You know Munster?
I've been to Münster.
Beautiful little place.
Yeah, it's a nice little
Cute,
town.
yeah.
Or not that little. University city.
Yeah.
It's nice. And he's defending here against Sam Shankland. Not easy to break through. Shankland has an exchange down, has this monster F-pawn. But so far, your boy Lawrence Webb is going strong. Back to Wijk aan Zee, which is a lovely little seaside resort town in Holland. Normally has terrible weather in January though.
Terrible weather.
But it is one of the greatest celebrations of chess you could have.
Sure.
Like the community there with all the amateurs. You run into all the top players in the restaurants. It's beautiful. We're not there, in case you're wondering. We're in our studios in Hamburg. But I've been there many a time. There are still games going. Nepomniachtchi, Harikrishna, Nepomniachtchi. Now it feels like, ooh, I wouldn't want to be black here.
No, it's gone terribly wrong for Harry. And it was all down to this decision. Why would you play Queen e6 on move 60? Maybe he was low on time, I don't know. Just go knight c and Queen a8 and win a piece. And make white work for it.
Peace out.
This is just a bizarre decision, in my opinion. And now Harry's just a full pawn down. Jan has managed to get his knight on a good route. And is going to be struggling for another 2 hours to hold it. As are we.
Stop the yawning. Apologies. It's just because I was so excited. 3 reasons to yawn, I heard. So let's get to important topics. Out of all the participants in the Tata Steel Masters, who would you prefer to get stuck on a deserted island with? You can only choose one.
Good question.
Let's go through the list. There's Magnus Carlsen, Luke van Wely, Richard Rapport, Giri, Harikrishna, Nepomniachtchi, Sergei Kayakin, Radek Wojtaszek, Pavel Eljanov, Levan Aronian, Wesley So, Adiban, and Wely.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I'd probably choose Adiban.
Adiban, okay.
Reason being, I'd probably get the best blitz score against him out of all the other players playing.
So you're not really concerned with
about life,
survival?
Just ego before I
You
go.
just want to play blitz.
No.
And then you think Adiban, who's a young guy who's obsessed with playing blitz games and one of the best tacticians out there, will probably get crushed by you constantly.
Yeah. No, he's also a really nice guy. He's just very pleasant. If you're going to be on an island with somebody, you've got to be around somebody very, very pleasant and easy to get on with.
All right.
I'd probably choose. Who would you choose?
I don't know. It's tough. Let's go through the options. Not Magnus. I like Magnus, but I have a feeling Magnus would not be too concerned with my well-being in the long run.
Absolutely not, yeah.
Rightly so. Luke? Nah. Some offense. Giri? Also not, because I think he started working out a bit now, but you need someone physically more robust than Anish in that role. Richard Rapport, I don't know very well, but I wouldn't trust him. He plays all these offbeat openings, like I wouldn't trust him to do anything, solid, productive. Feels a bit moody too, like played badly at the start of the tournament, now he's playing well, like you need someone stable.
Right.
So that brings me to the stable guys. Harry is a very resourceful guy.
Yeah, it might be Harry.
One problem, I think Harry only enjoys really spicy cuisine. And I don't really, I'm more concerned with survival, so if he's gonna complain about the fish not being spicy enough, then we're gonna have an issue. So Nepomniachtchi, I don't know, Nepomniachtchi is this kind of gamer generation, computer stuff. I'm not sure how educated he is in survival techniques.
Or anything.
Not sure.
That matter.
Yeah. Sergei Kayakin.
We had this discussion, didn't we? Where who would be our ultimate choice? I think it was Julio Granda, no, in the world top.
I wouldn't have chosen Granda, but I'm sure we had the topic in a different tournament.
We had a top 100.
Really? I don't know, I must have been with someone else. Anyway, Kayakin, he's too much of a big shot now. He's used to having a team around him. He can't make it with me, at least, on that island. Wojtaszek is an interesting choice. I enjoy his company. He's a friendly guy. He's a married man, though, and I have trouble seeing him like cook a meal or build us a house. Not a house, what do you call this?
A hut.
A hut, exactly. So I don't know. Like Wojtaszek, he cracks my top 5, maybe my top 3.
Yeah, Wojtaszek could be decent.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Andreikin,
Wow.
Andreikin I'm not familiar with, but I hear his English is not great. So there could be a language barrier kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Pavel Eljanov. I think I've chosen Eljanov in the past. I believe he's an excellent choice. First of all, he's a pleasant guy. I like talking to him. Secondly, I believe he's physically strong, so he can help with all those things. I think that he's also, there's a certain humanity and decency and modesty to him that I think increases my chances of him not eating me and not leaving me behind, all these things. He also speaks Russian and Ukrainian, I'm assuming. So if there's like a ship coming and it's full of, let's say, Ukrainians, then
that's good for you.
He can translate and say, okay, let's bring this guy as well and drop him off somewhere. So it's good to have more languages together at least. So I believe Pavel is a very good choice. Aronian is also an interesting choice because you feel like he knows his way around survival techniques. He's a vegetarian, however, I believe. So that's, I think, a drawback on the island because we need to eat whatever's there, really. Secondly, he's very cunning. So once again, I would be worried that he sees it as a game and he outmaneuvers me with his cunning. And then I'm stuck again. Wesley's so... I'm not sure. It feels like he also has people that take care of his needs a lot. So I'm not sure how good he would be at independent survival. Wely, once again, there's a language issue. I'm not sure if he speaks English by now, but
I think he speaks some English.
Oh, yeah, okay. That would make it better. He looks like a friendly guy. Never talked to him, so I really can't say. Adiban, I haven't met. He's your top choice, so I'll take your word for it. I don't know the man. So I'm going with Eljanov, I believe.
Okay.
Who are my other top candidates? Hari and Radek? Yeah, it sounds alright. But I'm an old man. I'm drawn to the older guys. Because I feel like it's my generation. Not like the Luke olds, but the 30 plus guys. Nepomniachtchi, Hari?
Yeah.
Still a draw, right?
Yeah.
Even after all these sins.
Drau.
Frankenkreis makes a good point in the chat. With Aronian, you have all the meat for yourself. That's a fair point. Then again, would he go hunting and then bring back like a wild boar, for example, and have me eat it? Like he might just say, you know what? I'm not interested in any of the meat.
Yeah, Rook takes f4 played by Pavel. So he's actually found the only moves to make a draw. And now Dmitry does have a very, what looks like a simple perpetual. Because if you come up the board...
It's one of these where you can choose who gives the perpetual.
Yeah, when you
need that h5
fifth,
square.
yeah.
What's the problem of the f5 square?
You are gewinning.
Gewinne.
So this is actually a relatively simple draw if Dmitry doesn't feel frisky and thinks, well, actually, I'm not risking anything here either.
Yeah, we've looked at these lines with multiple checks. You can even take here, I think.
I mean, this looks so scary, though, doesn't it?
This looks very scary for white. It's a rook down and these pawns are blocked.
Yeah.
Not sure White wants to go here, so you probably start giving checks.
I think he'll end up just bailing out with these checks, personally. That's my personal opinion on the matter.
There's some interesting discussions in the chat. First of all, people believe that vegetarians would crack and start eating fish. And yeah, that sounds probably like a logical thing to do, depending on food sources available.
Well, I mean, beggars can't be choosers, right? So you have to eat fish.
Right. On plus side, also vegetarians, they might be a bigger hurdle for them to go towards cannibalism, like when push comes to shove.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe not though. If they like animals, doesn't mean they like humans as well.
Possibly.
Possiblement.
Gryffindor is wondering, what are the expectations of learning a common language with two men speaking a different language? I'm sure you develop some sort of sign language over
I mean,
the years.
That would be quite interesting. Like if you were on there with Wely and then after 10 years you spoke Mandarin.
Would you? Like, probably you would, right? Might take you a while, but if it's the
You'd
main
speak-
source of entertainment, like kids learn the language eventually. I don't know. I don't like my chances of learning Mandarin from Wely. I feel like he wouldn't be a good teacher.
What about learning it from Arne Givert?
Arne Givert is a big Mandarin specialist.
Shout out to my boy Arne Givert, not watching today.
He's not watching?
Of course he's not watching.
Why is he not watching?
He's like you now, father.
So?
You know, doing dad things.
I'm sure he's watching. No, I'm not sure.
It was
Frankenchrist says, I thought eating fish is not forbidden for vegetarians. I don't think eating anything is forbidden strictly, but it depends on your own definition. Like, it's a free world. You can eat fish, you cannot eat fish. You can eat whatever you want, really. Schachpirat CH says, Andreikin can run into mate in tuna. How do you do that? Oops, sorry. After queen e7 check, that's unlikely to happen. If you got a queen, then you could run into mate. Not in two, but we've shown this. This would indeed be Hakemat. But queen e7, I also have a feeling this will end perpetually drawn.
Yeah, I think it will. King g6, queen e8. I think that'll be the end. Quickly over to Gibraltar, as these games are in a bit of a weird spot. Let's just quickly see Fabiano 1, Maxime 1, Hikaru 1. Petra Pap is doing her best to play on, but this is still more than acceptable for white.
Play on, play on.
Mickey 1, Peter Svidler 1, Veselin Topalov 1. Yu Yang Yi is struggling.
Oh, he's struggling against Bjorka. I know Bjorka.
You know Bjorka?
Yeah.
Bjorka Sal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Queen d5 is a great move here, just stopping this rook getting active.
In general, black can be better. Has a slightly worse king.
Yeah.
So if white wants to draw, it's hard to disagree.
Be a great result for Bjorka. Matlakov 1, Chepa 1. And is Igor Kovalenko winning? Probably just a bit better, but nothing else. Svyagintsev 1. What about my boy, Nige? Nige, what's going on, buddy? This looks...
He's doing what he can. I think he's gotten a little closer to...
Queen d4, good move. I know Peter Lombez, he's the Dutch guy, right?
Sounds Dutch.
Yeah, he's the Dutch guy. But this is... Why is this a draw?
No, it's not a draw.
Is it winning?
Objectively, it might be winning. I still
King
think
H2,
Nigel will draw it,
D2,
but it
rook
looks
B2.
pretty bad, yeah. No, I agree.
Could be a huge upset for Nigel. Watch out for Twitter later if that's the case. And my boy, Lawrence Webb, having to hold on strong here. But you just get the feeling that Sam's going to win this. I don't know why, but...
No, I got that feeling too. So
feeling.
far, nothing's been decided.
Ganguly offering the queen exchange against Alan Tate. Wow. I mean, this is... Why can't you just take?
You can. Why goes
H4 though, yeah.
F4, no, F4, F6, H4 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Are we risking it? We kind of are. No? No
Equal.
risk. Big result for Alan Tate there, possibly. My boy Davey Howe, drumming up a bit of counterplay. That's what my boy David does, you know? A few threads. Knight b4 played. Ooh, knight h3 check. King somewhere. Check. Check. Ah. And check. Yeah, my boy Davey gonna come through there. And David Anton did win. So, not... Emil Sutovsky playing. Parin lost?
Whoa.
Holy cow.
Parin is a very, very strong young Russian
He's like
player.
2650.
He's very strong.
Wow. This is a huge result for Emilio Sanchez Jerez, who is the cousin of Jose Carlos Ibarra.
Wow, who knew?
I knew. Good guy. And he just went a bit crazy today.
Cloak and Dagger is asking how many boys Jan and Lawrence have. I don't have any boys. This is Lawrence's specialty, all these boys.
Oh my god. Terrible result for Oparin in the first round. What about my boy Roman Edouard struggling against Victor Plotkin in round 1? It's hard, this game.
It's very hard.
It's just too hard.
There's also too many games. Let's go back
Shout out to my boy
Vike.
Sebastian Mazet, who won.
Any other of your boys in this field?
They're all my
My boy
boys.
Drew and June?
How did... Odin lost, okay. Odin really is my boy. Shout out to Odin Blickrevea, my top man. Going to be hanging out with him soon. No, that's about all my boys.
Alright.
We can go back to Vike. Oh, B5, Harry. I don't mind if I do. Yeah, this is going to be a draw, isn't it? So what's the
Looks
idea?
like.
Knight C7 check?
First you try this to see if you blunder this.
Yes.
Then you don't, and then this is just a draw. Even if you have to give the bishop for the pawn,
Yeah.
there's very limited winning chances with queen and...
Knight versus
Knight
queen.
versus
I
queen,
don't think
as
I've
far as
ever
I know.
had that.
No, some people get close, I believe, but in general it's considered to be fairly drawn. Queen e4 played. Harry has to put his king
A7,
somewhere.
king
King a7 is
A7.
what do you do?
Yeah. Wely gonna keep us here firmly in our seats for another. Yeah.
Why didn't he push his a-pawn when he had the chance?
Weird.
When was it? Rook a3, king b4, rook d3. Just go.
Weird that he didn't play a4.
Extremely weird. Maybe he was worried he would get checkmated. Here, here, here.
That's a fair.
To play rook b2.
Yeah,
which
that's
might be good, but he possibly didn't like it.
Yeah. That's ugly.
So he decided to go pawn shopping instead. Knight of 8. Check. Knight of 5. Adiban, resourceful fella. Here, for example. Oops. King to c3. This is becoming a, what's the term? Battle of attrition?
Yeah, it's not what Wely had in mind on move 19, was it? With the
No, there you already write down the 1-0 on the score sheet, put on your jacket, give your opponent a look, like put on your watch maybe, Kasparov style. Say, why are you wasting everybody's time?
maybe that's why I'm not winning so many games.
Why?
If I had a watch,
Right.
and this
get a
was the
watch.
signal that my opponent can resign now,
Exactly. You should
they'd
get it.
resign more.
I believe they would.
Anybody who wants to send me a watch of any value.
How much begging have you done on today's program? Like, you still want to GoFundMe for becoming world champion too, right?
I do want that. I'm going to set up that page.
I'm sure you will.
Do you think I'll get $2,000?
No.
I think I will.
All right.
Who will donate for me to qualify for the European Individual Championships, to then qualify for the World Cup, to then qualify for the candidates, and then to play Magnus Carlsen in 2018?
You don't even need to qualify for the European, I believe. I think you can just play.
Right, I can just play the European. Can I buy directly into the World Cup? I can't, can I? World Cup is a qualification.
Yeah, that's a qualification. Or you can get a wild card from FIDE. I know you're well connected. Normally they give like 3-4 wild cards. Who knows?
Wild card? Yeah, but they're going to give it some Georgian players, right?
I have no idea.
Who would donate $5 or $10? Stick it in the chat.
Oh boy. Can you stop? Really? Do a banter blitz and do
I'll do a
begging
banter
there.
blitz. I'll do my begging.
You'll get a bigger audience.
Check out
too.
for my
There's a
banter
premium audio
blitz.
shot.
Yeah.
Schachpirat CH is a Nigel fan. Might lose his first round game to a FIDE master. Yep, that could happen.
Whoa!
What happened here?
What the hell?
Oh, they calculated, yeah. Or Harry calculated something. He went king a7, queen h7, and king a6 back.
Yeah.
Allowing knight c7, king a5, knight b5.
But after queen f3, he's calculated queen c7, king b4 is one check.
No, and then he's still playing for a win. Maybe you can get your tight coke here. Almost queen g3.
Oh.
Oh, so lucky.
Yeah, this will end in a draw after all of that. But it'll be Nepo who's the saltiest after this game because he had a very clear win earlier on. So, you know.
Hang on, Facepalm Chess is saying Adiban is quite a contrast to Anand personality-wise. Much more laid back. Vishy's quite laid back, isn't he? Almost more Californian than Indian, in my experience of both. Okay, as I said, I don't know Adiban very well.
Did they agree a draw yet? No, it looks like
Does not look like Pavel is trying to find the correct square. Doesn't seem like it.
There's only two squares.
Yeah, you don't want to go here because this would
that's
be
bad.
a bit of a painful check. Pramod is saying, Jan, you need to coach Harry with the modern theory. He may make it to 2800 then. So good without as good in knowledge as other Super GMs too. Not sure how much I can help him, but I do kind of agree with the notion that Harry, for being a 2-7-66 fantastic player, openings are kind of his weak spot.
Yeah.
Like, it's not horrible, but today it looked like he was surprised by this line, which I was surprised by too, though. So don't put this on me. But his repertoire seems to be a little less thought out than others. The other day we saw against Wesley So, he just got into big trouble in a well-known line that had been played by Kramnik. So yeah, it's always hard to argue with success, and he's just been steadily improving. But I do kind of agree with the idea that Harry could be coming in stronger with openings.
Can we take?
No. Knight a3.
That's unfortunate. This does lose, ladies and gentlemen, because after this, white doesn't play the incorrect knight d6, which would run into king c5, but he plays the correct knight a3, which wins like so. So after queen c2, you have to play king b4. I don't know what's going on here. This is all too random. This game has just been a bit random.
Yeah, but now after king b4, at the very least, queen f2 is a very
That's
powerful
true.
threat. So here, you can do this if you want to. And we all go home. Not literally,
yet.
because
Yeah.
Wely is still kicking around, but figuratively.
What about another quick breather for a coffee?
Breaksville?
We are 6 hours in.
Are we?
Well,
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. We'll go on a short break. Harry did play king before, so that will end in a draw. And we'll see if Wely can break through. Jan and Lawrence, would you, if offered a job unrelated to chess, would you consider it? Facepalm chess, believe it or not, yes. Some of us have had real jobs outside of chess.
Yeah, one should always consider anything.
Absolutely, I'm sure even some top players.
Not sure I have any marketable skills out there, but
Of course you do.
consider anything.
I
Well,
mean,
don't know.
If you've got an offer for anything 6 figures and above, hit up Jan. He's your boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mainly basketball commentary. That's
Possibly.
the feel I'm planning to get into.
All right,
What is it? Break?
we're breaking. Speak to you later.
Breaksville. See you guys soon, and thank you so much for keeping us company at
Thanks,
this
buddy.
advanced hour.
All right.
Welcome back, boys and girls, and everybody else. The game between Andreikin and Pavel Eljanov has ended peacefully. Lawrence, what can you tell us about it?
Pretty crazy game, but once we got to this position, I think the draw was pretty clear. Pavel gave a bunch of checks, and nothing really changed in that aspect, because here, if you go king h5, blocking the 5th, g takes f4, and it's actually white who's winning because, well, black only has a few checks. Queen g1, you can probably even go king d6 here. And if rook d2, you can just start wandering, and yeah, basically you run out of checks and white is ready to queen the pawn. So yeah, just went back and there was a repetition. So crazy game. I think Pavel made a huge mistake around here. After this position, he should take on b7 and give the exchange back. These kind of, well, even here, queen e8, rook f8, any move, just give the exchange back, and yeah, you should be winning. So missed opportunity, I think, for Pavel, and a save for Dmitry. We also did have another draw. Finally, Jan Nepomniachtchi ended cutely with queen e2 check, of course. Takes, takes, and takes. The black...
You wouldn't take on f2?
The computer gives this as 0.007 pawns better.
Okay, fair enough. I would
black.
probably take on f2.
Right. I'd also... But if you do that, you may just, you know, something like this. It's like a 50-50 shot that something like this happens, right? Where, just saying, it's a 50-50 shot.
More.
So better to take the knight, and then you can't lose.
You can't lose?
Yeah, sorry.
I can't think of some
you
lines.
can lose. So that would be a draw, and it means the only remaining game is the game Wely versus Bhaskaran Adiban, and they're on move 64. But this is gonna go. Oh man, this is gonna go for a long time. Have they had their added time yet?
They get 15 extra minutes on move 60, so I would
They've already had their time.
believe so,
added.
since they've passed.
Okay.
Move 60, I think.
So basically the situation is Wely has really made a mess of this. Adiban has been very resourceful, but Wely, of course, still the only one with any winning chances, pawn up, but hasn't been able to get this guy going. On top of that, piece allocation has been, I haven't been happy with the way Wely has played. And in this position, of course, rook takes d5 is met by the nasty king c6 check, discovered check, winning the rook and the game. Meanwhile, we do have the Gibraltar tournament going on, so if there are any big games going on, one important game for all of you who have just perhaps started tuning in is that Vasily Ivanchuk, rather surprisingly, decided to play the Petrov against an opponent 400 points lower rated. That's the ultimate non-risky approach, but has landed himself in the following position, which is just a draw. It's been a draw for the past 20 moves. So that's a minor upset. All the other big guns won. Your boy Svidler, Fabi, MVL, Hikaru, Vessi. And in this game, actually, Bjarkasal, Jan's boy, is actually doing fantastically against Yu Yang Yi here. Rook d2, queen f3 can be met by a bunch of moves, but essentially no rook to hg3 ever works. And just a move like b5. And it's black who's struggling here. So incredible. He just played rook c1, which is a huge blunder. As
I blunder rook g3 and
he
queen
blundered
e3.
rook g3, which is
Maybe it's not a blunder. Maybe he's seen that it's a perpetual.
Yeah,
in the end,
maybe
and he allowed it consciously.
This is a
Queen
draw.
f5 is a draw.
Yeah, easy draw with perpetual.
Objectively, it's a blunder, but it often happens when a 2200 player, or maybe Bjarke is a little higher, no offense meant, is facing a 2-7 player. Then you don't mind allowing a perpetual, especially here.
Yeah.
It's not obvious why it was so much better.
Vinchikov won, but another minor upset is Boris Gelfand only being able to draw against the Englishman Robert Bellin. Robert Bellin is a very good player, but you would still expect Boris to do something, so that's a bit of an upset there. And we were looking at
the Nigel thing we have to bring up.
Yeah, Nigel.
Now it's equal, but a couple moves earlier, we were struggling the break. We put it on the board even. Rook to b4. What an epic blunder, allowing a massive double attack.
That move is so alien to me. Just any move.
The move also doesn't make sense. That's
I mean.
You thought, okay, next move c5, and I won't allow any rook a4 and have this covered.
But
still.
I mean, you know, just do something here. Queen d4 is the move. Just cover your dark squares, protect your rook, and protect your pawn. That's it. That's resigns. Rook d7, c5. There's just nothing to do here.
Yeah, of course. It's totally
bring
over.
the rook around. Do what you want. Doesn't matter. So, huge let-off for Nigel, who is going to make a draw now. Even he's not going to win this position, I don't think. g3. And Peter Lombers. Poor Peter Lombers. Is he going to try king h1? Ah, king h1. Yeah, queen d1 is a mistake because of queen g1. That was my idea. And some governing chances, although even this might not be enough.
The queen f4 just wins the pawn.
Yeah, queen f1, queen f4. And then you basically have to resign to Nietzsche. Nothing to be done. Lawrence Webb, my boy. Fighting hard against Sam Shankman, but I feel like he's just getting slowly outplayed here. The queen's coming in. It's going to be all kind of bishop and yeah, a lot of squares for the pieces. I've got a bad feeling for Lawrence here. Alan Tate did exactly what I would do, and he's holding the fort here. Can't be losing. Everything's protected. King's in the center. Must be good. Ganguly going to try, but not good enough. And David Howe did play knight h3 and winning his game. So David will probably win. Hou Yifan has been slowly but surely working on Atusa Pokashian. So I think she's going to win. And I believe Abhijit Gupta lost. Oh man, that's a
shocking
bad result for Gupta. That's really bad.
What to do?
Well, Frank Bouchon is only, what, 2250 or something like that?
I'm not sure. I guess so.
Yeah, he is. So, a number of upsets. You always have it in Gibraltar, which is why it's a great tournament. And I should say Victor Plotkin is completely winning after the simple bishop b8 followed by a7.
Knight d8.
Okay, knight d8. And what?
Not saying it's great, just saying I don't resign yet.
King b5. Oh, you have to find king b5. But that's not so unfindable.
No.
So, Plotkin beating Edward, another 400-point difference there. And your boy, Daniel Friedman, won. So, your girl, Ju and June, she's doing well. Are you happy with that roundup?
Very nicely done.
Because we are in the same position in the Adiban game versus Wely. So,
anybody in the chat still awake? It looks like we chased everybody away, but we shall keep going. If you have any questions for International Master Lawrence Trent, please ask them. Because we're gonna need some help to make it through here. Wely's technique is not doing enough to keep us fully engaged, to be perfectly honest with you. He still has chances, but he's really not been doing well in this game. Mehmet94 says, Jan looks like he's burnt out. Burnt out sounds a bit strong. I would more call it tired after sitting here for 6 hours, but no, I'm doing alright. Your friend, we should stop this your boy thing with Jonathan Hawkins, Grandmaster.
My boy.
Thanks for stopping it. Is in the chat still alive.
The Hawk.
And Mounty Bank is hanging in by his fingernails. So, our only shot at entertainment is the always witty Pramod NVS asking questions like, Lawrence, did you watch Quantico? What's the review? I have no idea what he's talking about.
I don't know what I never watched it.
Is it a TV show or a movie?
I don't know. They already finished the Gibraltar commentary.
Hard working over there. They started at 3 p.m. We started at 1. They already finished?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Oh, yeah. They got it down to a T.
Exactly. Jan, tell us your opinion about Queen's Indian defense. Sorry if that is something already explained. Yeah, I'm sure I've talked about it plenty. It's a fine opening, but it's less popular nowadays, and for some reasons, than the move d5 in this position at the highest level. We've seen d5 played by Levan Aronian, for example, today. After knight c3, you have a big choice. But the Queen's Indian is, of course, playable. People have struggled a little bit in the main lines, which we've seen today in the Sege kayaking game, where Wojciech went bishop g2, got a little something. But it's very playable for black. You just don't really force an equal position. You often have to play a slightly worse position. But it leaves plenty of room for maneuvering. And it's a good line for either playing for a win in a slow, boring, mind-numbing kind of way, or for avoiding mainline move-by-move space-barring theory, like what Rapport did today against Giri. Everybody knows this line, but black, even if he's slightly worse, he's not really losing out of the opening, no matter what you do.
Right.
So it's playable, it just doesn't fully equalize, which is why it's less popular than d5. That's my opinion. But things can always change. It will always be around. It's a sound opening, like you develop this bishop on a good square. That's not
Yeah, absolutely.
SS Anyal is saying, I was wondering what is a better variation to play with the advanced Caro. I'm a 1450 positional player. Bishop f5 or c5? I always get in trouble with bishop f5. And you still want to stick with bishop f5. If you're a positional player, that's the more positional move.
Yeah, I mean, that said, c5, if you learn your stuff, this has got potential venom, because a lot of players around your strength, I would say, may very well...
I'd see some c3s.
c3 here, yeah, which is already a mistake, because after knight c6, knight f3, both bishop f5 or bishop g4 are fantastic replies, followed by e6, and you've got a good French defense because your bishop is outside the pawn chain. So really, you can't ask for much. Well, c5's got a lot of venom. You just have to be booked up on d takes c5. But we saw a game this tournament, I believe, with this.
Well, not just on d takes c5. There's also knight f3, there's c4, there's lots of...
Yeah, there's a bunch
a huge
of
body of theory.
Yeah. But I mean, something like this, I think actually I've seen this recently.
Right.
e6.
e3 is what they do here nowadays. But this is not so relevant at the 1450 level.
Yeah.
c5 requires a lot more move-by-move knowledge, while bishop f5, e6 also requires some knowledge. But in general, I'm not quite sure which lines you end up getting in trouble. You can play this more or less on general grounds as well nowadays. They have play these slow plans with h6, 97, 97, bishop h7. And have a look around, or you can play more sharply. Like I would play c5, queen b6, knight c6, and grab the bull by the horns.
And you say you're a positional player at 1450, but that isn't really...
Statement surprised me as well. Don't be. Become a tactical player. That will take you to 1700.
Trying to be too positional at that level is not the right way to progress. It's tactics at that level. You have to be able to spot tactics and execute combinations and calculate. Growing up, you know, when you do progress, then you can start thinking about being carving out a style that you like a bit more. But tactics is really what it's all about. So forget that positional mentality at this point.
Ambitious Pawn saying, Jan, I stink at chess and lousy a internet. What can I do to improve? He's lousy a internet. I would recommend piano lessons. Something for life, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Even if you don't like it now. Like in 10 years, they will pay off handsomely.
We're getting a lot of
Yeah,
opening questions. Well, hold out your opening questions because Jan will no doubt do an opening clinic. No?
Will I? I just did one. I try to do one like every 8 months.
Right.
Nah, that's not true. I'm sure there will be opening clinics coming, maybe not just by me, but by other people as well. Because my Najdorf knowledge, more my French knowledge,
Understood.
you know. Like, I'm not saying I'm not a leading expert on anything, but there might be people who know even more. Are there plans for someone doing a video series on the Sveshnikov? Would be highly appreciated.
That's a good question.
Put it on the to-do list. Sveshnikov is a good opening. I don't know it well. The problem is, in my opinion, more practically, you just don't get it, right? Like, people will go bishop b5 nowadays, a ton, or knight c3 if they're less bishop b5 inclined.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not an expert, but from what I hear, it's still doing pretty well.
Absolutely.
Good old Sveshnikov. I don't like it, but that's a stylistic question, because you leave yourself with long-term weaknesses, and you have to justify them with dynamic play. But practice and computers have shown that this is very possible. Ambitious Pawn is happy about the advice. You're more than welcome. Jerry Maguire is asking, how do you end up not losing due to poor openings if you play tactics? I don't understand that question. This Jerry Maguire character was always confusing.
How do you end up not losing due to poor? I think he's saying if you play the openings badly. No, I don't know what he's trying to say actually.
I really don't get it. Not being
yeah, I think guys,
facetious for a change.
Jeremy Maguire and
Not
the
just
other Jerry Maguire, sorry, and the other chap who asked the question, worrying too much about the opening. At your level, it's not about that. You just want to get a playable position, get your pieces out, and get your king castled.
Couldn't disagree more. Go ahead.
Really?
I've always worried about the opening. But
Yeah, don't listen to Jan. He doesn't understand anything. Don't worry about the opening, the intricacies. Should I play 3 c5? Should I play 3 bishop f5? Just get your pieces out.
But go bishop f5.
Go bishop f5. Get castled, but work on your tactics, work on your combinations, because that's where your players, you're not going to be executing 15-move novelties when you're 1450. It's all about just getting the basics done right. Put a pawn in the center, get your king castled against any opening, and then play chess. But if you work on your tactics, you'll do just fine.
I would also argue if you're 1450, you don't want to play the Caro-Kann. It's a bit of a weird position, especially this. Play e4, e5, or e4, c5, but ideally e5. And, well, get your feet wet in Italians and Spanish and Scottish games, because it makes it's a bit more direct hand-to-hand combat, a little easier to get the pieces out, get your king developed. And then later on you can see, maybe I'm more of a Sicilian player, maybe the Caro-Kann suits me, maybe the French suits me, maybe I'm like Lawrence Trent and I don't have time to learn any openings, so I'll just play g6 every game. There's many options out there for everybody, but especially starting out, I would go either e5 or play a mainline Sicilian like the Najdorf or the Taimanov.
Yeah.
One of those.
Couldn't agree more. Very quickly, over to the chat again. How's my boy Stevie G in the his hour? That's not him, but he's doing all right, I think. I haven't spoken to him that much. He's just got a normal job. Lawrence, did the years at Lancaster affect your chess? Yes, definitely. Because I was about 2490 before I went to university, winning a couple of international tournaments, and decided not to play chess. Probably did it the wrong way to get my titles and that kind of stuff. But c'est la vie. Don't regret going to Lancaster one moment. Had a great time and learned some real life things.
Is your life or let me rephrase, is the TV show Fresh Meat loosely based on your life?
It is actually. It's loosely based on my university life.
That's what I thought.
Ambitious Porn. Dear Lawrence, what single malt do you like best or prefer beer? Actually, believe it or not, I'm not a big whiskey guy. I'm a rum guy, so I like my rum. And I prefer cider to beer. So, you know, there we go. Play the French. Absolutely. French is a perfectly fine opening as well to play at 1450 level. You know, attack the centre with c5. Get your pieces out. Try and win a pawn. You'll be fine. But don't play it when you're a strong player. Jan hates the French. Play the King's Gambit. Absolutely play the King's Gambit at 1400. Why not? Just don't get checkmated. And checkmate your opponent. It's that simple.
How many chess careers can you ruin in three minutes of answering questions?
I feel like this hasn't progressed. Like, let's do that.
Is this a technical error or is Wely really spending an hour here?
Yeah.
Nah, they made like a bunch more moves.
They didn't make that many more moves, but let's have a look.
More, let's say.
Yeah. So what actually happened?
Rook b7, 96, king c7.
Rook b7, 96, king
c6,
c6,
king c1, rook a7.
Yeah.
Knight g5, knight f6. Really looks like the position they started in 10 moves ago. Rook e2, king d5. King b2, rook b7, king c2, rook a7. Not a lot of progress for Juanito.
Yeah, he's struggling to make progress here. So we'll keep an eye on that, but really it's more interesting just answering your questions.
Way more interesting. Gemsmacker saying e3, d4, c4, the park bench French. Alright, that's not a question technically, but
I didn't know that. The big counter gambit. That's an interesting opening against the King's Gambit, I think. I hate
Zumbockel says, I hate studying openings. Do you boys have any advice to improve middle game skills? This is gonna sound condescending, and I probably mean it in a condescending way, but I mean no offense, because I also had the thought a lot that I should study middle game skills, and when I was younger, like around 2000 maybe, I thought I must study middle game skills, and I started looking for a book on the middle game, and I couldn't find a good one. And I think it's partly because it doesn't really exist. Like the thing we call the middle game, I never understood. You can work on your tactics, go to the tactics trainer. You can study topics like calculation, prophylaxis, there's all kinds of video series here. But I don't know what it means to study the middle game. The middle game is very different from a closed French on move 25 than in a sharp Najdorf. What are you going to study?
I think a book that definitely helped me was Jeremy Silman's Reassess Your Chess. I think that's an excellent book where it talks about different components of the middle game. For example, minor piece play, pawn structure, initiative, these kinds of things that are all key to the opening and middle game. And that helped me out massively. So I would do that. Definitely.
Do you read that when you started at Lancaster?
I did, yeah. No, that definitely helped me a lot. And books of that nature. So it is difficult to just study the middle game. But they're
yeah, that definition, well, I also was looking for it, but it doesn't really exist. But of course, I always think, whatever you can get your hands on, get my great predecessors and play through the games. They have middle games in most games.
But that's very complicated stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Like here, this was a middle game today.
Yeah.
Lots of middle games out there. But yeah, this definition, it's not like you can study the end game and then the middle game and then the opening. Because you dislike the opening. And studying openings normally should include studying middle games. It's not memorizing lines.
Griffador says a bar day of tactic training. Yeah, tactic trainer every day is an absolute must.
Really?
Of course it is. Absolute must. You should be doing tactics every day because it's just pattern recognition. Once you've mastered tactics in a certain way, you can repeat them. Just there are slightly more pieces on the board, but the same principle goes. What about the Fort Knox in French? I wouldn't recommend that at all. As a beginner player, as you develop your positional understanding, yes, it's fine, but Don't do that. Didn't Guilford have a book on the middle game? Yeah, he does.
Those are great books. I
would recommend getting that.
Middle game doesn't mean anything to me. He talks about, certain strategic and tactical aspects and often covers it with very defined games like the A6 Slav structure and so on. But it's highly, highly recommended. I enjoyed these books greatly.
What are the pros and cons of dating a chess player? Ooh, that's a good one for me. I'll answer that one, shall I?
Please.
I've never dated a chess player, so...
Then why is it a good one for you?
It's a good one because I've seen how it works around me. So the pros are clear. You share a common interest, a common hobby. And your partner understands you a bit more. So like, for example, in Jan's case, were Jan to play a game and lose horribly against a 2250 player, he wouldn't be in the best of moods after that game, right? Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I'd be more annoyed if I lost to you.
Right. So let's say he lost to me. His partner, being a chess player, would understand the pain and the torture and the mental difficulties he'd be experiencing after that game. So that's one benefit. The downside of having a chess player as a partner is that you're not exposed to other circles and other worlds and other things in life which are equally, if not more, important. So, and it's also nice to have somebody who isn't always going on about chess in a relationship or talking about chess, because it is tiring stuff. So there are pros and cons, and it really does depend. If you don't play chess professionally, I would say having somebody from outside the chess world is a good idea. Because they don't really need to console you in times of misery and sadness. Because you don't play anymore, and it's not really like a big thing. So
there you go.
There you go.
Mated for life says better to date a checkers player.
Yeah.
Are there female checkers players?
There must be lots, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Of course there are.
What else we got? Pramod and VS say maybe they meant that if a chess player dates one who doesn't play chess. That's probably what they meant, Pramod. Gotta love Pramod clarifying a bit.
Oh,
finally! The A-pawn is moving up the board.
He found an interesting configuration here, actually. He wants to put the rook on A2, does he? If rook B3, rook A2, is that decided? Surely not. Maybe. Nah, then E4.
Well, king A2.
Yeah, king A2. Get that boy rolling. Ben 2600, thank you, Ben. You're absolutely right, buddy.
Great point there.
I like how he chimes in right towards the end of the broadcast. Thanks, Ben. Your input is greatly appreciated.
Maybe just woke up. What time is it in the US and A now? Depends where you are, of course, but
Ben is...
Or is he an early bird?
Ben, an early bird? I don't know. He's not a late bird, I don't think.
Mid-bird?
He's not a bird at all.
Oh, okay. Ambitious Pawn is also curious about dating British women.
Yeah, go for it. Why not? Absolutely. Highly recommended. Depends what kind of, woman you're looking for, really. But
okay.
British women would, more on the liberal side nowadays. Not so old school. If you want a kind of housewife type who, is not really going to question stereotypical gender roles, head off to the mountains in Siberia.
Wow, whom did you want to split more in one sentence? I'm not sure.
If you want to split the bill, come over here to Germany. Am I right about that one? Yeah.
Come on, your girlfriend is dreaming of you splitting the bill. That's okay. Yanis Polito, since you have asked 5 times, That is the way to get our attention. Just relentlessly keep asking your question. I'm a young player, age 14, almost 15. Happy birthday in advance. I am a low-rated, peak-rated 1250. That is not high indeed. No offense meant. But I've been playing chess for 6 years. Wow. Never took it too seriously. The last few months I've been trying to improve and learn the King's Gambit. I currently have 4 out of 4 playing it, but I am frustrated because when I play on tournaments, half my opponents aren't rated international. I hear your point. So you want more internationally rated opponents so you can spring the King's Gambit on them and take their rating points. But what advice can I give you? Maybe seek out more internationally... more tournaments with internationally rated players so that you can work your way up from 1250 now that you have this King's Gambit weapon. Maybe Gibraltar, challengers. Don't they have a B group in Gibraltar? I'm sure they have lots of players with international ratings there. I want to look into that.
Don't worry too much.
Lauren's going to talk himself into a huge hole here. No, he would never do that. He's a seasoned pro.
No.
Heather S says, luckily there are like 7 women watching. No, I can't even read that out.
I'm cool.
7? That would be a new high for this show.
I'm totally fine. I think what I've said has been perfectly accurate and above, according to
about Siberian women or about British women?
Going to the hills in Siberia.
I don't know.
I think they're rather traditional. I've watched.
So sure.
In Siberia, to the
I've
hills,
been to the villages. Plenty.
To the villages in Siberia, they're not going to be traditional.
Have you been to villages in Siberia?
No, but I mean, I date somebody from that region of the world.
Oh, okay.
So
from Siberia?
Father was born there, so
Okay.
Some tenuous link.
You pulled the good old card. I can say this because...
Yeah, I can say this. Heather, yes I do, darling. Can I call you darling? Just to keep the shovels, send the shovels to chess 24. We take all kinds of colours.
Mehmet94 says this show is SPC as a Trump speech. I don't disagree. It's as witty
Trump?
too.
Yeah, at least we can make good jokes. Can we?
I don't know. Do you have any new Wely going out of his way material?
No, I don't. Do you think we better leave the dating tips for the next show?
I don't know.
I don't mind.
Find it very interesting to give you.
I don't care.
To have you giving
all you
opinions.
haters out there, I'm just giving an honest opinion.
Honest? That's not my cup of tea. I'm just playing a role.
Yeah.
I don't have opinions. H6, knight f7.
Yeah.
Double attack, double whammy. But the Aliban has decided that here, even though he lost another pawn, he can horse around and probably get the more dangerous white pawn in due time. I'm not quite sure how, but I guess you somehow get it. And then he should survive. Ambitious Pawn is saying, Jan, I'm 47 with serious brain tumor. I don't think that's true. My rating is 872. That part I do believe is true. And climbing, what can I do to get 900? Yeah, just hang in there. As long as it's climbing. But 900 is a bit... I don't think you're at that level, so you have to do some serious studying. I would recommend Lawrence Trent's series on the Trompovsky, for example, which I think if you study every second of it, you don't cheat, you pay full attention, and you write all the moves down in your little notebook. Then, once you've mastered d4, knight f6, bishop g5, you're gonna be like an 895 player. And then with some mental toughness, like don't think negative thoughts, stop thinking, I will not screw up, because then you will screw up. Your brain doesn't recognize the not. Instead, start thinking, I am a 900 player, I can do this. Then you'll get there.
Precisely.
And even if you don't get all the way to 900, because that, for your case, is pretty high rating, and I'm not sure if you have that kind of ceiling, the journey is often worth it. Like, it's better to go for 900 and fail than to not have lived at all, is what I always say.
Agreed. Yeah, they do have one more time control after move 40. Move 60. They get an extra 15 minutes.
So that's been way in the past. They're now on move 77.
Yeah.
And this position apparently is on the board. Adiban is trying to decide between knight c3 and knight c5. Knight c3, you gotta price in this little double attack, and you have to calculate. I have no idea if this is a win or a draw or a loss. I would say it's not a wide loss, most likely.
Right. But this isn't going to happen.
Right.
He's going to go knight c5.
Mountebank makes a good point. You should watch some of my videos on the en passant topic if you're serious about becoming a 900 player, because this en passant thing is a slippery slope. Like, let's say you go a4. Nah, how do I do this? I still struggle with it, and I'm like much stronger than a 900 player. But let's say you go knight e4 here, a5, a4. Now it looks like this pawn advanced 2 squares, but if a pawn advances 2 squares from its starting position, which is really the only place from where a pawn can advance 2 squares, and you have a pawn standing next to it, which already stood there, then you have a small window of opportunity, which is that very move, to take it. You pretend it only went 1 square. Take it. You can do this. It looks like magic, but it does indeed work. Sometimes, but only sometimes. The Chess24 software allows you to do it a move later as well, but not all the time. And technically, your moment has passed here, so you should do it instantly. As a rule of thumb, whenever it's legal to do en passant, you should do it. It's always a good idea. That's about it.
Take that with a bit of tongue-in-cheek, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
En passant is not always a good idea.
Give me one example where it's not a good idea. See? Can't do it.
Certain endings which would lead to him queening before you.
No, it's always a good idea.
Okay. Thank you, Jan. You were inspiring. Jan is an inspirational figure.
I have thought about pursuing a Charles Manson type of career, but I don't think I have the people skills, really. I can talk to the camera, but in person, oof, you wouldn't like me in person.
No, I can confirm that. Rook d4 by Adiban, so just threatening to win this guy. Still feels like
wow, Ben 2600. That's why he's a grandmaster. He started at 901, like jumping right in there as a 900 plus player. Boom. Yeah, not everybody's as gifted. Like, you can't think that we're all born with this prodigious 901 talent.
Right.
Some people have to work to get there.
Right.
What were you talking about? Some chessy thing?
Yeah, rook d4. Still
Dark
a draw.
Court. The other person is great at smoking. Nah, you're gonna have to look for a new weak spot. I haven't smoked for a long, long time.
Is that true?
Of course it's true.
Oh, okay. Great. Adiban in Bangladesh? No, I don't think he is. I think he's doing just fine here. Winning this pawn, giving some checks. I think he's got his king is nicely centralized. Feels more drawish than anything.
A5 on the board.
A5, and now we give a check.
Why do we have to give a check? King A3?
Yeah, but then I was thinking...
I'm planning to go rook B5, King A4, so you can already mentally prepare for that.
King A4. And now, the correct move is not to take the rook on E2, but to play...
King C4, yeah, that's beautiful.
King C4.
That's very nice.
With mate or mate, because if rook B2, rook takes A5.
Svidler on increments writes Svidler. Well, I enjoy having this user around. Sometimes I'm wondering, like, who's his favorite player? I can't tell. So, if you could sometimes give us a little hint. Oh, Pramod NVS. What would we do without Pramod? He says, don't smoke, Jan. Not good for health, as everyone knows. Thanks, Pramod. I'll do my very best. Thanks for the tip. Auf der Hut, or after hat. Says Lawrence, what about Jan's theory that A and H pawn shouldn't count a full point? Do you agree? I'm not sure I've shared that information.
I don't know what that means, but...
It means they're not worth a full pawn. It means there should only be 0.80.
Right. No, I disagree. Well,
Yeah,
let's go to the next question. Yes, Rook A4. Rook B4 check, Rook B5 was really cute, but Rook A4 will do. Yeah, and we're going to get basically, let's say a move like this. Rook takes A5, check. Just don't blunder, King C5. And 2 versus 1 should be a relatively straightforward hold for black, but you never know.
Now or never one says, Jan, I've been playing chess for 35 years. I'm rated 2200 and I've been bouncing between 2100 and 2200. So you've peaked. Congratulations for a long time. How do I get to the next level? Follow exactly the same advice as I gave for reaching 900, except for don't watch any Lawrence Trent video series. Very, very harmful. Instead, watch all my video series. I believe that is really the only shot you got.
Couldn't agree more.
My honest opinion is, if you've been at the same level for 35 years, you're a very old man, and your chances of improving further are tough, because you probably have other things to worry about. Like, I don't know.
That's true,
but it doesn't get any easier. Then again, motivation is a beautiful thing.
Motivation, yeah. One of my students as well, he's in his 50s, and he's gone from, I would say, 1800 to 2100 in the past year and a half. So it can be done.
Just, if you want to get to 2100, here's your man.
I am. Ben 2600 said he's got his GM title in a lottery. He did indeed.
Wow.
He did.
Do they have a lottery at like this US Chess Hall of Fame every year for every IM and one gets a GM title? Maybe then you could get American citizenship and make your way into that lottery.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. But
so what lottery was it where Ben got it?
Oh, I'm not sure. But your boy Yu Yang Yi beat Bjarke Sal in a disastrous from being completely winning. Let's quickly look at this because this is quite sad, actually. This is very sad. Bjarke Sal, who in this position is just better. Rook G6, Rook C1, F4.
Rook C8 is a bit of a mistake.
What's wrong with...
Well, he's already
bungled it, right?
Made himself work, but EF or Queen takes E4 still possible. But Rook C8, Queen E1
Oops.
kind of ends things.
That's just mate in 3. So your boy Bjarke Sal... Ivanchuk is still playing this position, which...
Yeah, why wouldn't he? Can't blame Chucky for trying.
Lawrence, do you still play competitive chess?
Yeah, I also overread the still in that question. Yeah. Lawrence, do you play competitive chess?
Never playing competitive chess. No, I don't. Ben has beaten me in a blitz.
Wow. Pramod NVS is asking, is that title Feingold? Pramod is mysterious young man.
We love Pramod.
Yeah, please keep explaining the... No, again, this is not a Gibraltar shot. Is Nigel making progress? Kind of.
Is he?
Well, it's still a draw,
really
but
to
still worrying, right?
That really would be insane if he won.
He's gonna keep trying. And it's also, at some point, it becomes a battle of physical endurance, like poor Peter Lombers. But, okay, he only has G pawns left. It's still very hard to win for play. Nigel has lots of energy. For a 65-year-old man, it's amazing how much energy he has.
Okay, so we've got a position here. Rook C2. Rook takes A5.
Do you guys prefer commenting or competing? Well, you think this is not competing? You think this is friendly banter? Commenting is the highest form of competition, next to only roast battle. When it comes to competing, I hate playing, but I do enjoy winning. So if I was assured a good result, and by winning I also mean drawing a player that's 1 point higher rated. I mean, that's a huge win for me as well. Then I'd prefer the competing. But the pain of losing is so unbearable. Not so much the pain itself, but the thought of losing a chess game. Imagine you're playing Lawrence and you think, I might lose. Like, how could you look into the mirror? And
you could still look into the mirror.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that thought is not as crippling as I thought. Sometimes
Have you ever won the Thailand Open?
Yeah, I won on my first appearance in 2011.
Okay.
And I've been chasing the dream of re-winning it ever since.
So you're going to play this year, are you, Jan, in the Thailand Open? You hope to.
That is the plan, yeah.
What are the dates?
I can't remember things. It's a bit earlier than usual, so 6 till 13 of April, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Wonderful. Sounds like a great time.
New location, but I heard it's beautiful. Can only recommend the Thailand Open to everybody if you want a nice, relaxing tournament. They got rid of the double rounds. The only complaint I have is that it's getting way too strong. Like, it used to be a nice, friendly holiday tournament, and now all these sharks are there. Wang Hao, Ganguly, like Nigel you can live with. You know Nigel's gonna be there if it's a chess tournament at an exotic location. But it's getting stronger and stronger. Let me eat. Let the retired, peaceful, old grandmasters have a chance to win a tournament. But now, always round 8, I got crushed by some. 2 years in a row I lost in round 8.
Did you?
Wang Hao and Khairulin destroyed my humble dreams. Not knowing.
Who's that?
It's a Russian 2600 player. Not knowing that this is all I have, the Thailand Open. The Dark Horde is asking, Lawrence, I'm 21 or 29. I know, 21, 29 is that. This is rating, I think, and I suck at chess. How can I become as accomplished as a chess player as you are? The question is he young and talented or not?
You don't suck at chess, firstly, if you've got a 21, 29 rating. Far from it. You are in the top, whatever, few percentile of people to reach that level. And to improve is a long process. A lot of it depends. There are so many factors. It's very difficult to give a sort of blanket explanation, but...
Really?
I think so. I think if you get to 21...
I'm a big fan of blanket formulas. Just 2 steps. 1, 2, and 3, and you'll get there.
I think
you gotta sell the dream.
I think
become more of a salesman.
The important thing at your level would be to get somebody to look at your games, really identify which areas you're struggling in.
That'd be great. Like an experienced international master to go through
Somebody
your games,
like
for
that.
example,
Yeah.
could point
For
out weak areas and what you should do
price.
for competitive rates, like not even 5 figures per hour. Like
no, not 5 figures, but
4?
You know,
Nah.
yeah, 4?
I don't know.
$1,000
I don't know
an
what
hour?
you kids charge out there.
No, a solid 3 figures per hour, and we'll talk
Wow.
business.
Wow, very competitive.
Yeah.
Pramod NVS is asking, do we have any moves? Yeah, we should probably address the situation.
Yes, we do have moves.
Because this pawn has disappeared, but
He's got
the
2
king is weak. And Adiban is gonna go for checkmate.
King e3, good move.
How? Why? What?
Knight f2, knight e3.
Ah. See? If I had someone to go through my games with me,
You would have spotted
pointing
that.
out like tactical motives like that, that could take me all the way.
Also, it should be
I was
noted.
slightly off on the Thailand Open. 8 till 16 of April. See, I knew it was April.
Also, should be noted that Rook b2 here can
What
just
did
be.
I say? 6 till 13? Nah, it's close enough. Oh, Gonsville.
This is an easy draw. Also, pawns are all dying.
Stan Hooper is saying, excited to see Jan blasting out the World Championship prep in Thailand.
Yeah, that'll
World
be
Championship
good.
prep might be a lot less effective in Thailand than you might think. But yeah, I'm sitting on a stash of...
Hit me up on my Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. Any private messages, I won't check the Chess24. Lawrence Trent, I am for any private messages. Hit me up on my Twitter.
You're aware that in order to send private messages on Twitter, you have to follow each other.
Ask for the follow so that you can send a private message. Hit me up if you haven't done so.
Oh boy.
Do you know why Grishka dropped so much in rating? Any idea? It's a good
I don't know,
question,
did he drop
actually.
so much in rating? Isn't he like 2750? Where's Grishy?
No.
2739? He keeps falling a bit. I don't know, I rate him very highly. Like, we all know about his time trouble thing, but that didn't stop him from getting to 2800 like 2 years ago. So, with him it's normally motivation. He might be doing other things or not getting any invitations and then not focusing on chess. I think Grishuk is a tremendous player.
Yeah, he is a tremendous player. So he's got a family, and you know there are other things in life. Get distracted. It's difficult, but yeah.
Klinka to LJ. Sounds a bit like OJ. Can you explain why on some days my play is very good and another day is really crap? I can explain it. I think it has to do with your lack of emotional maturity. Like, you're easily distracted by small things in your life and therefore you can't maintain a stable level of chess. And that's a serious, serious problem. If you want to improve, you need to become more stable. Because the mark of a true chess star is not to be able to bring it once in a while. It's to bring it every day, day in, day out, blood in, blood out.
Lawrence used to have a full head of hair. I did. Wow. That is a true story, Ambitious Pawn, and plan one day to get it back again. Watch this space. Go to my GoFundMe page.
When are you gonna go full wig? Is it like, is it so?
No. No.
I'm going a little bald on the
You're
F and
okay.
G files, like around the temples.
You've got a few years, but you might have one of these rapid losses, which would be awful for you.
Why? I'm not afraid of hair loss. I'm not very fond of my hair. I think as long as you keep it short.
It's fine. I've
Life
kept
goes
it
on.
short for years. Yeah. This is a draw according. Oh, what the?
Why is this a draw? This is still a draw? How did this get made? What, when, why? I'm confused. Takes. He went rook a2.
Why would you do that?
Well, because you really believe in your calculating prowess. And you're sure this is a draw. It might very well be. g4 knight. Ah, no, g4. You gotta bring the king.
I mean, you gotta have.
It's very much in his style. I
I mean-
remember last year he had some crazy concrete solutions in endgames where you would think he's just gonna
This
play
is
it
just a draw.
by
huh?
ear.
Unbelievable.
He does believe this.
Even with the king so far away, this is pretty outstanding.
Heather S says, if you play Carlsen against e4, what would you suggest against d4 that has the same type themes? The Slav. In both cases, you place pawns on c6 and d5. But I also don't really believe in like adjusting your repertoire towards light squares or dark square strategy. It's all nonsense.
Okay, h4 played.
Not Slav. Or Queen's Indian because it's boring and maneuverish. Ambitious Pawn saying yes, a blood in, blood out reference.
Knight f6 and just.
Knight f6, it's beautiful. Stopping the pawns in their tracks.
And if knight f4, just
Your
king
point
d2,
being?
h5, just king e3. Nothing to be done. g3, you can even take this guy.
Wow, there's this pattern recognition.
Yeah, from before.
The magic again.
This is just an easy draw.
Don't disagree.
It's just an easy draw.
Yep. Nice find by Adiban.
So that'll be it. So after Wely draws this, then
That means Wesley So dodged a bullet there in a way, and
Yeah.
none of his pursuers managed to catch him today.
yeah,
Because both Eljanov and Wely had a winning position at one point or another, and they both bungled them terribly to end up drawing their games most likely. And that would mean that in the standings, the year 2000, our boy Wesley, after two exciting, no, not that exciting, but two quick, solid draws against two guys, is still in the lead with 6 out of 9, followed by a bunch of very angry and hungry birds in the form of Magnus Carlsen, Pavel Eljanov, Wely on 5.5 out of 9, Sergei Karjakin chilling on 5 out of 9, so is Levon Aronian. Wely will join team 5.5. Adiban will also reach 5 out of 9. So there is still everything to play for, but Wesley, so the man of the hour, with, some say, supernatural support, clings on to his lead in the tournament. Shout out to him and his helpers.
Yeah. Knight f3 check, king e3 on the board, and king c2, and king f2 will follow. And there's just nothing more to be said here.
Nothing you can do about it.
Bike boy, I'm off to the gym. Good job, buddy. But before I go, fantastic job, Lawrence Nian. Thank you. We appreciate it, because today has been a 7-hour gig, huh, buddy?
Has it? I don't keep track. Time flies when you're having fun, is what I always say.
Yeah.
And commentary, yeah, time goes by as well.
We appreciate all of you premium members, of course. Contributions are very welcome and help keep this ship afloat. So we don't complain. And we will be
really
back.
A ship, it's a figure of speech, right?
It's a figure of speech.
Okay.
We will be back tomorrow.
Will we? When's the next rest day? I can't wait to
Thursday.
rest another day. Thursday?
Yeah. So we got a long day.
But
Should we
tomorrow
check-
is like 2 p.m. as far as I know. And I
Why?
know far. I know these things. Just trust me on that one.
Round starts in 17 hours.
Tomorrow is 2 p.m. because it's Vike on tour. So they're not in Vike, but they're somewhere in Haarlem maybe? Not Haarlem, New York City, but Haarlem, Netherlands. So the round starts half an hour later.
What's 17 hours from here?
I don't know. I'll sleep the whole 17 hours.
Okay. If you think it's 2, that's great.
Is it?
No. Okay, let's very quickly have a look at the pairings tomorrow.
Need help?
Should we have a look at the pairings?
Please.
So we've got the following. Pairings tomorrow. We've got Aronian Rapport. We've got Wely Giri, the all-Dutch clash. We've got Harikrishna against Carlsen.
Interesting, yeah.
Interesting.
Not an easy pairing.
Adiban against Nepo. Pavel Eljanov against Wely.
Wow.
Karjakin against Andreikin, the all-Russian clash. And Wesley So against Wojtaszek. So, ladies and gentlemen, another day of interesting chess. Some missed opportunities, especially Nepo, especially Wely, especially Pavel Eljanov. Magnus Carlsen did what Magnus Carlsen does.
The business.
The business. And the rest of the games were drawn, I believe, today. So 1 win and 6 draws, if I count correctly.
And I do like your counting skills.
Okay.
Thank you guys for keeping us company in the chat. It's been another long day. We will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. with more of the same nonsense. Don't expect like any improvements in chess analysis or banter or wit or hairlines. Like nothing.
Yep.
It's going to be the same or worse. It could be worse.
Could be worse tomorrow.
I have a feeling it might actually be worse.
Yeah.
So if you have any other potential options for entertainment, like I just finished Westworld Season 1, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Do that instead. Bye. Thanks for watching.
See you later.